Hello, my darlings. Welcome in. How are you? I'm so sorry. I'm starting a little bit late for a bunch of reasons. Not the least of which is I'm very extra super slow today. I did not sleep very much. I got 4 hours of sleep, so I won't be talking to anyone about their sleep schedules. But look at me. Still flawless execution. Look at all the paths. You made me drop my fucking pills! Sorry. I'm all sorts of loopy today. Hello, my darlings. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. I have truly terrible news. But so that I don't cause you any anxiety, I'm just gonna tell you, I can't find Mix It Up, which is what lets us do like the exclamation point commands. It's not on my computer anymore. I don't know what happened. Sorry, the ew was absolutely not to you, Amazing Aussie. In fact, this is for you, Amazing Aussie. Thank you so much for gifting that sub to Sweetest Sola. I really appreciate it, cutie pie. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you for the pal hats. Thank you for the pal jacks. Thank you for the, I think I got a couple of head pats. We got one from Umbra. We got from Umbra. And I think that's okay. You get double. You get 2 for 1. No, actually you get 2 for 2. You paid for 2, you get 2. Here we go. Oh God. Thank you very much, sweetie pie. Oh God, oh no, I dragged chat so far to the bottom of the screen that it, oh no. Hold on. I'll get you guys back. Okay, I got you. Anyway. Tao with 4 hours of sleep. Tao with, oh, I've also been, this is why I can't, I'm not allowed to lurk in people's streams because I get so distracted, but I've been watching like 3 different wonderful people today, so I'm gonna shout them all out. I'll slash shout out the one I was watching most recently, which is the lovely Benji. I need to make sure I'm spelling his name right. Yeah, Benjito boy. What a sweetheart. We raided into him, and what a treat it was. We raided into him, after Pragmata, which we're not spoiling any of. No one talk about the end of Pragmata. We're not talking about that, but I am just saying it was actually really funny and very convenient because we raided into him at the same time that he finished the game. Like literally just as he was about to finish up stream, I was an asshole and a troll and I just went in there and I'm like, hi, what'd you think of the game? But yeah, so lovely Benji. We also have the precious Pocket Chalk, who is absolutely amazing. You guys already know her. She just finished Persona 5. I was spending like an hour in there this morning. And then of course, my wonderful favorite person to like spend all my time with as much as I possibly can, lovely Safe File. Please check all these people out. There's a reason that I can't, I can't stay away from any of them. Yeah, it's impossible. I struggle. But how are you all doing, my darlings? It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for the pal attacks. Awesome Aussie, incredible Icy, sweetest Sir Jazzy, Nixpito slash Jam Slice, sweetest Shadow, terrific Talon, dearest Dustin, lovely Love, sweetest Sir Jazzy, sweetest Solar, sweet Sir Jazzy again, lovely Laugh, sweetest Sir Jazzy again, lovely Love again, lovely Layla, no kitty cat, Radical Wretch. Technically that was all with one breath, okay. Hi cutie cat, how are you doing, darling? It's so good to see you. Thank you for my pal attack. Okay. Again, I am so sorry. I'm probably a little bit disorganized. I know you can't believe it. Me? Disorganized? No. Tao's the most organized person I know. I mean, Come on, let's be honest. Thank you so very much for the 5 streams, 3 cutie kata. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And cutie company as well. Thank you so much for the 5 streams, 3. Much appreciated. I think that's okay. Those are the ones that have been redeemed so far. Did you have my monster again? I just took a little whiff, just a tiny little whiff. Awesome Aussie gets ubbies. Yee, good Aussie. Amazing Umbra gets ubbies. Umbra, welcome back to my side of the planet. How are you doing? It's so good to have you. I hope you slept incredibly well for your first night back over in the Southern Hemisphere. Lovely Nicks, uppies. Yee, good Nicks. You guys, we have a bunch of really cool stuff going on today. As usual, we are doing our raffles. We actually have 3. You guys were unbelievably, incomprehensibly generous this last week. We got over 300 subs in 1 week, which means you get 3 chibi raffles. So we will do that today. And then we actually have a fuck ton of very generous pals who have very kindly decided to contribute spare game keys, spare like beta testing keys, spare like stuff for free, which I will guide you through how to go over there and join those if you would like to join those right before we start the raffle. But I'm just letting you know. Cutie Crown, welcome on in. Precious Politely, where's my Precious Politely? Wait, where is she? Where is she, Strat? I don't see her. Where did she go? I'll find her. I'll find her one day. Doing amazing. Excited to be back. Just working. Is it nice to be back at work? Did you miss work at all? Or did you just miss being over in this side of the world? Oh, gonna shout out another creator that you eventually will. Oh, that's, sorry, I'm reading backwards. My bad. Totally my bad. Gotcha. Yes. Please check out Precious Politely as well. As I say, a part of the cozy trifecta. Save File 17, Precious Politely, Wicked, and myself. I love both of these wonderful people. And Cutie Company, uppies. Yee, good company, Cutie Cat, uppies. Yee, good cat. Lovely Lav, uppies. Yee, good Lav. Lav and Talon are both hanging out over in Benji's chat as well, which is really, really fun to see. Let me see here. Mac, welcome on in. Incredible Icy Uppies. Good Icy. How are you doing, sweetie? And hello, Swedish Shredder. Welcome in. Good morning, Terrific Tao. Hope your voice is doing well after the concert yesterday. You know, I am still sick. I don't feel particularly great, but I am very excited to be here with you guys. And my throat isn't the thing that hurts. I know my voice is a little scratchy, but that doesn't hurt. My nose and my lungs are like. So if you see me coughing today, if you see me go, I'm probably coughing and I just muted. So fear not. Terrific Talent. Oh, there you are. Hello. I was just saying I saw you from Benji's stream. Thank you so much for being here for the vibes, sweetie. I do appreciate it. Have a good one at work. It's so good to see you. Tao, need the coffee Tiger. Believe it or not, right now, I have a large cup of coffee in my system at the moment. I don't feel like I'm acting like it. I feel like I'm acting relatively normal, like how I do without coffee, which is what is needed when I got 4 hours of sleep. You sound a little stuffy today, Tao. Please take care of yourself. Thank you so much, lovely Lab. I am a little bit stuffy, yeah. Sweetest Sam, Windows out here uninstalling things on you, right? Not a virus or anything. I hope not. I don't know. It literally is not on my computer. I look for Mix It Up, and it is nowhere to be found. Mix It Up. Yeah, it wants to like Google it. So I'll need to figure that out, and I might actually have to I may tragically actually have to do like a complete re-up of every single one of our voice commands, maybe, if I can't find it by itself. I followed the pathing and everything, and it's just not there. I don't know what happened to it. Really fucking strange. But yeah, unfortunately, we only have the commands for, if I see you guys put a command in the chat, I will attempt to replicate it for you. But unfortunately, will not be immediate, tragically. Sweetest Sam, How are you? Sweetest Sweet Jazzy, how are you, sweetheart? Radical Radish, how are you? Beautiful Bublin, hi, darling, how are you? Lovely Layla, it's so good to see you again, darling. Been loving the artwork you've been posting. And Sweetest Storm, how are you? Holy crap, how much caffeine are you running on? Just one large mocha with a pump of vanilla. I was like, I'm treating myself today. DC, so many cutie pals. Cutie company gets uppies too. Good company. Lizard, 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 lizard. Where is the lizard? Where did...
Lizard, lizard.
There it is.
Lizard, lizard, lizard.
Lizard, 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 lizard. I saw it redeemed and then I
Lizard.
Lizard! That counts. Wonderful Wispy, welcome on in. Hope that stream goes well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, darling. I'm sure it will. It's always a fun time on our Fridays. I hope you're doing well as well, darling. Okay, I've scrolled all the way up and said hello to everyone that my chat will let me say hello to. Thank you to everyone who came in even before stream, though. Let me see. She isn't here, but she will be. That's true. That is a good point. Miss being over here. Hope my workplace burns down. Damn. It's okay. Amazing Umbra. We'll be your home away from home, okay? I promise.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Sweetest Striker. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Beautiful Bertie. Hi, lovely Bertie. How are you? So very good to have you. Hold on. I'm just gonna drag these people over there. Okay. Town needs more sleep. Don't forget to take care of yourself too. I'll try. Check DMs. Okay, one second. Hold on. Oh, okay, yeah. Good point. Okay, one second. I shall. One moment, please. Strad is informing me of some stuff that I need to do that I forget to do because I usually forget to do things, but today in particular,
Hello, motherfucker.
I'm too tired to remember anything. Hi, motherfucker. Hi, Fabulous Feather. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Okay. That one is done. Thank you, Strat. And to your question, the answer is no, I have not, Strat. Okay. Hope you get better soon and some rest. Thank you so much, lovely Layla. I hope so too. It's hard to voice act when I'm like yucky. Oh, Yugi. Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game. The wonders of Windows. Has anyone else had this issue where like one of your long time installed apps just disappears? Because that's just happened to me. You can install it again. Should be there once you link your account. I'm not sure if it will be because it's not. The voice commands are like linked like locally, so I'm not sure if it's gonna reinstall local files. You know. Doing well. I got to see Holcomb. Was it really good? I really want to see it because it kind of reminds me of a more recent version of my favorite movie and also one in a foreign country, which is very cool. Because my favorite movie is 1408, which is. Tell me if this sounds familiar. It is about a guy who... Ah! Hello, lovely Hados. Thank you for the pal attack. Welcome on in. How are you? 1408 is about a guy who gets trapped in a hotel room. It's a haunted hotel room. So very similar in premise, in initial premise. So I really want to see Holcomb, actually. Amazing Ison! Welcome in, gorgeous. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I must dip to no audio now. Gotta do work training. Boo. That's okay, sweetheart. We'll see you soon. Thank you for being here, amazing Umbra. Enjoy your work training as much as you can. I'm gonna ship 3 more coffees. Please do. I'll drink them all right fucking now. Let's see. Lith. Hi, lovely Lith. How are you, uppies? Hey, good Lith. Howdy all. Hi, sweet striker. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Fabulous Feather. I'll be getting a gift soon? Nani the fuck? What do you mean? What kind of a gift? What kind of a gift? I'm worried that it's got quotations. What would I do without you? Hugs, hugs, and more hugs. Lots of hugs. Wait, you would hug without me? You would hug without me? I'm the most huggy person. You have to hug me. Let me see. I've 100% had Windows uninstall stuff on me. It's so fucking weird. I've had it installed for like 8 months. I don't know where it's gone, including something I used only a few hours prior to noticing it disappear. God. Well, you know what else is crazy is that like, it was on my computer yesterday and I just turned it off because I didn't want to have it interrupt the karaoke, right? But like, it was there. It was fucking there. Hi, Radical. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in and thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate it. Pokemon was a lot of fun. The premise is definitely similar with the hotel, but they definitely feel different. I think you'd still like it if you're into 1408, although I am very into 1408. I have seen it more than 1,408 times. I'm not even kidding. I love that movie. But yes, I would definitely like to watch that. I'm hoping when it comes to streaming, I can grab it. Incredible Ison! Thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream and the karaoke stream. Much appreciated. I can always count on low sleep Tau to misinterpret my words. Yeah, you can. You better believe it. Low sleep Tau is even more insecure than regular Tau. Good stuff. Hello there, Tom Chow. Long time no see. How are you doing? Hey, Tau doing good here. Just figuring out some writing as I watch. Is it my favorite writing? Is it another chapter? Do we have some love between Louis and our beautiful, beautiful cat girl? Have you read the book that 1408 is based on? I certainly have. Yes. Yeets my points into the storytelling shaped hole. Thank you, Suda Sam. And lovely Layla, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream as well. It might be Tau. I'm so excited. I love their relationship developing. It's so cute. Thank you for the care package, Elsie. Slowly healing after a dentistry mishap? That is nightmare fuel. What do you mean a dentistry mishap, Storm? Please educate me before I catastrophize. Are you okay? Let me see here. I will be drawing monsters from I will drawing monster from Sonar Pal as I listen to you draw. Oh, cool. Sounds good, Lily Nix. Thank you. I'm excited. Yeah, we got more Red Story. Hallelujah. Cutie Croom, thank you for contributing to the movie night. I appreciate it. I've been thinking for a height for Squiddy. Think of how he can be a bit smaller than Cream and Charmy, and boy, if you were to stand there and see Squiddy, he is the size of a small baby. A little baby. Crown, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream as well. All right, cuties. I think we can probably do our raffle. For those of you who are new here or need the refresher, every week, if you guys hit that, if you fill up that crescent moon over there, which is 100 subs, get that, and you contribute to that by subbing for the first time, resubbing, gifting subs, prime subs, it fills it, all of those fill that up. So this last week, you guys, oh, and I should probably mention, once you hit 100, we do a raffle for the people who contributed to it to get a free piece of artwork from me. It's a little chibi style character. So that multiplies. So if you hit 200 subs in the week, 300, 400, 500, that's respectively 2 spins, 3 spins, 4 spins, 5 spins, right? You guys hit 309. So we're gonna do 3 spins on this wheel. Each week, people can only win once. So I do remove the names from the wheel once they are, like, if it spins. And let's just say, I don't know, I'll just pick a name out of nowhere. Umbra, if it says Umbra gets 1 chibi, but then we remove Umbra's name and then everyone else gets that chance, okay? So, we are going to be doing that. And the thing, oh my God, my voice is really bad. Speaking of, lovely love, thank you for the lift, thank you. Thanks, sweet butt. Let me see here. They accidentally cut a few times just inside my upper lip with one of their tools. So nothing uglifying besides a swollen area. Oh, but that'd be painful. Are the lacerations like small enough that they've closed up by themselves? Or do you have to worry about like, how do you accidentally do that? You're a dentist. You're a fucking orthodontist. Your job is to not slice up parts of the mouth that don't need to be sliced up. Ah! Can I resub now? Layla, anything that happens right now will get put into this next week's, assuming that we hit the 100 for this coming week. And Selena starts, so there you go. So that's four entries on the wheel for this coming week, so a week from today. Thank you so much, Selena. Stop. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you so much for the amazing generosity, darling. Thank you so much. Thank you, Cutie Pie. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Sweet Storm. Thank you for your awesome generosity and kindness. Thank you. Let me see here. What about the 0.09 spins that remain? The 0.09 spins? Oh, it doesn't, so we don't spin unless it hits that, like it doesn't count as a spin until we hit the multiple of 100. So if you guys hit like, honestly, sometimes if you guys hit like 98, I'll just be like, yeah, that's a spin. But if you guys have like 9 or like, you know, probably like 50 or 60 or something like that, we just don't count that for the spin. So like this coming week, if you guys don't hit 100 and we only get to like 60 or 70 or something, then we wipe that for the week. Which is, yeah, I know it's a little bit of a bummer, but I don't think you understand how many chibis I have already. I have a lot of old art for you guys. That's pretty spooky, Storm. Hope that heals quickly, right? So Tao, what is that uwu an impression of? Uwu? It's an uwu? Had to reach the 850 mark. Hey, thank you, sweetest Storm. That's amazing. What a pretty badge you have. I like it. I like it. Oh, I know it's just being silly. Oh, fair enough, sweetest Sam. Fair enough. Okay. My Twitch broke, so now I get fair enough. Fair enough. Speaking of, actually, someone remind me to go over the fact that you guys hit our monthly goal at the end of every month. If we have hit 950 subs, total for the month, you guys get an additional stream from me playing an FPS, which I never play FPSs electively. So you guys actually hit that like yesterday or the day before, I think. And so you guys actually get to suggest some FPSs that you would like me to spend like a 6-hour session on, okay? But I will show you where that is. Just someone remind me when I go to the Discord. Once we start looking at the raffles and stuff, remind me so that because we'll be in the Discord then, so I'll show everybody there. 100% Tao original uwu. It's true. It's true, is that you releasing the fish back to the water? What the HSIF? You got up quick today. I did. Hi, Sweetest Steven. Welcome on in. How are you? My damn streak almost broke. Ah, you're a goddess as usual, twin. Oh wait, congrats to the sub goal. Hey, thank you, Sweetest Steven. I appreciate it. Well, congrats to you because you just made it. You made it to the second round, as did a lot of our lovely VA classmates I saw on Junyun's shortlist, which is awesome. Round of applause for all of the wonderful voice actors who made it to the second phase. So many new options for FPS options I can suggest for Tao. So with FPS, is that specifically a shooter or something that's first person? That's specifically a shooter because I do play first person things, but like first person shooters, I'm not a fan of. They often involve guns. Hence the shooter part of the name. And I don't like guns very much. Hype, lovely Hype, welcome on in. Hey, Tao, don't forget about the monthly sub goal reward. Thank you, sweetheart, I appreciate it. Okay, let me open this up real quick. 1 second, please. I just gotta find our wheel. All right, I have found it. 1 second, I just got to, where's my raffle? Here it is. Ah! Wow, it's so big! Why is it so big? You know what? That's fine. You'll be able to see who wins this way. No, I will do this properly. Hold on. Oh, it's also slightly off of the screen. That probably doesn't help. Okay, and it's still off the screen. Hold on, please. Bear with. Okay, I think that might be enough to see that. Yeah, cool. You can just barely see the little spot on there. This little guy. There we go. Okay. Let me drag chat back up here. I am so sorry. I am really slow today. Wow. I do not handle a lack of sleep very well. What about third-person shooters like Warframe? Well, we played all the way through Red Dead Redemption 2, for example. But this reward is for something that I wouldn't normally play. Like, I really enjoyed Red Dead 2. And that was a third-person shooter, technically. So this is specifically for something that I never play. So that's why this is a reward. In the same way that, like, I would never play a horror game electively. When every multiple of 1,000 followers that we get, you guys get to pick a horror game for me to do for 6 hours as well. Doing a tarot reading? What? Steven, tell me more. Tell me more. How cool. What's the dwarf mining game? We should get Tao to play that. It's technically an FPS. Is that Diggy Diggy Hole? What is it called? Deep Rock Galactic? Is that what it's called? My head is just playing random music now. It's playing the Macarena. Hey, Macarena. I do want to see you try mouse for PI. It looks like a lot of fun. It has a lot of puns. I do love puns. I did see someone suggest that. Was that Liv? Who suggested that? The Wheel of Brown. Am I looking at the Wheel of Skittles? You are many Skittles. Let's see. So Umbra thought of a chibi yet? So his game recommendations, where to put the FPS? Well, hold on, let me see where it is. I think I specifically put an exclamation on suggestions for stream and Discord. So I have a, I actually wrote in big letters, you hit the monthly sub goal, please suggest FPSs for Tao to try. And then I've got the following suggestions. Feel free to upvote or react to any of the suggestions that you would like. Or feel free to suggest your own. But if someone has already suggested it, please just upvote it so that I don't have to be like, okay, this person said it and scroll. And that person said it and scroll. That person said it. Right now we have Halo Reach, Half-Life 1, Black Mesa, Portal or Portal 2. Oh wait, no, that's more puzzle than FPS. I don't know, I think it's got a gun, first person. Sure, that counts. Ready or Not. Let's see, Doom. Brutal Doom. Switch is an option, so Metroid Prime Remastered, Far Cry 6, Mouse PI for Hire. There's quite a few on here. So if any of those sound fun, or if there's one that you didn't hear that you would like me to play, again, it's only for 6 hours, but it will be an additional day of stream for a week. Sweetest Stephen, thank you so much for the 7 streak. I so appreciate it. That's amazing. This doesn't count. I still need to make it past my last streak. No, that's amazing, Sweetest Stephen. Thank you so much for 7 streams, doll. I appreciate your dedication and support. Let me see. Rubs hands together for horror games. Why was there a thong in the lake? Because people throw shoes in there all the time. Tao should play Deep Rock Galactic. Oh, that is what you were thinking of. Dead Zone Rogue? No, but that sounds scary. Is it scary? Deep Rock? Oh, if you do that, it's multiplayer and you can get pouch folks involved. Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, Doll suggested. Okay, Dahlia did. Okay. Magnificent welcome on in, and thank you for the thank you. Let me see here. Scroll. Are we going for multiplayer games? Then we can go for a few more games. Well, I'm not aiming for multiplayer games, and I won't play any multiplayer games that that do not have the capacity to turn off, like, mics. I don't want to allow any potential reports to happen. If someone, whether it's a pal, which I doubt it would be, but like if we wound up in a rando zone and then it was just like someone saying like slurs or something, I would get in trouble for that. So I won't play any games that you can't turn off the mic feed. But yeah, I mean, FPSs, if you guys wanted me to play Battlefield or fucking Overwatch or something, I would do that for 6 hours. Yeah, Daniel, uppies, yay, good Daniel. And no horror FPS. Ideally, no horror FPS. There might be some slight exceptions if they're mild, but I really don't want to do Village again. No. Let me see here. It's not scary, no, but it's a roguelike FPS. Oh, interesting. Okay. Lovely Link. Hi, Lovely Link. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Wish I could stay, but I got some drawing to do. All good, Tomcha. Have a good one. Thanks for dropping in. I did a read manifesting you, and I got the 3 of Cups, which means party and celebration times ahead. Ah! It represents revelry, positive vibes, and creativity. Seeing that you made this lovely sub goal, and it's an art stream, I think it's very apt. Hope you're doing great, friend. Oh, Steven! Thank you so much for doing a tarot reading for me. I didn't know you're a tarot card reader. That's so cool. I love tarot cards. I'm not like really big into, like, I don't really understand the whole, like, my best friend Macheka, she's huge into it. She has like oracle cards and tarot cards, and she's memorized all this shit. She does like star charting and shit like that. I am not involved in any of that, but I really enjoy when she's like, Tao, guess what? I just did your star chart, and I'm like, thank you.
Chat. In the chat.
Thank you so much. I don't think Deep Rock Galactic has proxy chat. That's what it's called, Lab. Thank you, proxy chat. Right. Would Bendy and the Ink Machine not be an option then? Is Bendy and the Ink Machine a first-person shooter? Wait, we can do horror FPSs? I would rather you not, but technically, if I, like, here's the thing, right? If I'm saying that you can decide on any type of FPS, right? If I'm saying Portal 2 or Portal is a go, and people are like, oh, that's mostly puzzle, but it is also FPS. If I'm saying that's okay, then I feel like I have to say that horror FPS is also okay. But if you have any ounce of love for me, please don't pick a horror FPS. Joyous Julius, welcome in. How are you? You and X playing Overwatch together would be chaos. Oh, he's like lovely and very sweet and very patient, but I think even he would be like, Tao, the fuck are you doing? I'm all right, very tired, want a nap, but I don't want to mess up my sleep schedule. What time is it for you, Lovely Link? That is a dense looking wheel. It is. Hello there, excellent Yuffie. Welcome on in, darling. It's so good to see you. First person horror, not an FPS. No, it does have to be an FPS. It has to be an FPS. Wait, could Far Far West count as an FPS? I think so. I think that has first person shooting, right? Lovely Liv, welcome in. How are you, hon? It's so good to see you. 10:19. Oh, what time do you want to stay up until, Link? Because that seems like a reasonable time to go to sleep. Okay, let's do this real quick. Let's do our little wheel. So we got 3 spins on this. Up. And our first winner is... I can't even see what these names are until they pop up. Sam! Sweetest Sam won one. Yee! Go Sweetest Sam, go Sweetest Sam. You are first person, have guns, shoot things, and throw magic at them. That sounds first person shootery, I think. I'm not big into the whole aura stuff. It's awesome your bestie is and checks in with you. I really respect it, and I think everyone can use tarot in their own way. Absolutely. I actually get like, this might sound weird, but I get like major ASMR from like watching people read tarot. So I really enjoy it. It's very soothing to me. So Steven, if you ever want to do like video call or something, and I'll just watch you do it. I'll just be like, okay, my next question is, I'm thinking about food. Can you do one for food? Okay, my next question is, tell me about my next adventure. Okay, my next question is, what about the next stream? you usually stay up late. How late is late, lovely Link? Thank you so much for the 35 stream streak, dearest Daniel. I appreciate it. Thank you ever so much for your dedication and support. Yay! Lovely hype. Wait, can I be on wheel? I think you are on the wheel, Steven, because I think that you, may have, resubbed, at some point. I remember I did put you on the wheel at some point in the last 2 weeks? Week? I don't want to stay past 2 a.m. Oh, fair enough. Okay, well that you still got some time to hang out with us then. For sure. I love that. We will do it soon. Yay, friend! Yay! I'm so excited. Tempting Tao, hello, precious politely. We were giving you shout-outs earlier, gorgeous. How are you doing? I put Returnal on there, which I think is more horror-themed than actually horror. Oh, so it's like an atmospheric horror. Hi, gorgeous geeks. Welcome on in. Only 40 minutes late. You are never late, nor are you early. You arrive precisely when you mean to. Welcome in, geeks. How are you? Are you staying relatively cool despite the lack of aircon? Only for one more day. It's coming, what, tomorrow? I'm gonna be writing and planning D&D session 3 just as soon as I stop playing Inzoi. I love that you're cycling through the Sims adjacent games. Precious politely, thank you so much for the 90 stream streak. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate you, sweetie pie. Thank you ever so much. That is a lot of watching. I show up just after politely like the vampire summon the lich. You are the lich. You are her servant. I feel like that's what vampires do. They like have like lich servants, right? Now I am not going to suggest an underwater FPS. Please God, don't suggest an underwater FPS. Can you even, is there even like a shooting game underwater? It has to be an FPS, not just first person. So you can't select Subnautica. It's not a shooting game. Gorgeous geeks, thank you for the 25 stream streak. 25 streams! If only I hadn't gotten drunk at that stag, I'd be double that. That's okay, gorgeous geeks. As long as you have the memories in your mind. Did you get blackout drunk or? I hope not. I hope you're responsible to the point where even though you woke up with a killer hangover, that you got enough, that you had enough sentience to remember the good times that you had. Gorgeous geeks, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. What about Void Train? It's first person and you get a gun. I don't know. I haven't seen Void Train. Sounds horror. Is it horror? Okay, so that's our first one for Sweetest Sam. And our next winner is, I suggested Brutal Doom. It's just the original Doom, but with mouse look. Oh, that sounds cute. VX, thank you for the 5 biddies. Oh, piece of candy. Umbra! What did I say? What did I say? But yeah, have you decided on your chibi yet? Thank you so much, amazing Umbra, for let's watch this wheel when we remove the name Umbra Kit 31 from it. Let's see. You can actually read things now. Thank you so much. It's not horror as far as I have seen. As far as you've seen. Tao pals, how's everyone doing today? I'm very tired, but I am doing well. I'm so happy to see you. Outstanding Obtuse, how are you, darling? Such a surprise that I'm number one. I really do appreciate the amazing support, you guys. And Umbra, thank you ever so much for being so very generous. Void Train is not horror. Okay, then yeah, I mean, if it's an FPS, go for it. And our final winner is Zinha! Oh my gosh! Next time we see Zinha, we have to make sure that we let them know that they won a chibi. You sound as wonderful as ever. Oh, thank you, sweetest Space Cat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Survival Whimsy? Is there such a thing as Survival Whimsy? I got more mangas coming in, and this order, the remaining, oh, Noragami Omnibuses, oh my God, that's so cool, and a lot more in this order. Pretty excited for when it arrives. Oh my God, please take pictures of it when you get it. I really love the omnibuses, they're so cool. Main thing about Void Train is it's more survival crafting, but use a gun for combat. I see, okay, gotcha. Sweetest Star Jeffrey, welcome on in. Woo, congrats, y'all, let's fucking go. Okay, so that was Sam of Nella, Umbra Kid 31, and Zinha 63. Yay! Yay! We have to Let everybody know. Umbra's working, but when Umbra's done with his training, we can be like, guess what? Surprise! All in the list? Awesome, Sweetest Strat, thank you so much. One day I will win a chibi. Just so you guys know, I do actually have chibi commissions open as well, but if you would rather play the game of chance, you are welcome to. Already let him know? Let's go, Sweetest Strat, thank you so much. Hear me out, I have started, I haven't started an origami yet. I will eventually. Listen, as long as it is on the list. If you're getting the omnibuses, I believe you will actually read it. That is my genuine approximation. Anyone who gets the omnibuses of any manga is probably going to eventually read it, because that's a lot of money to spend on something that you're not gonna read. I will not make you do PvP game. I do not like PvP game. Very fair, Sweetest Sam, very fair. One day I will either win a chibi or buy one. Either way, I will have one someday. Someday. I would love to draw for any and all of you. You guys are darlings. Okay. Let me, let's now skip on over to the pouches, the Discord here. And I will show you where to go for, I'm really low right now. Why am I so low? Oh, right, I was doing some VA stuff earlier. That's why. My standing desk is like halfway between sitting and standing. I'm like, this is how I'm at the computer. Okay, Discord, there it is, which I spelled wrong and I will never correct. All right. Boop. Okay, welcome to the Discord, precious pals. So, ooh, look, more stuff. If you guys would like to suggest something, once again, I'll reiterate this. If by the end of a month you guys hit 950 subs, which is always on the thing, you guys get to pick an FPS for me to try for 6 hours, okay? This is where you can suggest it. Suggestions for stream in Discord. Like if you scroll up here, you can see right here, right? I said, you hit the monthly sub goal. Please suggest FPSs for me to try. That was yesterday. So go right over to suggestions for stream in Discord if you would like to suggest one. I will not be looking in the game recommendations channel. That's a great channel. That's a good idea to put it there, but don't do that if you're trying to make sure that I see it. We got a lot of really interesting ones. Like I said, if someone has posted one that you like, please just upvote it. That would be very helpful to me. And now for the main event. Hi, precious pals. I see some cuties in here. Hello there, lovely alchemist. How you doing, Cutie Crest? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. Oh, that's community game. Sorry, community giveaways. The other community channel. We have a few of these to do, which I'll go over in just a second once I catch up. I want to catch up with you guys. Let me see here. If I ever win a chibi again, I may give it to someone. Oh, that's so sweet of you, Aussie. I have little space, so that's why I got the omnibuses, because the singles take too much space. That's totally understandable, Link. Totally understandable. My point still stands, though. If you buy those, you'll be like, that's a big chunk that you're like 10 years down the road. You're like, I didn't mean to, I didn't mean to buy these. I haven't read them yet. Thank you so very much, lovely Link. Thank you very, very much, darling, for the resub. I super duper appreciate it. Thank you, darling. Thank you so very much. Thank you for your amazing generosity and kindness and support. And sweet stuff. You as well, darling. Thank you so much for gifting that sub to the Cutie Pie Alchemist, aka Cutie Crescent. Thank you so very much. Thank you, lovely Storm, for your generosity and kindness. Thank you for the care package, lovely lad, and welcome in. Yummy. Need a Tau chibi one day. I would love to draw something for you, Steven. Out of curiosity, would you want it to be like of you or like an OC or something? Awesome, Aussie! Thank you for the 100 biddies. Ooh, he's candy. Thank you. Oh, a hype train? Thank you so much, you guys. That's more than halfway through level 1 too. Thank you so much. Hi, Cutie Cruz. I am doing all right. I'm very tired right now, but I hope you're doing great, darling. VC has been compromised! Ah! Everyone hide! Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Swedish Shimigami. How are you? Waving from the VC. Hey! Hello!
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Is it the big Vetelina? Hi, lovely Vetelina. Welcome on in, darling. How are you? You see no cuties. It's true. I see nothing. I see nothing. It's an absolutely beautiful Tau. It's an absolutely lovely Loudon. What is an art adopt? Okay, so an art adopt is a character that someone else makes, usually someone with like really substantial, like unique design sense, which I would definitely say Aspen has. Really, really solid, really pretty colors, stuff like that. And it's basically you adopt the design. So in some realms,
Hello, motherfucker.
hi, lovely Nito. Hello, motherfucker. How are you? It's so good to see you, darling. Welcome, welcome. In some circles, you actually pay for adopts. And in some circles, it's a raffle. But in some circles, like this one, people will just volunteer character designs that you can potentially win. So that's what lovely Aspen has done here. We'll go over this in just a second, but it literally means that you then own the design. Okay, so like, it's like, oh, this is so pretty. I really want that character. Guess what? You can have it, right? Terrific talent! Thank you so much for the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, terrific talent. I so appreciate it. Thank you. That is so fucking generous. What the heck? Did you like my rapid hearts? Rapid hearts. Rapid hearts. Arrhythmia. Thank you so much, terrific talent. You just got to level 3. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, sweetie pie. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Hello, Jet. Welcome on in. You would want an OC if you won Cutie Space Cat. Cool, cool, cool. Reaching the man cloth space is the Emperor. He is so strong and big. He can even use the original dint to create life. I really need Safe here to translate that one for me. Oh, terrific talent! Sweetie, thank you so very much for the gifted sub to Sweetest Sam. I really appreciate it, cutie pie. Thank you so very much. That's so kind of you. Thank you for your generosity and support. Ooh, break Tau time. Terrific time. Thank you so much. Can bet you'd be tired with all the rainy and gray weather we've been getting. Perfect for snoozing and not much else. It's true. I just wish that I could snooze. I got 4 hours of sleep last night, and I'm one of those people that really needs like 8 hours. I'm feeling a bit zombified. In fact, he teaches On the whole skills, all to disciple. Then his land killed him to let him going to bed. Do you like how I confidently say these words I don't understand, Betalina? Let's see. Oh, Sam, these subs keep missing me, and then boom, Talon. That's so considerate of you, sweetie. Thank you. It's a really cute design. The shark tail works better than you'd think on paper. Yeah, well, Aspen does some really beautiful artwork, to be honest. Uppies for you, cutie Cress. Yee, good, Cress. I hope that you've been well, though. So like a character design of a 2BOC. Yeah, so like let's just say, for example, that I've signed up for this raffle, and when we spin the wheel, it hits me. So then I get to save this to my computer, and I can basically be like, ooh, okay, so I'm naming this. This is my, you know, I don't know, Australian Shepherd, Mako Shark hybrid, and her name is, I don't know, Miley, and I'm gonna draw her as an anthro character now, and I'm also gonna do a feral version of her. I'm gonna make my own reference sheet of her. I'm gonna commission art of her. She's mine. So that's what an adopt is. It's literally adopting, and it becomes yours. But yeah, you do have to make sure. Yeah, good. I like seeing more people sign up for this one. It's a really beautiful design. I really, really like this one. It's really cute. But yeah, it basically gives you permission to call this your own.
Motherfucker.
Now, it's not okay to, once you get this, to be like, I made the design, because that's flat out lying, right? But you can say, this is my design. Yeah. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, cutie Coda. I have to say your name really quietly, because the last time that I said Coda really loud, my dog ran in here. Hi, cutie Coda. It's good to see you. Sorry, my throat is like fucked. I joined the Discord server. Just want to let you know. Thank you, lovely Link. Make sure that you read the rules, okay? We have a secret word that we can only let you in if you put the secret word into the verification channel, because we have some rules that we want to make sure people read. So Thank you guys so much for the level 3 hype train, you guys. That is crazy. 34% through that one too. Just unlocking my post Heavensward dungeons. Let's go, Shinigami. Well done. I was kind of mad at my gifted sub being a 149 anyway. Now you have this beautiful golden box. 150 subs. Thank you so much, sweetest talent for that is so generous of you. Holy crap. I'm just poor, so I appreciate all subs gifted to me. Oh, Sam, honey. 4 hours is harsh. Hope you get extra hours tonight. Oh, me too. Your mention of sleep is so relevant. Precious Pilot, did you not get much sleep either? I love that. Yes! Cutie Coda. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate that. Sorry, every time I address you now, Coda, I have to be like, oh my god, blah, 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 blah. Coda. That's really cool. I never heard of that before. It is a really fun concept, and it's a really good way to, like, get designs that maybe, because a lot of my designs, they end up with stripes, spots, stuff like that, but like I would never come up with something like this, right? So like having an adopt like this would be awesome. Thank you guys so very much for the level 3 hype train cuties. Terrific talent. Thank you so much for gifting 6 subs out. Awesome Aussie for the 100 biddies. Sweetest Storm for the subby to Lovely Cress. Lovely Link for the resub. Wonderful Crest for the 15 bits. Thank you guys so very much for contributing to the hype train. Hi, beautiful Brennan. Your birthday is tomorrow. That's awesome. Are you doing anything fun for it? Would you like us to sing you happy birthday? Magnificent Master. Hi, honey. Welcome on in. If I could afford commissions or had any ability to draw, I'd consider joining the Adopt giveaway. Oh, I mean, you can still just have it. There's no requirement for you to do anything with it. It's just that, like, the idea is, like, you know, there are some designs that people really connect with. And so if this really connects with you, then having it on the back burner as your own design could be helpful in the future if you're like, I don't even know what to draw, or I'm like learning to draw, or you know, I want a chibi, for example, but I don't know what to get as my chibi. And then you could be like, oh, what about this adopt that I got, you know? You got a gift, so sweet soul, you did. Tao, don't stress your voice. It's okay. My voice is mostly okay. It's just a little bit fucked. Just a little bit. My lunch break is about to end, but I hope the giveaway goes well. Thank you so much, Cutie Crest. I really appreciate you coming in, darling. I hope you have a good rest of work as well. What channel is this again? This is the TauTassieTiger channel. This is Pal channel. So pretty. I think of me. I don't have any art of my OCs, but maybe one day I can commission something. I have a whole crew. I like to imagine my own anime when I listen to music. When Cassandra gave us the daydreaming assignment, I was like, say less. So it came naturally to you, huh? That is awesome, sweet Steven. I would love to learn more about your world and your characters, your whole cast of characters. That sounds awesome. Sweetest, thank you very much for the gigantified Georgies. Gigantified Georgies. I'll yap about that another day. Yap about it in DMs. Come on through. I want to know. I don't have work that day, so I can spend my birthday with my VTuber buddies. I'm sure I'd appreciate it. Okay, I was singing happy birthday. Let me just catch up with chat real quick. That's so cool. I hope they have a great time, beautiful Brennan. Your Twitch account turns 9 on Tuesday. That is incredible, sweetest Sam. How good. Welcome back, lovely Lith. I've done so many hype train Twitch can't give me any more emotes. Maybe time to tone down the aggressive kindness. I mean, if you want to, obviously, but I don't think anyone's complaining. I think that people appreciate you. So just more are aware, how many times can one person suggest an FPS game? Let's say a max of 3 times. I think everyone should be able to, like, if you, and you don't have to do all 3, but please try to, like, not spam it. I don't want to see, like, 10 suggestions from the same person, you know what I mean? Who won the raffle? Lovely Lith, it was Umbra, Sam, and Zinha. Those were the winners. Amazing Alec, welcome on in. How are you? Good to see ya. Thank you for contributing to the movie night. Let's see. Since I'm in your Discord, want to see my manga collection? Sure, lovely Link. If you want to put it in the IRL section, maybe. My world has a poorly written story, but you guys know this. Do you mean the one with your, like, paladin character? I thought it was a really cool world. What is an FPS game? It is a first-person shooter. It's something I almost never play, and I never play it electively, but because you guys hit the goal for the month, I'm letting you guys pick one. Okay. I'm gonna sing a happy birthday to, a very, very sweet Brennan, real quick. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Brennan. Happy birthday to you. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Happy birthday, sweetie pie! And many more! Yee! Thank you for coming in the day before your birthday, sweetheart. It's such a pleasure to have you. I hope you have a great birthday tomorrow. Let me see here. I think frames per second. Oh, yes, that is another variation of FPS. But when we're talking about genres of games, we're talking about FPS. Yeah. Wildlife Guardian Troops? March! Okay, so we're gonna do these raffles now. Now, if you would like to participate, like I said, you must be in the Discord. You go to community giveaways over here, right? Right here. And then you are just going to scroll until you see... Yes, so this one's ending today. So this is from Sweetest Solar. So Sweetest Solar is offering Citizen Sleeper. So all you will have to do to enter it, don't worry, you don't have to provide any additional information. There's no links to click. There's no Google Forms to fill out. All you do, come to this channel, scroll down here, boop, click on that, okay? That's it. That's all you gotta do. That's how you enter a giveaway here. It's really not invasive. I'm not collecting your data, like... We also have another one from the lovely Solar who is giving away Slime Rancher as well. Same rule, just click it, click it. That's all you gotta do, just click the react. And then also from Sweetest Solar, we have Starbound, which is super cool. I know a lot of people, I've heard of this one for sure. A lot of people like this one. Again, clicky if you would like to join. And there's no limit to how many you can join. I will just say that for each individual, how do I phrase this? Okay. If you, let's say you've entered all of Solar's games, right? Which is also, he's also got that very, very generous. Super Hot as well is on here. We've also got The Witness as well, which is also gonna be going, they won't be redeemed, so into the raffle they go. Thank you so much, Sweetest Solar. That's so kind of you. Again, just react. Now let's say, you've entered all of these. And let's say, I'm just gonna use Strat as an example. Sorry, Strat, it's just easy to use someone that, you know, won't feel singled out because they're like, you know, the modager of the channel. But let's say that during, let's say Strat entered all of these and then he wins Citizen Sleeper. Well, all that means is that I will remove him from the rest of these entries from Solar. However, let's say he then enters Sam's giveaway, okay? And Sam is giving away some Soul Frame, 13 keys, you guys. You are currently guaranteed a 100% chance to get a key for Soul Frame if you go react to Sam's message right now. I will not remove Strat from this one because this is not posted by the same person. Same kind of thing for Lovely Aspen, okay? So like, let's say that Strat got really lucky and won. Let's say Strat entered all of the ones on here and he got Citizen Sleeper and then we remove him from the rest of Solar's, but then he also got a Soul Frame key and then he also got Aspen's Adopt. He can do that. That's fine. But yeah, all you gotta do is go on in there and just literally react. Like I said, we have all of these are going up for raffle today in the next like 5 minutes. So please go react if you haven't yet. If Citizen Sleeper is interesting, Slime Rancher is interesting, Starbound is interesting, Super Hot is interesting, The Witness is interesting. If you have any interest in getting a key for Soul Frame for free, or if you have any interest in adopting a really beautiful character illustration from the lovely Aspen, please go ahead and join. I will do a countdown. 10 seconds is usually what I do before I spin the wheel. Thank you so much for the care package, Sweetest Spider. Welcome on in. Thank you for the lurk, beautiful Brennan. That's fine, don't worry. I kind of figured you wouldn't mind, Sweetest Strat. Valiant Valos, how are you? It's so good to see you. And you posted the collection in the IRL channel. I can't wait to see it. Okay, thank you so much. Lovely Lice, welcome back in. And I'm so happy Talon could get you a subby as well, darling. Welcome back in. How are you doing? I was lurking and got something. You did! Look at you go, lovely Lice. Yeah, Starbound on Steam, but I am wanting Slime Rancher. So there you go. Go ahead and enter that one. All right. I am going to, let me see. All right. Now we are gonna, let me just open up our raffle again. Oh, I see why I did what I did. Okay. Okay. So we are starting with this one from Sweetest Solar, which is Citizen Sleeper. All right, I'm going to give you 10 seconds if anyone else would like to join in on Citizen Sleeper's raffle. You have 10 seconds before I copy the names from here. So you got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right, so let me put all these names on here. We got Umbra, we got Dahlia, we got Storm, we've got Shadowgun, we've got, ooh, who is this? Hold on. Who is this? I'm so sorry, I don't know that one. Let me just disable this. Maybe I'll have better luck seeing the usernames. Oh, Bernty, that's you, Bernty. Oh, cool. Okay, sorry, lovely Bernty, my bad. Seri. Lovely Medley and Strat. Okay, let's do a spin. 1, 2, 3, boop. Who wins this one? Citizen Sleeper is, it now belongs to Shadowgun. Sweetest Shadowgun, congratulations. Slime Rancher looks like fun. Never played it, but there were a lot of Let's Plays. Oh, well, you can totally join Lovely Lies if you would like to. All right, Shadowgun gets Citizen Sleeper. And then we got Slime Rancher. I'll give you guys another 10 seconds to join this one. Like I said, all you gotta do is be a part of the Discord, go to community giveaways, and just click on this react button, that's it. And then I just copy the names of the people in the reacts. You got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Let me, let's see. How many people? Let's see. We got Strat. I got Talon. We got Sam. We got Waraz. We got Bertie. We got Seti. We got Cat. And we got Strat. Okay. Sorry, I don't know. Again, I have no idea why we have an empty spot here. I can't do anything about it. Pass. I've got my games list full for the next year. That's totally fair, Lovely Lies. I don't blame you. Okay. Here we go. Boop. Slime Rancher belongs to Wadas! Wonderful Wadas! It's yours! It's yours! There you go, sweetheart. And now we got Starbound. Now this one only has 6 people. You guys are interested in Starbound? Highly recommend that you guys go ahead and react to this one. There's only 6 people in it right now, and we might wind up excommunicating some of them if they've already won something. Let me see. Okay, nobody here has. Oh yeah, Wadas has. So I will just, like, for my own benefit of being clear on this. So we only have 5 people on this one. You guys got 10 seconds to join. You got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right. We only have 5 people for this one. Let me see here. Oh my God, go away ads, holy. Okay, so we got Umbra. We got beautiful Bublin. We got Sweetest Sadu, and we got Icy. And Strap. All right, you going in. Boop. Starbound belongs to Sweetest Sadu. Yay! Congrats, Sweetest Sadu. Yay, Sadu! Oh, hey, Amazing Umbra, welcome back. How was your training? Did you fall unconscious from boredom? Whoever wins, just ping me for it. I'll DM the redeem in a bit. Thank you so much, Sweetest Solar. Thank you so much. I was interested in Starbound, but because of Citizen Sleeper. Oh, fair, Shadow, fair. Clearing out Disgaea 4 post-game. Wow, that's a lot. Isn't that a big game, too? Got more than half of Monster Hunter Stories 2 to go. Expedition 33 and others, all while chipping away at Limbus Company. Okay. Yeah, that's like a full-time job of games. That's incredible, Lice. Who won Slime Rancher? Ooh, I don't remember. Does someone remember? Was that Waras? I think wonderful Waras may have? Like, was that the one? Yeah, I think it was Waras. Waras was back here. And there is always my crack. Satisfactory. Oh, you're an engineer. Waras, yeah, thank you, Sweetest Sam. All right, and then we got Super Hot. Valiant Valos. Hi, honey, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the 15 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. So happy to have you, darling. 15 streams of wonderful times with Tao the Terrific Tiger. Thank you so much, Valiant Valos. It's so good to see you, darling. Thank you for your dedication and support. It means the world. Thank you so much. I remember because now I envy them. Sam, no. You poor thing. Okay, Super Hot. I only have 5 people on here. Let me see if there's any that we need to remove so that I can... Okay, so Sedu will remove. And we will leave you guys on there. So Dahlia and Ozzy and Icy and Strat. All right, so this one is for Super Hot. The training was something, a heavier topic, part of yearly training for work. Oh, I bet I know what it was then. I hope it wasn't too... Oh, okay. We have a winner. This is... Oh, okay, so if it lands on it, I can at least fucking remove it. Okay, hold on. Hey, gorgeous gecko, welcome on in. How are you? Incredible Icy! Congrats, beep! Exactly, Ozzy. Icy won super high! I'm glad you're doing well, gorgeous gecko. Awesome. Okay, so Icy's got super hot. And then we got the witness. We got 8 people for the witness. I'm not gonna go through all of these emotes. I'm hoping that everyone who reacted with one of these is also up here. But let me see. Okay, so Waras won 1, Sedu won 1. I think everybody else is good to go, right? Let's see. Umbra, Talon. Oops, I fucked that up. Talon, Storm, Medley, and Yuki. All right, you guys got 10 seconds to enter this one. Yeah, the witness. Yeah. Officially, congrats, Icy. Yay, Icy. Strat almost won, but the blank took it away. Sorry, Strat. That training, but hey, at least it's over. I'm really glad that it's over. That's good. That's good. And welcome back. The witness is an interesting puzzle. It's just too much for my brain. That's fair, Sweetest Sam. That's fair. All right, you guys got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, here we go. Looks interesting, but I don't really like first-person puzzles. That's fair. That's fair. Medley! Lovely Medley won that one. Yay! May lovely Medley enjoy the puzzles. Enjoy the puzzles to their fullest. Alrighty, awesome. So Medley won the witness. And then, you guys, we have currently you are, and for quite a few more, lovely and very sweet Sam of Cloak is offering 13 keys to play Soulframe. We only have 4 people who have, and so that means right now we're not doing any spins. They just are getting them. We have many more keys there for Soulframe. If you guys would like to get a key, please go ahead and react to this because Sam is just gonna hand them to you 100%. let's see what to do after I win. Lovely Icy. So Strat is going to tag in the archives of this. So if you go up here to like the threads, you can see community giveaways here. Strat is tagging he's tagging Solar, who put the game out there, and also you. So Solar is gonna message you with it. What is Soulframe? Soulframe is like a more naturified, way less sci-fi, way less sci-fi version of Warframe, because it's from the same devs. But I played it and it's really fun. It's basically an MMO where you run around and you save cute animals and you kill bad people. That's what I'm calling it anyway. Yeah, Warframe, but more medieval. Yeah. And like virtually no sci-fi, which is one of the reasons I don't like Warframe. Way too much sci-fi for me, but I really love Soulframe. I had a great time with that one. So please do respond to this because there's still 7 keys available. Sweetest Sam of Cloak, this is, you are welcome to just hand out those keys for the 6 people who, obviously, like I said, we won't spin for this because you've got twice as many keys as people who have entered it. You got me in, let's go. In the FPS suggestion, I have removed Far Cry as it's gory. Oh, I don't mind gory. I don't think anyone minds gory too much. I mean, you gotta remember that we've played, oh my god, Red Dead Redemption 2 is pretty gory too. You like skin animals and stuff. Glad Tao can stomach the sci-fi we have for our D&D. See, that one's totally fine. That one feels more like, it's a space western, you know? So it's a little bit different. Mouth washing. Oh yes, oh yeah. That is also true. We did play mouth washing. I think we can handle gore. I meant in a violence sense. Yeah, in mouth washing, I think we, pulled someone's spleen out while they were alive or something like that. There's a lot of keys available. We'll have to hold back after this for a while to raffle more off. Oh, I don't know if you guys have to hold back, but maybe we'll just try and remind people more often. But yes, so there's that one. And then the Far Cry he suggests also has underwater missions and sharks. Well, the underwater missions are no-go, sorry. FPS suggestions, RoboQuest. The soundtrack is wild. Lice, if you would like to suggest an FPS for me to play, if you go to the suggestions for stream and Discord right down here, you can suggest it there. Because you guys hit the monthly sub goal of 950 subs, so I will do a 6-hour play of whatever FPS you guys vote on. I've taken a screen snip of the 6 people interested. Entries are officially closed. Perfect! Thank you so much, sweetest Sam. I appreciate you, darling. Let's see. We got Yuki there with that, which I just pinned that. That's all. And then we have Aspen's Adopt. So I'll go back through this one more time. So Aspen is a very skilled artist and a total sweetie pie. And she made this really beautiful adopt. So if you don't know what an adopt is, I did mention it a couple minutes ago, but I'll just run through it real fast. If you are not the most like creative person and you're like, I really wish I had a character, like an original character that was mine, that I could get art of, or that I could practice my art doing, or that whatever, or I could ask Setu to do art of, or whatever. That's what an adopt is. So if you see someone offering an adopt, sometimes they cost real money, sometimes they cost points for whatever website you're on, sometimes they're just giveaways, sometimes they're raffles. And this is one of those. This is a raffle one. So lovely Aspen has very kindly created this really beautiful piece of art, this really beautiful OC. And what an adopt is that if you win this, only if you win this, if it lands on you, this is now your character. Okay, so she'll send you the original image of this. So like, I mean, it's actually pretty high res. You can probably just like save it, right? But then it's yours. You can name it what you want. You can make it anthro. You can make it feral. You can dress it up. You can do whatever you want for the most part, within reason. And it looks like she hasn't said anything you can't do with it. So if you would like this, if you think this is pretty and you would like maybe to own it, as your own design, go ahead and respond to the raffle. Delphine actually started as an adopt. Is that the ref you sent me, hun? Neato! Original the character. Exactly. Exactly. That adopt is so cute. The main raffle I hope to win. Oh, let's go, Umbra. Yeah, no, it's really, really cute. She's done a great job. All right, I will give you guys another 10 seconds for this one. Remember, all you gotta do, go down to community giveaways, click on this react here, and I'm gonna give you 10 more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Can you turn it into a VTuber? That's a good question. You probably can. If there's anything specific that you want to do with it, probably ask her. But I think that she would probably be okay with that. Because generally speaking, because I used to do adopts. I used to make adopts and give them to people or sell them for DeviantArt points. God, that was ages ago. But yes, you are welcome to generally, and again, it is at the discretion of the creator, right? But generally speaking, if you get it, it is yours. And the only thing you can't do is if someone says, is this your design? Like, did you design it? You can't lie and say, yes, I designed it. But you can say, I did not design it, but it is my design. I own it, right? Which generally means that you have like merchandising rights, you have rights to do whatever you want with it. A lot of people will say things like, hey, you can do whatever you want with it, but please don't, you know, make like a really lewd character using it, things like that. But I don't know if she's got any rules like that. Aspen is not active in chat, so if you have any questions about it, please ask her directly if you win the giveaway. Yeah, there you go, perfect, exactly. All right, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, that's 9 people. VX, thank you very much for the 5 biddies. Oh, piece of candy. And amazing Umbra, thank you for the thank you, City. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Who wins? Who wins? Who wins? Who wins? We'll take the break after the spin, yeah. Umbra! Holy shit, that was so close. Umbra, congratulations. I was not Archie needs a third companion. It looks like you got it, sweetie. You've got it. Let's go. Congratulations, Umbra. That's so cool. Aw, I'm quite thrilled that you were like, you're so smitten with the design. You're like, I really want this one. I really want this one. And you got it. You got it. That's awesome. You must have put that into the world there, Umbra. Congrats, lovely Umbra. And I know that Umbra is definitely one of the many people who are going to take very good care of this design. So there you go. Congrats, amazing Umbra. Ah, yippee! All right, you guys. Well, that's all of those. We can. All right, so Sam has taken a screenshot of this, so we can probably, once you've archived this one, Strat, we can probably delete that one. Keep Yuki's one up because that'll just scoot up here, which is where I want it. And then Aspen, you can archive this one and make it be known. Their name be Ivy. Oh, I love that you've already named them. Well, that would have been really tragic if you hadn't got this because it'd be like, but Ivy. You have distributed the codes. Sweetest Sam, you're quick. Thank you so much, darling. I appreciate it. Okay. All right. We are gonna go on a very quick break, you guys. Sorry, I'm way over time on the break. But when we get back, you guys, I'm gonna show you what we can potentially work on for the day. We've got commissions and we've got Ode Chibi art, as well as some emotes from Storm. So you guys get to decide what we're doing. And, on that note, I gotta make things invisible. Hold on, where's the, okay. Boop, and boop, okay. But, my darlings, please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also Meds Amanda in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Weird sound. But yes, I will see you guys in just 3 minutes. Love you lots! Miss you terribly! See you soon! Third option, invent guns instead. Invent gun with bang bang magic. Want to test a few of Taz? I'll give you multiple takes. I crave violence. I crave violence. I crave violence, you. Is that where you came up with Tau? You know Tau is the 19th Greek letter? absolutely phenomenal. It might be easier to turn it all around rather than doing it blind from this side. Oh. Oh yeah. I'm just really not a sci-fi person, so everything feels very overwhelming in a way. But it's a good intro. Can I get? In fact, I think I'll like this one.
Reincarnated as the last Tasmanian tiger, who is an artist and a teacher who is collecting a family of pals.
Yeah, exactly. I love it, Nix. I'm terrified that the final boss is actually like not mine. Oh God. High five. Yay! Oh my God, look how tiny her hand is. Oh, so cute. Oh, freaking cute. Teeny, tiny hands.
Tau report card 7 out of 10 defeated Raydell first try. Talks a little much but can be improved overall. A good stream so far.
Domain expansion. Domain expansion. Ouch. Just hold on. Please say it's free real estate. Hello, I am Nix. I am Tau's boat. Thank you for being my boat, Nix. I can finally actually show you guys what crossing my fingers looks like. I reckon. Domain expansion? No, I wave at you with my book. With my book. Maze bot. I see to see ya. Welcome on in. Where is Eon? Yo, thanks for that, please. No, anything but that. My Tau is a goofy goober. Yeah, Tau's a goofy goober. Yeah, you're a goofy goober. Yeah, we're all goofy goobers. Yeah. Ow! Fucking, oh my God, there's okay, some of these moves look really cool, but I can't. I don't know what I'm doing. Hopefully none of the locals got murdered in the midst of my fucking up. I'm not sure. Dude, I thought you were supposed to... Third option? Invent guns instead. Invent gun with bang bang magic. Want to test a few of Tau's. I'm rolling to the 10th power. Cadet recruit captain commander sergeant master chief of the Safe House 17 army possessing fire, wind, and water, and earth, and light, and dark elements, time and space manipulation. Yeah. I would like a rousing applause in the form of fuck shit. Oh God. Hi, precious pals. I am back. I'll let you finish your words. And then we'll jump over here. My belly tat is growing on me like a dick on my back. Not quite reachable, but super satisfying. 1 second. I love the music in this game. It's really good. Are we doing the story or class change quest? That is what you guys get to decide. Get to the first town, and then we can go. I can tell I'm getting sick because all I did was like, I got up and I let the dog outside. My heart's racing, and it never does that. That ain't how my body works. That's okay. Sorry, just a second. I'm having trouble finding the. I'm having trouble finding my computer to cast to. Un momento, por favor. It's so scary. I hate these things. Okay, I think about it. Oh God, she's gonna be so cute and draw me a pig. The fuck? This should be working. For the cat's butthole.
This one turned out the best.
Oh.
I'm giving it.
Alrighty. Okay.
Hey,
I got it.
Shows you're a real
Let me show you guys some of the options for our commissions and some of the options for our chivis. Here we go. Oh my God. Hello, I'm back. Hi there. you. Also, that reminds me, let me turn on your music. Boop. All right. You'll just have to let me know if it's too loud or if it's not loud enough. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Uppies. Yee, good Aussie. Next, my toast slice, jam slice. Uppies. Yee, good Nix. Sweetest Storm. Ah, hello. Hello, Sweetest Storm. Welcome back, Valiant Valos. Some uppies for Storm. Whee. Amazing Umbra. Don't forget to self-care and take care of yourself. Thank you, Amazing Umbra. I appreciate you. Ooh, the pass. Thank you for the power attack, Radical Ryoko. And hi, Fabulous Frostbite. Uppies for Umbra. Yee, good Umbra. Incredible Icy. Uppies. Yay. Good Icy. Welcome back, Sweet Astra. Welcome back, Sweet Space. Music is about the right volume. Perfect. Awesome. Lovely La. Uppies. Yee. Good love, lovely Layla. Uppies. Yee. Good Layla. Jet. Uppies. Yee. Good Jet. Yes, you guys, please do vote in the poll. Let me know if the music is too loud or just right or too soft. And thank you for the head pat, Joyous Julius. Thank you, thank you. Shit, that was close. Uppies for lovely Lith. Yee, good Lith. Sam, wrong uppies. Ah! Wait, let me see that one. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god. That's so cute. Uppies for you, sweetest Sam. Oh, I love that one though. Also, well done on your boss, you guys. Let me grab my pencil. Also, fuck, I'm just gonna, hold on, I gotta lower my desk. There we go. I am not tall enough for this shit. Okay, so this is the progress on lovely Yuki's mascot. Okay, so this is the one we were working on last week, I do believe. You guys can vote as to whether you would like to keep on working on this one. This is just the flat color phase. I've started doing the shading in the eye. You can see like just barely, just in the eye. This will be animated when it's all said and done. That's why the tails are like straight out so that I can manipulate them without having to worry about compensating for the curve. Like, I know it looks weird right now, but it'll look good when it's animated. So this is Yuki Commission. Okay, so this is one of the commissions. You can also vote on this one for Cutie Coldy. Let me see, or Clever Coldy, I think he prefers I say that. And so we're on the line art phase for this handsome devil. This is another commission. This is a Coldy Com. Okay, Coldy Com. Good, I'm glad you guys are happy with the music volume. So yes, this is another commission. So both of the ones I've shown you so far are commissions. Okay, so that's a Coldy Com. I love this little guy. Yeah, he's cool. This is another one. This is a Jet commission. This one I am working on the rendering phase for. So this will be like a really heavy dramatic lighting, probably backlit really. So this is another commission. So right now I'm showing you all the commissions and then I'll show you the chibis that we can work on. Okay. So this is, if you would like to work on Jet's commission, that's what this one is. Let's see, your cold devil friend. Let me see, I think that's, oh, and then of course we've got, we have this one for Alec, which is a cute bird. We got it, this is at the rendering phase as well, so this will be quite pretty and soothing when I finish it. So this is gonna be Alec commission, okay? And then we also have one that I have not started on yet, and I actually haven't given him a quote yet, but I know that he's totally chill with me just starting to work on it so that I can get it right live on stream, and since he's here. Umbra actually has a very cool stream background commission to work on. And that is one that we haven't even started on. That is one that we start from scratch, and he can give me like live feedback. So if you guys either want to see me draw something truly from scratch, or, well, and or see how respectful communication goes between artist and client, we can do that live, I assume. Umbra, I know you're at work, but like, you know, within reason. It's gonna be the whole thing of the archive. So let me show you guys, for those of you who didn't get to see it, this is the archives. So it would be, it will take place in this world. So if this looks like, if you like these colors, if you like these, if you like this texturing and stuff, if you like this character, these are all things that will make an appearance in that version. And I think that there might, I haven't talked to you about it yet, Umbra, but I can picture some cool, like subtle animations and stuff as well. In other news, my headache went down during the first bit, but is now built back up. Oh no, Sam, I'm so sorry. It's gotten worse, darling. Yes, please go to bed, hun. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us, though. I appreciate you. But yes, so this will be UmbraCom. Okay, so those are the 5 comms there. And then we're gonna move over to our chibis. So all those that you just saw are commissions. So when we put up the poll and I say, do you want me to work on commissions or chibis? If you want commissions, or if you like any of those ones, you're gonna vote for commissions. Chibis, we have this one for the lovely Talon that's in progress. This will go into line art and flat color phase. We have a Strat. This is for Strat. This one's in the line art phase still. This one is going into the line art phase. This is for Yuki. And there's also storm emotes. So these are storm emotes. I've got some of these. These are almost all flatted, but they're not quite there yet. I do have a few more, but these are the flats we've done. There will be shading and stuff too, but line art on these ones. But yes, so these are also included in the chibi section. Okay. I'd be waiting to leave Tau, just waiting to carpool with my friend home. Oh, all good, lovely Umbra. Ooh, I hope you have a nice trip home. You love Talons. Look at my boy Strat. Been on mute due to stuff, but gonna lurk for now. All good, sweetest Steven. Thank you so very much for the lurk. I appreciate the support, darling. Thank you, thank you. All right, you guys, I'm gonna put up a quick, we're gonna try and hammer this out because we're like 2 hours into stream and we haven't even started working on art yet. So I'm gonna put this poll up. Which to work on? We got commissions and we got chibis. You guys have 2 minutes. That poll is live. Please let me know which one you would like to work on, because then we will do a sub poll depending on which you vote for. If you vote for commissions, I will put only those commissions on the list. If you vote for chibis, I will put only those chibis on the list. Oh, this is pretty. What's this? Oh no, this is an AI song. Oh, that sucks. Fuck. I was like, this is such a cool song. All right, we can't listen to this one. We have to remove this one. Damn, that's a shame. Yeah, this is an AI one, Storm. It says, Mighty W project blends human stories and digital hands, songs shaped by real emotion and a touch of AI imagination. Oh man, that sucks. That's too bad. Okay, I'll we'll remove that. Rip. God, I hate AI. Yeah, me too. That sucks. It's all right, Storm. It's not your fault. But yeah, gotta be careful about that. You guys, you got 40 seconds left. It looks like commissions are probably winning here. Let's see. Damn it, this sounds too good. It sounds really pretty. I know I was like, ooh, who's this? But it didn't come up in my searches. Oh, that's all right, hun. Now we know. Now we know. Let me see here. Why can't I tell Queen good job? I wish I could tell you, Sweetest Steven. It's so tragic. It's called Mix It Up is the application that I use that lets us go, keep it a good job, keep it a good job. Like those are all through Mix It Up. And guess what? Microsoft Windows, it just deleted it from my computer. It didn't delete any of the files, like any of the sound files. The program disappeared from my computer between yesterday and today. It's so fucked. I know, what? Yeah, what? All right, we got some commissions. Let me put those to a poll as well. Hi, Yummy Yuki. Oh, come on in. Oh, you're just in time to vote here because we have which commission to work on, and I will let you guys look at them as we go, but let me make sure that I'm okay. We have Yuki's mascot, which is this. Okay. So we can work on Yuki's mascot. We can work on Coldie's line art. This is Coldie's Tom. We can work on Jet's com. Okay, so this is in rendering phase. So this is Jet's com. We can work on Alex commission, which is good for if you're trying to relax. This one is also in render phase. So this is Alex com. And then we have one that is again from scratch, but it will take place in this world, which is right here. And this is Umbra's com. So this is going to be like a stream background for him. We're going to be venturing into a different part of the archives, which is this is the archives. We're going to venture into a different part of the archives, and we can work with Umbra live to determine what he would like in that. Okay. All right. You got 2 minutes. Please do vote. And let me catch up with you guys while you vote. I can't hear Save saying Yugi anymore. I promise I'll get it working again. It's just, I don't know where it went. I don't know why it deleted the fucking app. It's so weird. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Excuse me. Let's see. Mix It Up got Thanos snapped off your computer. It did, out of nowhere. Tao, weird thought about that Microsoft thing. Check your OneDrive if you have one. I've heard stories of Microsoft aggressively trying to force people to use OneDrive, and heard stories of folks finding their files migrated there against their will. What the fuck? That's crazy. Oh no. Okay, I'll have a look. I'll have a look on our next break. We waited a bit longer for the next break, right around 25 minutes, I suppose. Yeah, probably at 25 minutes from now would be good. Computer, I don't feel so good. You guys, you got 1 minute. We have a pretty close tie between Umbra, Yuki, and Jet. For a refresher, with 1 minute left, this is more or less what Umbra's commission will be looking like, just from scratch. We also have Yuki's mascot, which is done with the flat colors, unless she's got some changes, and then we're gonna work on the render part, and then we can maybe do the some of the animation. And then we have Jet's commission, which is in render phase. So these are all in different phases. It's totally up to you. Okay. Please do vote. Let me know what you would prefer. If you don't set your Windows account to local, OneDrive is very aggressively shoved into people's throats. That's so weird. It was totally fine for like the last fucking forever. PNG already? Oh my gosh, is my hair freaking out that much? All right. Let me give you your PNG. Ta-da! Okay, Umbra's comment is. Umbra, you ready? I know we haven't like discussed payment yet, but I'm gonna just trust you because I feel like you've commissioned enough and you're easy enough to work with. This song is a bit too loud for me, sorry. Let's see. Okay, cool. All right. Let me open up a new canvas for you, sweetheart. So we're looking for a stream. All right, cool. Okay. Oh, and actually, let me put the... I'm going to put a flat version of what I did for you on here so that I can easily reference the colors and the shapes and stuff. One moment. Almost there. Hold on. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. Let me size this down so you can see it better. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out a good way to... Okay. I be ready, and we'll always be able to work it out. Thank you, lovely Umbra. You're amazing, and no worries, Strat. Check DMs later. Okay, just remind me before next break, okay? So who won the raffles? A bunch of people. There were a lot of wonderful wins for wonderful, precious pals. Thank you for the lurk, incredible Ridius. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. All right, let me see here. Okay, hold on. I gotta just open up VGen so that I can read what you have said. All right, so we've got Archie working at his desk for the day and sleeping at his desk for the night. And Locust is off lurking somewhere in the image, wanting to show off a different section of the archives from the one before. Perfect. Okay, and that is what we shall do. All right. Let me see here. So how close up are we thinking here, lovely Umbra? Are we thinking like the desk is like... Whoa, hold on. Okay. Are we thinking that like the desk is like right here? Like are we this close up and then we have like Archie here? Like with the book, or do we want to be backed up a little bit more? Either way, we can have like Locust over here or like over there peeking out from behind like a pillar or something. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, sweetest Shadow Princess. How are you? Need out more details to the VGen request? That's okay, Umbra. You're all good. Yuki! I am super sleepy. I barely got any sleep the past 2 days. Oh, no. I'm so sorry, lovely Yuki. I'll lurk for a while and try to get more sleep. As you should, sweetheart. As you should. I feel for you. I did not sleep very much last night either. I do hope that you feel much better in short order, though, darling. Yeah, sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for listening in, though. And thank you for contributing to the storytelling and movie night challenges. Was thinking a bit backed up to show more of a open view of a wide area of like a main hub of the archives. Okay, so we'll shrink this down a bit. So we want like mostly background, basically. Is that right? Do we want to see Archie's complete body like down to the feeties, or do you want it to be a little bit more cinematic, where it kind of like he's kind of just like right here, and then we've got, you know, maybe we're peeking past a bookcase, bookshelf, something like that, and then we can have... Do you picture Archie having like his own like office? Maybe do we want to have like this whole area surrounded by books, and then maybe like just over here in the corner there's like an imperceptible door? Oh, kind of like what if he was working like up here, right? What if this was that door, and then this, if we were to walk through here, you would end up in this room. More cinematic? Yeah, okay. Let me see. You like that? You like that idea? Okay. All right. Do you like this location for it? And do we want to imply that maybe there's like, maybe he's in the middle of the room, and then back here, maybe the bookshelves are kind of implied to like surround him, maybe? Or do we want more twisting and turning? If you have any like references for me to look at, like for like whatever kind of inspiration you're thinking of, that's also helpful. We could have Locust like sleeping here if you wanted. Um have some more books like way up here or something if you want. We can have, let's see. We could even have like a little kind of almost nightstand thing over here where there's like a warm little lantern, or like a candelabra, something here. More twisting and turning, made to feel kind of like the Hogwarts library or like a living study. Okay, cool. All right, let me see here. I'll just I'll fade this back and let me think here. More twisting and turning. Ooh, I have an idea. Okay, what if he's... Are you married to the idea of having like this side view kind of thing, or do you want him to be like in the middle of the room? Like the desk is here. Sorry, that's a really... Here, hold on. Like the desk is here and he's sitting here, and then if we zoom out, and then there's like these are leggies. And here's his arms. And then we could have like a winding staircase behind him like this. And I could actually zoom out a little bit more. We could even have like a really wide open, like almost excessively dramatic window showing the night sky or something. Which would give us an opportunity to have like birds flying through the sky if you wanted. Or dragons or whatever. We could have... Oh yeah, that could be like the next floor up. And then very dramatic staircase. You like that more? Much more? Okay, great. Awesome. Hey, Magnificent Monk, thank you so much for the 3 streams streak, darling. Valos! Uppies for you. Uppies for you. Sweetest Sadu. Thank you for continuing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate it. And then, let me see. We could even have this be like a, you could have the suggestion of another floor if you wanted. Going up. That's probably too steep. Well, maybe it's not, actually. That's the underside of this. Where would you like, or what would you like Locust to be doing? I will also put this store here. I might make this actually a tighter, maybe not actually. Would you like a tighter, like, spiral staircase, Umbra? Or do you like the idea of maybe having it like this? Because if we have it like this, I can put, like, shelves, like bookshelves, kind of parallel with this, which would look pretty fantastical. But we could also do a really tight staircase. But if you wanted to have, like, bookshelves all the way along, we could also do that. Can Locust either be napping or seemingly poking around? Yeah, sure. I probably won't be able to, like, animate her, like, walking from place to place, but if you were okay with it, we could do a, almost like little snapshots where he's constantly, like, writing and taking notes and flipping through pages, and then she's kind of like, it'll be like, you know, 5 or 10 seconds of her here, 5 or 10 seconds, and then she, like, pops over here, 5 or 10 seconds there, 5 or 10 seconds, when she's sitting here looking at this, things like that. Love to have books falling stairs. Okay, cool. I'd actually open this up even more. Beautiful Blue, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the care package, John. Appreciate it.
I have some bad but not surprising news. I did not win the lottery yesterday.
I'm sorry to hear that, Alex. Welcome in. How are you? Umber, would this be like a starting soon screen? Or like a BRB screen or something? Fabulous Frostbite! Holy shit! Thank you so much for the 195 stream streak. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for your dedication and support, sweetheart. That is incredible. Thank you so much. I like that. It'd also kind of be fitting for her to just appear in places. Sounds perfect. Okay, great. Awesome. And Blue, man, I have to be the one making sure Tau gets her care package. Just kidding. How's everyone doing today? Doing great, sweetie, except for the fact that I'm very tired and a little sick. But I hope you're doing very well. I was thinking of the day/morning one to be the starting soon with him there. Okay, cute. Is the only difference that you want between the morning and evening ones to be him to be Archie, like, head down on the desk sleeping? Or did you want some other differences as well? Yeah, okay, cool. Congrats, Frostbite! All right, I might actually move, let me see, maybe I won't move that out. I kind of want to make it look like, maybe we'll have some books, literally. Oh, and then we can do the thing with, like, the ladder that I always see in Disney movies. So up here, there'll be, like, a ladder, maybe, like so. And that way Archie can get up there whenever he needs to. That sounds good to you, Umbra. I also did DM a few questions, which will definitely factor in the cost. Oh, okay. All right, cool. Give me just a second. Let me go see what you said here. Oh, yes. Okay, hold on one second. You can indeed get a version without your character. I won't charge you anything extra for the version without your character. Let's see. Yes, we can totally add Aspen in there. Aspen's adopt in there. Ivy. And I'm happy to add a little pal snoozing someplace. Aspen, the adopt will factor into the cost. I'll just put the pal in there for a little treat, though, because this is going to be a pretty fucking big commission. He needs to reach the top shelf somehow, right? That's what I was thinking. Ooh, oh man, hold on. I'm just getting, like, bigger with this. I kind of want to like suggest that there's this next level up here. And yeah, there's that next level. I think this window is actually going to extend literally from like right there all the way up. That would be really cool. So these are bookshelves. This is a banister. Sorry, my sketches are so fucked when I do backgrounds. I was thinking of using the one without him there for the BRB. Oh, that's perfect! I love that. That's so good. I'm so excited for this piece. This is gonna be a masterpiece that will deserve to be printed out and hung up. Sorry, I was trying to screech, but my voice made no sound. Thank you, honey. Thank you so very much. Oh man, that'd be so cool. Yeah, this is gonna be very cool. This is gonna be one of the biggest commissions I've had in a long time, though, and I hope that you'll be willing to allow me to do this. But it is gonna be substantial. All right. I kind of want to do something with the foreground. I wonder if I can put like, I wonder if I put like a spiral staircase like right in the way here. Oh, I could even, yeah, if I do that, I can even have a moment where um Locust is like on this staircase here. 2 pieces I have commissioned, push the limits of Tau. I have a problem. Oh no, please do not. No, you don't. This is amazing. I love stuff like this. This is so fun. This is so sick. It's just something that like, this is probably gonna take, I genuinely think this will probably take at least a time and a half, maybe twice as long as your, as this one did. So it'll be a ways down the road, but I do hope that you'll love it. Love it, love it, love it. I need to set up a perspective grid as well. Do you want me to have like a little stack of books next to him, or is Archie pretty 60 hours? Let's go, guys. Umber, would you say that Archie tends to have small bits of books and papers around him? Is he fairly disorganized, or is he quite organized? I can put like a, like, I was thinking of putting like a pile of like books like here, and then maybe like one on this desk. Should I make this desk bigger, by the way? This is a tiny little desk. What kind of a person is Archie? $60, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, this is gonna be big, 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 big. Also, since this is a part of the, yes, would love stacks of books, man lives in organized chaos. Love it. Okay, great. Awesome. All right, then at the base of the staircase, I'll have a little end table with books on there too. It's okay. You don't have to know how to read this. I can read it. Bigger desk would be nice. Yep. Okay. Eisen! Woo! Organized chaos. Love some organized chaos. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Should I put like a little doggy bed for Umbra, sorry, for Locust here as well? Little puppy bed next to the desk like that. Get in the doggy bed, Umbra. Did you know that the Japanese performed the opening theme of Evangelion? If you mean like the band, I did see that. Monster form of sonar as a pal has been the hardest one to do, but it's a lot of fun. That's good. Mostly the wings and ways to show he is in monster form. Very cool, Nix. Doggy bed, please. Okay, cool. All right. So, do you see, I'll do a more refined sketch, obviously, but let me give you a tour of everything real quick, and you can tell me if you have any changes for where things go. Okay, so, we have the door over here. Hold on, there we go. Yeah, so we have the door there. We have a ladder here, which will help him reach this massive bookshelf there. We have him here. His desk is here. We have a stack of books there. We have a doggy bed there. We have an end table thing at the foot of the stair with a pile of books there. In the foreground, we have a symmetrical winding staircase similar to this one. Right here, we have this staircase that's going to wind up and go around. This is the second floor. This window will be impacting all. That's where most of our lighting is going to come from, is back there, because that's going to take up that whole space behind the second floor. And then this comes back up. We wind this back around, and then this one comes towards us up there. And yeah, do you have any changes to that? Talon, with that end of lunch break, back to vibing. Thank you so much for vibing, terrific Talon. I hope that the lunch was very, very satisfying and that you're feeling refreshed. Don't knock a doggy bed until you try. Listen, I gotta say, I literally, you guys bought a very nice doggy bed for Coda, like a few months ago, and I have just been laying in it from time to time. It's mega comfy. Nope, I love it. Okay, great. In that case, let's talk about where you want Locust. So are you happy with, like, this will probably, so this is like, you know, I don't know, it's up to you. 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 20 seconds, a minute, however long you want her to be lingering. But I was thinking one here where she's kind of like watching, like that. In the foreground, I was thinking one where she's laying in the doggy bed. I was thinking one where she's maybe we could have her literally howling at the moon up here. That's her howling, by the way. Yes, I know you can't believe it, but I do draw. We could have her like up here doing something. She could just be standing there. We could have her, like, how many positions do you want her in? Because that will impact the cost as well, because every time I have to redraw her, she's a new character. Up to you, though, sweetie. Up to you. Maybe only 3 or 4, but I love what you picked already. Okay, great. All right, so then I will put one here, one there. Oops. One here, 3 or 4. Let me see. There's 3. Let's start with these 3, and then if you want another one, then we can talk about that a little bit later. You're an artist too, Tao. How much more talented can you get? You sit and you stand and you walk and you think too. No. I think you've mistaken me for someone else. I, in fact, do not think. My thinking is replaced with art. All right. Let me merge that. I'll get rid of this one real quick. Okay, let's, oh, I also wanted to make this a little bit more structurally sound, I think. Nick, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Structurally sound. I want to have one of these. I want to have some of these pillars here too. Some of the pillars like this one. I want to make sure that we implement some of those design decisions equally. Let me see. Do you even have? Maybe it's how figured out Ultra Instinct. That must be Paw Pazzy Panther. What? Sounds good, sweats and wide eye. No, Umbra. Listen, if I don't think we're gonna get around to line art today necessarily, or if we do, I'll start with the parts you know that you want, and that way, if you see the price and you're like, my eyes are watering, I can't do this, then we'll just like we'll narrow in a little bit more, okay? But I definitely need to refine everything first. Yeah, in about 5 minutes we will. Lovely Aussie, thank you. Okay, hold on, I gotta spin this around. Spin the drawing right round, right round. Thank you, of course, lovely Umbra. And Julius, thank you for the care package. Oh, and Umbra, can you tell me what animations you're looking for? Because I know you want one. I assume you want one of him flipping through. In fact, let me make a note of that. I assume you want one of Archie flipping through pages. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm happy to delete my writing here. Flipping through pages. I'll animate the clouds out there. Clouds moving. So far, yeah. Okay, cool. So far, yeah. If you'd like, sweetie, yeah. Once I can give you, if you want to tell me what your ideal is, and then I can do my usual thing where I like itemize it for you and then send it to you, and you can say, okay, we need to subtract that and that and that or whatever. Is that all you want? Do you want any of the locusts wagging tails or anything? And did you want Ivy moving around anywhere? Or did you just want, like, Ivy? Did you maybe want Ivy, like, sleeping here? Or in front of the desk or something? Let's see. Clouds moving. G flipping through pages. Actually, here I do also have... I'll have a flickering light. Sleeping Ivy nearby would be amazing. Okay, cool. I can either put Ivy in the doggy bed or I can put Ivy over here because sometimes... Oh, you know what I could do? I could put Ivy in the bed whenever Locust is not there. And then put Ivy somewhere else when Locust is. We'll have breathing. Puppies. Ideally, puppies breathe. Would it be possible to have like the books move a little and definitely have a waggy tail for Locust? Yep. Waggy. Locust. How do you mean move a little? Do you want them to like come in and out of the like over here, for example, where we're gonna have a bunch of books here, 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 here? Do you want to have them like magically coming in and out? I could do something really cool, but yeah, that would be very expensive. What my brain is thinking of is literally like having one of the books fly out from here and like go over here and alight on Archie's desk, and then he puts them down next to him to where you can't see him, and that way the animation can loop, and then, you know, every minute or two, this book comes back out, sits there for another couple of minutes while he flips through it, and then he puts it down. But that would be a lot of animation. Yeah. Again, I'm happy to like give you a quote and then you can reduce as much as you want. That does sound amazing, but definitely a lot of work. Yeah, that sounds amazing for the placement of Ivy when Locust isn't there. How much would that loop be? The book loop. Well, let me see. The book loop. I think I might be able to put. I'm just trying to think of the cheapest way to do it. I think I can probably just rough idea. I'm trying to think of the cheapest way to do it. I think that I can probably make the book fly over here with not too much effort, but then when it shifts from that angle, from this angle to like, you know, when it gets over here, it has to like then be animated to lay on the table. And then he'll have to like bend over. We have to animate him looking down. Okay, that's 3 frames there. At least, well, it's at least 3. I probably would want to do a little more, but I would say it'd probably be like another, for just that animation, it'd probably be another 100. Probably just for that animation. Probably. What if it lands on a book stand instead? Would that make it easier? Well, the problem is that you don't want it to be like perceptibly looping, which is why I'm trying to think of a way to get him to lean over and put it someplace out of sight so that then he can come back up and then it can come back down. Because what'll happen if if it lands on like a book stand is it'll, you know, let's say it lands on the book stand right there, but then, you know, after 30 seconds or whatever, it disappears because that's how the loop works. You know what I mean? That isn't terrible. Would it be possible to open air and maybe float and close behind the desk? Oh, so you mean like so have it like fly over here and then it opens midair and then it like continues down and just goes boop, or sorry, like boop behind the desk? And then do you want him to be to float up in the air and maybe close behind the desk? Are you thinking like, one second. Let me see if I can do a really quick sketch of that. So you're thinking of and then it opens like this kind of, and then back here, once it gets there, it like closes, and as it closes, it goes down like that. Let's see. Like that kind of a thing? Is that what you mean? That way it's hiding behind the desk? I'm just trying to think about like the logic in the because what I would like to do with it, again, let me do a really, really nasty rough sketch, sorry. Let me see. So what I would like to do is I would like to And then have him flip through here like so. And then have him like here, we'll put his hand there. Sorry, I know you guys can't see what the fuck I'm doing. Just bear with me. And then have him like move it behind the desk. And then come back. I would go for your butt, probably. I would go for your butt, definitely. Okay. We'll see how well I did this. This is a fucking mess. Yeah, so something like that. Do you kind of get what I'm saying here? Where it like flies off the shelf, opens and like relaxes itself onto the desk, and then he flips through it a few times, and then it closes, and then he leans down and he puts it next to the desk. Does that make any sense? Let's see. Oh, we do need to take that break. You're right, Strat. What do you think would look best? Because I love the idea you mentioned first originally for this, but also I'm thinking about what would make it easy for you. And don't forget your break. Thank you, sweetie. I appreciate it. Your rough sketches are not bad. Your roughest sketches are better than my drawings by a mile. Oh, that's not true, lovely Nix. I'm just, it's just a very messy animation. No, Umbra, like, I absolutely love when I have a project that I can sink my teeth into like this, right? Like, exactly what I did with this one. It's just that most people cannot, to be blunt, cannot afford to let me do that, which is more than fair. I do not blame them at all. And unfortunately, I don't have, 60 hours of like free time to just do something out of my personal desire for it. So like, while I would really love to do something like this, but it's totally up to you. And I do not want you to feel pressured into something like this, just for me. So please don't feel pressured into it. Also, Umbra, thank you for the care package, darling. Appreciate it. I see what you're thinking. I like it. Okay. Have to be some pinching on some things with this one. Oh no. No, like I said, please never feel like, yeah, please never feel obligated. It's totally, I genuinely want you to be happy with what we do, but I also do not want you to be like pinching for this. I will say for something as big as this, I'm very happy to do like a 4-part milestone thing though. Like every phase we do 1/4 of the payment, if that helps. But yeah, please don't feel please do not feel obligated. I desperately do not want to do that. I'll have to definitely see the quote later to think about what to take out some things. Yeah, absolutely. That's totally fair. Did an album get requested? It did, Julius, but this is the last song from this group for a while, it looks like. Let's see. Watching Tao always helps me draw no matter what. Oh, Layla, I'm so flattered because you have such beautiful artwork. I love seeing your art. Thank you so much. All right, guys, we got to go on a very quick break. Only 3 minutes. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. When we get back, I will be 3D once more. And I will see you guys shortly when we will start refining this messy as fuck sketch for the lovely Umbra. I actually did ask if we could do it in 4 parts. Oh, perfect! There you go. Yes, the answer is absolutely. Absolutely. All right, cutie pies. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Love you lots. Miss you dearly. See you soon. Mwah! I'm convinced. Tony's help now. Wait, no, I don't. Wait, I got this. I fucking got this. Wait, there's fuck.
Tau report card 7 out of 10 defeated Raydell first try. Talks a little much but can be improved overall. A good stream so far.
for the Tao liking boxes. She's showing her feline side. Huh, I didn't know that this game had a box. I'm just really not a sci-fi person, so everything feels very overwhelming in a way, but it's a good intro. Can I get Oh, do I not have any oh, what? Oh, fuck. Run! Congratulations, Precious Umbra! You bitch, you have a shitty tail! Oh, you have a shitty tail! Oh no! Oh, owie! Owie! Owie, no, no, no! Owie, no, no, no! Oh fuck, I forgot how to do this! Oh, now I'm about to be eaten! Oh my god, I'm so fucking dead! Whoa! Oh my god. Heals, need heals. Supposed to do. I'll give you multiple takes. I crave violence. I crave violence. I love the music in this game. It's really good. Are we doing the story or class change quest? That is what you guys get to decide. Get to the first town and then we can go up. I'm not using her power just yet because these guys are weak sauce. You know what I'm saying? It's so good to see you. I wave at you with my book. With my book. Hold on. Please say it's free real estate. It's free real estate. Okay, well, how do you guys feel about me only being on your left side? She did the thing. I can finally actually show you guys what crossing my fingers looks like. I reckon. Domain expansion? Not intentional. That's my save hat layer that I forgot to turn off on this screen. Okay. Thought it was intentional. You know what? In that case, it was intentional. No, it was not. I'm so sorry. Okay. If you guys are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts. In this game, it's really good. It's very tragic. Story class change quest. That is what fucking babies. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. The real world, not the digital world. Digimon live there. That's true. That's true. Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. All right. Do we get to done? Okay. Absolutely phenomenal. Might be easier to turn it all around rather than doing it blind from this side. Oh. Oh yeah. Actually, that's a very good point, Seti. What's this? What's this? Purple! Purple! Ah! No! Fuck you! You creepy red dick thing! Tao is a goofy goober. Yeah, Tao's a goofy goober. Yeah, you're a goofy goober. Yeah, we're all goofy goobers. Yeah. Ow! Third option? Invent guns instead. Invent gun with bang bang magic. Want to test a few of Tao's. Wait! I gotta touch the ball. The ball. Oh, there's another ball. There's Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. Can't hear me, but okay. I'm gonna try and gesture. Okay, here we go. You go to work. Damn, you guys are doing so well.
Tasmanian Tiger, who is an artist and a teacher who is
got
collecting a family of pals.
three sessions of words in. Well done. Well done. I'll let you finish this and then we will return. I am Tao's boat. Thank you for being my boat, Nix.
So, did you like it?
It's
I love that she's
that cat
reaching
again.
for the cat's
I
butthole.
drew lots. This one turned out the best.
Oh,
I'm giving it to you.
Hey, it's actually pretty good. Shows you're a real cat lover.
That's so cute. Oh. Welcome back, incredible Umbra.
Domain expansion. Pouch. Just applause in the form of fuck shit.
Excellent. Well done, you guys. Great work. Great work. All right.
God.
Back over to art. And I am back in all of my three-dimensional glory. Hello. Welcome back, you beautiful being. Abbies. Hey, good Aussie Nix. Abbies. Hey, good Nix. Lovely Layla. Welcome back, Abbies. Yay, good Layla. And of course, sweetheart. Yum, yum, yum. Thank you for feeding me, lovely Zalrog. How are you? Welcome on in. Strat, welcome back. Swedish Shadow, welcome back. Incredible Eisen, welcome back. Abbies. Yay, good Eisen. Amazing Umbra. Uppies. Yay, good Umbra. Lovely La. Uppies. Yay, good laugh. Oh, wow. Again, you had to mention the 3D glory. Well, apparently I'm not 3D anymore. Boop. Really, Storm? Listen, you guys, it has been brought to my attention. Listen, if you guys are not willing to contact myself or mods, nothing is going to happen. You are not going to get your point, your concerns, anything across. You have to speak to myself or mods, okay? Like I've said this so many times. If someone is making you uncomfortable, if someone is targeting you, if someone is harassing you, if something is happening within this community, as it refers to this community, and is not like a Twitch issue, right? Okay, so like, let's say, if someone has a username or a PFP on Twitch, we can't do anything about that, okay? So I'm not gonna ban someone because they have a name that Twitch is allowing, right? Or something like that. But in the Discord, in this community, if someone is doing something you don't like, or if you don't feel safe, or if there's anything like that, you have to talk to me or a mod. I'm so sorry if I sound like I'm getting frustrated, but for literally years, I've told you guys, my mods do not bite. I don't bite. I love you guys. I do my absolute best. I go out of my way on the daily to try and make this community as safe and secure and cozy and welcoming as possible.
I would go for your butt, probably.
And if you guys don't take advantage of that, if you are not comfortable with speaking to me or a mod, I need to know that so that I can figure out why you aren't comfortable speaking to me or a mod. But if all you do is vent to each other, or vent to people who are not mods, nothing can happen. Okay, nothing can be fixed. No, and you're gonna wind up being like, oh yeah, this community sucks because they don't do, you know, they're not keeping track of this, or they're not actioning this or whatever. But we can't do that if you don't tell us, okay? It's a bit like being like, yeah, I'm being bullied at school, but you won't tell a teacher and you won't tell the principal and you won't tell your parents. Like you can't expect things to happen. We have over 500 people in the Discord. It's becoming more and more communicative, which is amazing, and I love it. But it does mean we cannot, like, me and my 3 mods cannot, like, single-handedly, like, track everything. There's a lot more of you, and if you see something, say something. You know, that old phrase, that old chestnut? But you have to say something. Please say something. Yes, I can confirm the mods are really helpful and respond quickly. They are amazing. Thank you. I'm so glad you think so, Nix. I've done my absolute best. There's a reason that I don't invite people to become mods unless I really see them being exactly what I want the pouch to embody, right? That's why I do only have 3 mods. After 3 years, I only have 3 mods. And it's because they need to embody very specific behavior patterns. They have to embody very specific levels of stability, very specific levels of professionalism and selflessness, and very specific levels of patience. But if you don't talk to them or me, we cannot do anything about what you are struggling with, okay? So please, if you know, if anyone happens to be venting to each other, and none of the people you are venting to are mods or myself, then you are literally screaming at a brick wall, okay? You have to tell us these things, please. Let's see. Anyway, there's that. That's this has been happening so much, dude. Like I've heard this so many times from several people, and I'm just like, I don't know how to tell people that you can't just bitch and moan. Sorry, that is what I'm gonna call it. You cannot just bitch and moan if you aren't gonna come to someone who can do something about it, right? Like, nothing's gonna happen if you don't tell us these things. We do not read minds, okay? So please, we're here, we are approachable. I am normally more approachable than I am right now, but I am both sick and quite frustrated with the fact that I have for years told you guys, please, please, please come to us, we don't bite, etc. And then I'm just hearing through the grapevine how unhappy certain people are. And I'm just like, please, this is meant to be a community where I want you to feel comfortable. And I can't help you with that if you don't, like, tell us, okay? Eugene, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak, Dolan. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Strat is amazing and a super open person who is very easy to talk to. Have asked help with some small problems, and man was super helpful. And Tau is such an easy person to talk with. Can confirm Tau is amazingly open and nice. Can confirm all mods and heads of this community be amazing and super helpful and want to help. Thank you, Umbra. I'm so happy to hear it. Thank you. Tau only bites a little if asked. Maybe. That's true. Consensual biting. Thank you, Storm, for the gigantified emote. Hugs for you, sweetheart. All right. With that in mind, you have to be patient, kind, professional, and stable to be a mod. Oof, that explains why I don't have the power. Oh no, cutie car. Sweetheart, no. Hello, how are you, cutie car? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. I forgot how radical that song was. It's a pretty good song. It's a pretty good song. All right. Let me see here. So we got Waggy Locusts, Breathing Puppies, Archie flipping through pages, Clouds moving. I also will place down here book to desk and flip pages. Ugh. Yucky. Okay. My nose. All right. Let's begin by defining this, because we know we will definitely, no matter how much we cut down, we will definitely have this desk. Do we want this to be like a really dramatic desk, like the little lion feet on the desk? Umbra. Try to be more open to this. If I'm honest, I was like this during jury duty weeks ago, so nervous to speak up if I was uncomfortable at all. Yeah, well, and that's the thing is like, it's okay to be uncomfortable to speak up at all, but what I'm hearing is actually that people are speaking to people like who are not mods, who cannot do anything. And I have been a part of communities where that rips the community apart, right? Where people just go, well, I can't believe things aren't being done. And it's like, well, no one's told anybody anything, you know? It's kind of like hosting a website and then being like, oh, I found, you know, someone doing something against the rules in the corner of this 700-page website. And then it's like, did you place a ticket? No. Did you report it? No. Well, then how are they supposed to know? I don't know. They just should. Like, no, that's not how this works. You know what I mean? Have to be sane to be a mod, slowly shreds unfinished application. Umbra, no! Oh my gosh. Umbra, you are actually one of the people that I would probably, if and when I feel like I need another mod, I might be reaching out to you, just so you know. I need to go get some stuff from the market. Gonna be AFK. All good. Ooh, new YouTube clip. Ooh, you guys, please check out the new YouTube clip. It's amazing. I watched it. It's really funny. It is about my morning story of broken bones in my roti. True? Thank you, Isaac. I'm glad you agree. Can you say that again about the desk? Going in and out of data zones and hit a bad spot for a sec. That's okay, lovely Umbra. All good. I was just asking, do you want this to be like a super dramatic desk, like with like the little like claw feet, little lion claw feet, you know, like these? Or do you want it to be like more modern or a little bit less, like a little more understated? What's your preference? Shake your towel, shake your precious politely. Shake, 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 shake. I love it, Zodrog. Precious politely, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Excellent, Eugene, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate you both. I wonder if we should do like a... make it really look like a library. More understated and grounded? Okay, you got it. All right, we'll put like an engraving on here too. Zalrog, thank you for the plug. Why is this song such a banger? I love this song! All good, Sweet Strat. Thank you for the lurk. Much appreciated. Shit, dude. I think my my second monitor is getting lines on it. I'm so scared. How long does a monitor last if there's lines, vertical lines on it? I have a little wolf engraving. He isn't a person of extravagance. His things of extravagance come from gifts or things of memories. Oh, fair enough. Okay, we won't do too much to this then. That is very fair. All right. Maybe I'll do like a... just put something here to like remind me that we want to do some kind of like ancient design sort of thing. Okay. Actually, I might put okay. BC is being mean to me and making me cry with too many compliments. I think that might be the opposite of mean, Sweet as Storm. Oh, that's so sweet. So many precious pals being lovely. All right, let's see. I'm gonna do this real quick. Actually, probably more neutral expression. Not so confused, huh? Get cared for, Sweet Storm! Yeah! Tell him! Who requested this banger? It looks like... Oh! Great question. Normally it says, I think, but it didn't. It doesn't this time. I almost be home and more active. Let's Oh, I hope that your drive has gone well. I bet you've been, I bet your friend has been, like, oh, it's so good to have you back. Oh my god. Oh, Julius! It was Julius. Nice, Ozzy. Good solution there. All right, one sec. He's got to be like tall enough to put an elbow on the fucking thing. I think it was someone else. Wait, what? Now chat is making me blush and cry too. Let's go. Unfortunately, I will not stop them from being kind. All right, one second. All right, so okay. Um, you know what I might do? Might copy this and just okay, those can loop. Those three can loop until too worried looking. see. And that is why we love you, for being you 100%. That's how all of my precious pals are for me. All you have to do is be an amazing storm of clouds. True. Storm, thank you for the cute little guy. What a cute little guy. Whoops. All right, let me see what this looks like real quick. One of my biggest issues when I do animation is that the body starts to like get the face gets small. I'll not hide that. Just, the fuck? Tell me, please set that as the... Why are you not letting me set this as background? Wait, is it hiding? Why is that blacked out? Am I dumb? What the fuck? Oh, is that what I did wrong? No. Well, it'd be very helpful if I could see both. Oh, King! Hi there, cutie king. Welcome on in. It's a jackal? I am, in fact, not a jackal. I am instead a thylacine. Welcome on in, though, cutie king. How are you doing? And you're back from your trip. Welcome back. Welcome back. Cutie cat, it's officially over 2 years. I have had the best time integrating and becoming part of this wonderful community. I met the wonderful Dahlia and made such beautiful friends. I'm so in love with this community and I want to return it in 100-fold. Here's to another fucking great year of being a part of the Patch Pals. Oh, thank you so much, cutie cat. That's such a sweet message, darling. Thank you so much. Well, we are very happy to have had you for so long and we're so happy to keep you. I is home and figuring out my stuff from VK, but home nonetheless. All good, lovely Umbra. Thank you for coming in, coming back to us. How was your first day back? I don't know why I can't, Do I have to delete this? Is that why it's glitching out? Oh, shit, it's working. Okay. All right, let me see. Yeah, so it could be something like that. And of course, there'd be an additional animation of like flipping through the booklet. The book, whatever the book happens to be. Person discuss something that has come up with PAX this year? As long as it's appropriate, sure, Storm. I have kind of a random question. What color is the pouch? Purple, dark blue, green, or something else entirely? Ooh, well, the pouch is more of like a fantasy space. It's like a concept more than like a physical location. But I would say that the association is probably green. because of how strongly I associate our lovely pouch with the rainforest that surrounds us in Tassie. Oh, Gio! Hello, lovely Gio. I'm so sorry. How did I miss you? Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Amazing so far. Gotta catch a stream. Get to see my comp starter, which is always a really exciting thing. And already plans for the evening too. That's awesome. Oh, that sounds great, lovely Umbra. I'm so glad that you're already having a good one. How's what are you doing for the evening? You gonna go hang out with friends? You gonna hang out with Vash? Love that little animation. Okay, awesome. So yeah, this is along with like flipping through some pages. This is kind of what I'm thinking of for one of them. They have a new room this year and are running contests to determine its name. Apparently, Thylacine is one of the names. If people are interested in such things, please participate. Yeah, 100%. That's fucking sick. You guys, please go vote for Thylacine. We need more recognition. More Thylacine representation. An ethereal star system. Or green is cool too. Ethereal star system actually closer, Eisen. Yeah, that's actually so true. Likewise, hope you're doing well. I am doing okay. I'm sick. I'm sadly sick, lovely Gio. I'm really glad that you're doing well though. Going to watch the Backrooms movie. Oh, awesome. Does it have pretty good reviews? Just wondering you will have time to complete the chibi you were working on before the event. If not, I have the one you made for me previously too, so it's fine. I think I might be able to complete it. I will try and do that tomorrow sometime. Yeah, okay. All right, so that's, those are working. Let me do a little more sketching on, oh, shit. Whoa. Gotta undelete that, there we go. Okay. Aw, man, recover swiftly, drink water too, thank you, sweetheart, I appreciate it. Gio, did you say that you moved on, in the shortlist? Thank you for the care package, next. Movie just dropped, and I'd be avoiding reviews because honestly, I hate them. Don't want anyone else to tell me how I should feel about the movie. I love that, Umber. That's totally valid. 100%. Thank you for watering me, lovely Nix. I appreciate you, darling. All right. Let me see. I was mistaken. I did not, but I'm glad I got feedback. Oh, that's good. That's awesome, Gio. I'm happy to hear it. I'm still waiting for my feedback too. All right, let me get a placeholder there. Okay, there he is. And put a stack of books over here. I did get pro headshots today for the website. That's awesome. So progress is being made for sure. For sure. That's sick, hun. Congrats. I just like reviews from people that have similar tastes to me so I don't waste my time and money. Oh, that's valid too. That's valid too. I shall. And I heard you wanted to see the Eevee named Pal from a Vash. Yes, please. I would love to, Umbra. Please. Oh, I also want you to know I was a good girl and I did do the some grinding on Monster Hunter Stories 3, which is why I haven't gotten any art done because I'm really hoping to finish it next week. But I want you to know that I now have a dragon ice Legiana named Vash, and I have an electric non-elemental Seregios named Umbra. So there you go. They are both way too underleveled to handle anything right now, but they do exist. They have various social media platform presences. If you search their website, can be provided if allowed, you can see their connect on social to view the competitions they're running. It's a knockout contest stage at this time. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, no, Storm, you're welcome to share the PAX website if you like. Nice, new additions to the team. Yeah. There you go. Thank you, Storm. Need to find his scarf. I love that. Wait, I'm a Steve? I have become my enemy. I'm sorry, Umbra. I was like, oh, I think Umbra wanted me to name him something. I was trying to think of like our most active like Monster Hunter pals that didn't already have names, like monsters named after them. Because we have Seru, we have Nyx, But yeah, I was like, oh fuck, I'm I'm a Steve, no. I mean, I can rename Seregius to Vash if Vash wants to be a Steve instead. I just thought of Vash. Vash sounds like a very dragon name, and so since there was a my Legiana is Dragon Ice, so I was like, Vash! Thank you for the head pat, Vegeta. Thank you, thank you. Name one of the doggo ones after me. That's the problem. I don't think I'm gonna have any more pals, any more like main monsters. Triumphant Tau, I won't be here long. My area has a planned power outage. Shit, okay, fair enough. Well, we're really happy that you were able to stop by at all, Darwin. Thank you so much for coming in. Time for a comically huge book. I will take my Steve to the grave with me. I shall wear with pride, even if I must be the enemy. Don't worry, you're not you're not the enemy. You're one of my monsties. You're my friend. You're the opposite of the enemy. You are ally. Steam from me? Oh, I do love Monster Hunter, but Wilds kind of took the steam from me. Oh, fair enough. Was it just too much for you, Shadow? I had my own Umbra in Monster Hunter Stories 3, a dragon Magnum Olive. That's right, I remember you showing us Nyx. That was very cool. Bookends. You just had to have a song by her. Definitely was me who requested not use trap. Sad there were no Mizutsune though. I was gonna get a Mizutsune, but I was like, oh fuck, it's already like so much effort to like even get the I actually did unlock Stygian Zinogre. And I was thinking of using him, but I was like, oh, like the Seregios's like scales are fucking sick. Mostly because the game lagging out even on low settings. Oh, that sucks. That's why we stopped playing too, hun. Because it was like I turned it all the way down on my like fucking 4090 Ti, and it was like and it sucked. But like for months it was fine, and then out of nowhere it was like nothing works. Mogrim, hugs for you, sweetie. Blessed the day you cover Thunderbringer. Blessed the day I learned to fucking sing. Umbra, a like wolfy motif is fine, right? Because I was looking like since we have like this like statue over here, I was like, oh, we can probably implement that in a few other places as well. Don't mind the literal Artly in live action on this one fucking candle. Wolf motify perfect. Awesome. Excellent. Taking a quick break from writing to peek in here. Oh, hi, Rad. Welcome back. How's the writing going? 4090 Ti. I think that's what I have. Hold on. I'll check. I'll double check. I'm pretty sure it is. Because when I got this PC like 2 years ago, it was actually quite good. Sorry, not 4090, 4070. I don't know numbers. 4070 Ti. I'm only 20 off. 4070 Ti. Let's see. The lag for Monster Hunter Wilds was because of the game's constantly checking if you had any add-ons, and the less you had, the laggier the game would become because of the constant checking. It is fixed now. I tried it again a few months ago and it was still laggy though. And I have all the content. We had like the top of the game. So quickly approaching the next community goal, like 60% on storytelling already. That's crazy. Well done, you guys. Let me see. I had an idea and I'm adding a new chapter between the one I'm writing now. So current chapter 7 is now chapter 8. Sadly, that means now I gotta rush to make the next storytelling stream. Oh no, not at all, Red. Don't worry. We still have 40% to go, and then it'll probably take me like a week or two to schedule it, so don't worry too much. The 4090 is like a $2,000, $4,000 GPU and like a 400 to 450 watt space heater. Yeah, no, my bad. I knew it was a 40-something Ti, so yeah, it's 4070. Oopsies. You have a ribbon. Welcome. Welcome, Precious Prime. How are you? Little hidden lore, he broke his nature before the Archie here to become Umbra, so can follow and be with the goddess of wolves and of the moon. Oh, interesting. That's cool, Umbra. You're a generation ahead of me. I am a 3070 Ti. Ah, there you go. I would have been jealous of the power, but not jealous about having a space heater. Yeah, it's helpful in the winter time, but it sucks in summer. Thank you for the care package, lovely Layla. Thank you. All right. This fucking candle leaning. Dude, just to really drive home how much Artly and I suffer from. There, that's better. That's better. Much better. All right, so he's got that over there. He's got some books. Umbra, did you want to let me know what names you would like on some of these books? I'll put some, we have a few books here, so we've got like 1, 2, 3, 4 books there. And then I've got another 1, 2, 3, 4 here. And I can find other places to put them if you want as well. Oh, wait, I just had an idea. What if, Umbra, how do you feel about, instead of just having this be like a regular wooden desk, how do you feel about having like one of those like tablecloths over it? I just feel like that's very medieval. I don't know if medieval is kind of what you're going for or not, but like something like this. And I could put the same symbol on there. Like we could actually, if there's like a certain symbol you'd like on there, the fabric would show it a lot better than the wood. You like that? Okay, cool. Awesome. Then I can put like a... Kind of like the symbol you had on the desk already? Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, then I will put that, something along those lines. You like that, like, infinity thing, right? I'll just put that as a draft and then we can talk about if you want to like refine the symbol more or whatever, but I love to like just go into a zen mode and like fuck around with symbols. That is, after all, how I made Yuki's like tattoo. Ooh, Windrose, diggy diggy hole. It's almost 6 a.m. Time to start D&D prep. Oh, you've been on Inzoi for 4 hours? Shit, geeks. Best of luck. Best of luck. Oh, and I also should put, I just realized I should also put some, probably another, maybe a little, yeah. Hold on, what is our, I keep on wanting to sing the menorah, but it's not, it's a candelabra. There you go, candelabra. Okay. And I'll also put a little one down here too, I think. Okay, we're building out the desk, all right. Oh shit, sorry, I missed a bunch of shit. My laptop is a 3080 Ti with a Ryzen 6900, so probably not the best hardware for Monster Hunter Wilds, but it did play it okay. That's good, that's good. Yeah, mine was fine for like, I want to say it was like 80 hours or something. Hold on, let me go see. How much time have I spent on Wilds? Which is still installed, by the way. I lied, 116 hours. For 112 or so of that, 113, it was running like a champ. And then out of nowhere one day, it just stopped working while we were streaming. It sucked. Paralives left me needing a Sims like. I tried Inzoi on a whim. It runs way better. Itch scratched. That's good. That's good. I have a Ryzen 5900X and a Radeon RX 6750 XT for desktop, Ryzen 5 and RTX 3060 for laptop. Nice, Julius. You must travel a lot to have that kind of firepower for laptop. Windrose, I saw them live, met their frontman. I have the most embarrassingly badass photo with him. He's badass, I'm embarrassing. Geeks, I want to see this photo so bad. Has Tal met Lagiacris before? I doubt, because he hasn't been added to the mainline game since Try. I feel like maybe I only feel like I met him because I've run into him every single time I've played stories. Surprisingly, it seems that the 5900X has a few advantages over the 5800X 3D, so I won't side grade it for gaming. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. We can go for the break? Okay, that's a good idea. Let's go on a very quick break, cutie pies. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And this is also Meds and Mind in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon in about 3 minutes. Mwah.
Tau is a goofy goober. Yeah, Tau's a goofy goober. Yeah, you're a goofy goober. Yeah, we're all goofy goobers. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ow!
I'm not using her power just yet because these guys are weak sus. You know what I'm saying?
A rousing applause in the form of, fuck, shit, oh god.
Actually, that's a very good point, Seti.
What's this? What's this? Purple, purple, ah!
No! Fuck you! You creepy red dick thing. Scary. Yuck. Oh, master.
Hold on. We'll go. Goof wants some. Nom nom nom. Nom 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 nom. That's okay. I'll finish it for you.
Third option? Invent guns instead. Invent gun with bang bang magic. want to test a few of Taz. Did I put an E at the end of his name or no? I forgot. Hi, sweet Asia. Welcome on in. Where is Eon? He was like, that plate. No, anything but that.
Tau report card 7 out of 10 defeated Raydell first try. Talks a little much but can be improved overall a good
Go, Tau Ranger!
Thank you, Nix. I'm terrified that the final boss is actually, like, not final. Oh, God! Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts. Music in this game, it's really good. It's very tragic. Story or class change quest. That is what. My bet is on Umbra. I just got this feeling. Umbra! Umbra, I'm shocked! Umbra, you win! You win! She's a Vtuber, but she's not in. Sleeper agent activated. That was the General Lieutenant Admiral to the 10th Power Cadet Recruit Captain Commander Sergeant Master Chief of the Safe House 17 Army possessing fire, wind, and water, and earth, and light, and dark elements, time and space manipulation. Yeah. Hold on. Please say it's free real estate. It's free real estate. I'm convinced. Town needs help now. Wait, no, I don't. Wait, I got this. I fucking got this. Wait, there's fuck. Thank you so very much for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I love the music in this game. It's really good. Are we doing the story or class change quest? That is what you guys get to decide. Get to the first town, and then we can go. In fact, I think
Reincarnated as the last Tasmanian tiger who is an artist and a teacher who is collecting a family of pals.
Yeah, exactly. I love it, Nix. All right. Do we get to...
Tau is a goofy goober. Yeah, Tau's a goofy goober. Yeah, you're a goofy goober. Yeah.
Hi, cuties. Welcome back.
Goofy goobers. Yeah.
My dog looks like roadkill. He's like outside because, as I've mentioned before, he refuses to be inside while I'm streaming. And he's like found a spot in the corner of the yard that's like underneath a tree in this little like ditch that he's dug up, and he's like laying on his back.
I hope it's the best ever.
He looks like roadkill. And he's like twitching too because he's dreaming. So I see his little leg go, and I'm like, oh my god.
You're doing great. Thank you. Don't mind me. I had a great day. I forgot how to fucking oh my god. There's
Hello, I'm back like so. Thank you for the care package, Joyce Julius. Welcome back, my darlings. How are you? Sweetest Sadu. Welcome back. Welcome back, Sweetest Shadow. Welcome back, Awesome Aussie. Welcome back, Amazing Umbra. Welcome back, Beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, Lovely Layla. Coda be doing Coda things. He does, man. He's so... Oh my god, another! Ah, you guys don't like my 3D model anymore. Welcome back, Sweetest Strat. Uppies for Ozzy. Uppies for Nix. Uppies for Eisen. Coda made a bed for himself. Tell him how proud you are. I consider us close enough friends because D&D that you got to see me. Therefore, that picture of me and the front man. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna go look at this. I won't show it on stream though. Don't worry. Umbra uppies. I'm giving you uppies, but there's not even 2 minutes. This shall be the PNG stream. You really need a mini transition for that. I probably should have one, huh? 6 a.m. uppies? Of course, Cutie Cyber. Oh my god, that's such a cute emo. Uppies for you. How are you doing, Cutie Cyber? It's good to see you, hun. Okay, 1 second. I'm just double checking that this isn't on stream. Oh my god. Oh my god, Geeks, that's such a cute picture. That's awesome. Are you kidding me? You look awesome too. That's so fucking funny. But yeah, dude, the frontman is also, it doesn't help that like half of his face is in pitch black shadow. Talk about fucking Claire Obscure. That is, yeah, wow. That's awesome. Oh my god, I love it. That's really cute. That is a very, very, very cute picture. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Umbra. I will put some names on these books. Geeks, that's so good. You look at the reflection between us? Wait, huh? Hold on, I have to see. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's such a scary... Dude, that's... Dude, that's so fucking scary. I'm so glad I'm not alone in my room at night right now if I notice that. Jesus, the fucking head tilt and the wide eyes. So scary. Ah! That's Shlee. She looks so scary in that particular picture. Oh my god, that's really funny. Thank you for the lurk, lovely Saliva. I went through the YouTube and Tau stopped playing Wilds 13 days before Laggy Acros was added. Oh, damn, that's too bad. Being really fast with the swapping, too. Look at me go. Gotta change one of the tags to just PNGtuber EN. Yeah, for real. I only just noticed. Let me see. You saw that one. I am going to get some rest, as you should, sweetest Strat. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams. Reflections are my nightmare when I take pics. Yeah, no, that's just so funny. Until I sent it, I had no idea she was caught in the reflection. She was taking the photo. The face that she's got, like, it looks like she's making a face there, like, surely. That's so funny. Oh my gosh, that's really funny. That's great. Okay, and then we got little dog bed, which let's make it kind of like sheepskin looking, okay? She's absolutely making a face. That's incredible that I didn't notice that at the time. Yeah, that's really funny. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'll put a little pillow in here too. That looks comfy. Is Shlee joining us for D&D, by the way, geeks? Around 13 days since the VODs of the lagging stream are not on YouTube. Yeah, that makes sense. Aw, hey, Umbra, is there maybe a specific, like, plushie or something? Oh, wait, actually, the pal could be, oh, that'd be so cute. The pal could be in here all the time. Even when Ivy or I almost said Shlee, that's not, oh my god, oh my fucking, Locust, or Locust are not here. The pal can still be here if you want. Pal is small enough, yeah. I believe so, but not sure what session. I don't think she'll be in for session 3, but potentially session 4. Also need to be able to write her in. That makes sense, geeks, that makes sense. Only started refining session 3, let alone adding another person. Yeah, that's fair. Welcome back from slaughtering Evil Phase. Oh, Evil Phase. Oh, Tavern in the Feywild. Oh, yeah. Definitely did not pull from 3 separate ideas at the end of last session and have to organize notes to make them make sense. Evil. All right, so there's that part of the sketch, and let me see. What's this door look like? It's like marking, sorry, making 3 movies somehow makes sense. That's to the left. Okay, I don't actually know if that light, no, that door doesn't show it. All right, let me see here. Let's see here. How? Guess what? What's up, sweetest space cat? What is it? If I do my job right, no one will ever know how much was improvised on the spot. I was very sleep deprived last session. I plan to sleep before this session unless tout is a surprise storytelling stream. No, I promise. You need your rest, sweetheart. You got the flats finished on the PAL piece. Oh, I'm so excited to see it, sweetest space cat. Did you post it already? Like the whip? And Magnificent Maid, holy shit! Thank you so much for the 155 stream streak telling. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is incredible. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, let me before I forget, let me put some names on these books actually. Put a Sadu. Nix. Strats. Ow. Aspen Bubbling Love. We do have at least one more there as well. Want a fun fact that I would be attributing to this piece you're working on? Sure, Umbra. I love a fun fact. Yes, it's posted. Let me have a look. Let's see. Oh my gosh, Layla, hold on. I just got to show it. We got a bunch of really beautiful Riz here. So we got Layla's gorgeous artwork here. This is so cool. Oh shit, sorry. Wee, okay. This is so pretty. I love this pose. This is awesome. Oh, this is awesome. What song is playing? Normally it's at the bottom of the screen, but you can't see it because there's a bunch of pals. This is oh, if you do exclamation point song, I think you'll be able to copy it because it's in Japanese. So I can't tell you what it is, unfortunately, but it's by Man with a Mission. I can tell you that. What? It won't show the song. Song, what the fuck? Maybe Q? Try exclamation point Q. Books of autobiographies of Umbra's friends. Yeah. What? Hold on. No songs in the queue. This is false. There we go. You can copy that. There you go. I posted the pieces I'm working on. Awesome. I will keep on scrolling. We'll have a look. Oh, we got some awesome stuff from Sweetest Sadu as well. Very cute. You pose. Beautiful. Well done, darling. I love these. Look at the flats. Oh my god, that is so impressive, honestly. Well done. Wow, this is awesome, darling. Great work. All stories I write and all stories come from the world of the archives, come from that office, either written from Archie or books that appeared by the archives itself. That's so cool, Umbra. Oh, that's really cool. I love that. That's sick. I think songs could be for personal requests. Oh, you might be right, Prime. That might be it. Yeah, I think you might be right. Looks like I am about to sleep on Tau's shoulder in the art. It does, it does. So cute. Oh, this is awesome. Excellent work, lovely space. This is great. So cute. Outstanding. Well done. Took a lot more references than I typically use. I'm sorry if I missed any details. Oh, sweetie, I wouldn't worry about it too much. This is really, really beautiful. You've done a great job. I recognize most of these pals. So you've done well enough that I can definitely tell. Came out lovely, right? Right. I might move this a little bit. I feel like it's just a little bit too close. Maybe if I do this. Oh, I don't want to. No. Wait, I like my... Okay, maybe here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. There we go. Now people will probably be able to tell what this is. Probably. Okay, we're like over the railing there. So the chunkier parts, like these bits, that's like hidden from us. They'd be like, they're like under like that. I really like the right bottom corner. Let me see. Yeah, it's so cute. The gang's all here. So cute. You did such a great job, Talon. Excellent work. I can't wait to see when it's all done, too. Shares latte containing Tim Tams with everyone. Man, I could use that right now. Okay, let's see. Let's start by putting this ladder up here, I think. Thank you for the pal hat, sweetest space cat. I'm sorry, I can't wear it in this form, but I'm petting, I promise. I forgot you were in PNG form, that's alright. I'm gonna take a wild guess at how these like typically function. I think they go on like railing some kind, and then you slide them along, maybe. Perfect. Okay. Those are pretty equidistant, I think. Oops. I actually finished that sooner than I thought. I'm going to watch a bit more TV before sleep. All good, sweetest space cat. Thank you so much for dedicating your wonderful artwork to us. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you later. Ooh, well done. You guys beat the boss. That took a bit, but I'm very proud of you for doing it. Well done. Keep sticking with it. Well done, well done. Calcula likes to drag the battle on. Yeah, I think she does. She's evil like that, you know. Speedrunning battles with calculus is impossible. Yeah, she's a bit of a pain. Okay. One sec, I forgot to make a perspective grid. Bumped my Ethernet cord. Computer just freaked. Oh, oh no. Oh no. Probably change the color of this so that I can see better, but I won't. Okay. All right. Blah, blah, blah. You loving it so much already? Oh, I'm so glad, Umbra. Yee! I'm quite excited about it as well. I think it's gonna be pretty fucking cool. Pretty fucking cool. Lovely Layla, I hope everyone's having a nice night or day. It's pretty late for me. Have a good stream. Thank you so much, Lovely Layla. I'm not sure if you got to hear, but we were looking at your art, and we really loved it. Keep up the great work, sweetheart. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. I'll see you later, okay? Ugh, come on. I think my response from earlier may have gotten lost. Oh, I'm so sorry, Layla. I'm so sorry. I'm not paying very good attention. I'm so sorry. But thank you so much. Really appreciate you sharing your beautiful art with us. My bad. Sorry, honey. Ah, thank you. I found it. I found it. You said, ah, thank you. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you, lovely. Thank you. Sorry. I'll try and be better about my lack of keeping track of things. Okay. Let's bring that up. Hello? Can I? Okay. All right. I'm gonna get confused if I do that. Okay. Please move this request up to any of the other songs requested. Sure. Okay. There we go. One second. Is it lighter viewpoints? This is a perspective grid, so that I can kind of nail down what and be consistent with like what angle I'm attacking this from, particularly with like the book alignment and stuff. You heading out, lovely Eisen? While feeling inspired by your artistic process and skills. Yay! Have a good rest of the stream and enjoy your day. Thank you so much, lovely Eisen. I appreciate you. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us. That'd be interesting. That makes sense. That'd be a smart way of doing that. Yeah, it's kind of the only way that I can get like this sort of thing, right? Like to make it look consistent and grounded. I'm gonna have to redo it in the like finalized sketch though, but for now this is helpful for me to kind of figure out where various like how various perspective will work. Although you know what, wait, I've got he might be actually, this whole thing might be a tad big for not everything, sorry, just the we're trying to make this feel like this really magnificent space. I better shrink you. You do animation background to Tau? I do, I see. I do indeed. That's a bit better. Okay. Hold on, I've just changed the angle. Let me see. Did you finish watching the second season of Hell's Paradise? I have not, unfortunately. Got so many ideas I want to commission from you, but Bill's always stopping me from doing that. That's so fair, I see. No worries. I'll be here whenever you're ready. No hurry. No hurry. I don't want to work today, Tao. Just want to sit back and watch anime I've been missing out on. That's fair, Strat. Listen, I'm not feeling like, I would not feel like doing anything besides hanging out with you guys today, so. All right. Brain is not functioning right now, sorry. Pucky! Hello, precious Pucky! Welcome in, darling! You finished OG Persona! Let's go! How are you, hun? It's so good to see you! Thank you so much for the raid! Raiders, if you got a raid run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we would love to have you. Oh my goodness, hello! How are you? How was it? Without any spoilers, because we're still, what, like 70% through Persona 5, our very first playthrough. But how was it? Was it amazing? Was it everything people say about it? Was it a masterpiece? Dearest Dancho, welcome on in. You guys, this is the precious Pocket Choc, precious Pucky, who hath graced us with their presence, fresh from conquering the final chapter of Persona 5 Royal. This VTuber owl hath embarked on a grand journey, exploring gacha games and anime whilst yapping away to entertain their subjects. Their recent broadcasts reveal a penchant for subathons and power hours as they steal hearts and slay the spire. Truly a royal entertainer. Lovely Lost! Hi, sweetie. It's good to see you again. Cutie Koiser, good to see you again. Terrific Trick, welcome back in. Sweetest Strat was lurking as well. Precious Pucky, how are you? It's so good to see you. I can exit out of that tab now too. Cutie Carlos, hi, lovely Carlos. How are you? It's so good to see you. You have me echoing? Yeah, I know. I was like, oh, I'm lurking in here too. How was it? Oh my gosh, you guys, this is the precious Pocket Choc, absolutely astoundingly awesome streamer. You really need to check her out. I was actually hanging out with her this morning after my very, very poor night of sleep. And I'll tell you what, she improved my day massively. Absolute masterpiece. My heart is still recovering from the roller coaster I was thrown into, and then some for the finale of the base story. Oh my gosh, Precious Pucky, I'm so excited to play it. I can't wait. Oh my god, I can't wait to talk to you about it. Hopefully we'll finish it sometime in the next, 3 years or something. We'll see. Will this be fresh in your mind in 3 years? I'm so glad you liked it so much, hun. That is awesome. Precious Pucky, would you like to let us know when your next stream will be and what you might be streaming? Also, while you guys let me know that, here is a little bit about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
But yes, welcome in everybody. I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to meet you. If you haven't already met me anyway, because Precious Pocky is far too generous with herself and her lovely community. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much, Lovely, for the raid. I am also a professional artist, which we're actually working on a commission right now. We're doing an animation as well, which is going to be fun. Yeah, we're also doing our very first playthrough of Persona 5 Royal 2 days from now. I appreciate you sharing the clip Banana, but I probably won't watch it because if there is a revelation, that probably means there might be a spoiler for me since I have not finished the game. So I probably will not watch it, but I will need to when I get my own reaction to the revelation. But yeah, it's a spoiler. Yeah. I'll definitely watch it later. Yeah, next stream is Monday, 3 p.m. reading the latest Nike event story, one of my favorite gacha stories. That's awesome! You guys, please do check out Precious Pocky. What an absolute sweetheart. Pocky, I'm so sorry. You can probably tell that I'm sickies and I'm very tired, but it is such a pleasure and an honor to welcome you in your gorgeous community. And you guys, please check out Precious Pocky. She will also be doing some the latest Nike event story on Monday at 3 p.m. If you guys have not visited her before, number one, what are you doing? Number two, you should really check her out. She is so fucking funny. She's actually more interactive than me. I would say I'm pretty interactive, but she'll rewind her chat and be like, wait, you said this 5 minutes ago. Let me respond to it. It's very, very sweet. And she makes you feel very special and she's lovely. She's, like I said, she's also very, very quick-witted, very funny. And very hyper. She talks like probably as fast as I do when I got good sleep and have coffee, except like regularly. It's genuinely very impressive. But please do check her out. She plays a wide variety of games as well, and is always an absolute delight to lurk in on. Most of the time I'm lurking because I'm very busy and stuff, but I actually got to come in and hang out before I realized it, I was like in there for like an hour and a half before I was like, oh shit, I gotta go do stuff. Nike is, as far as I know, girls with guns. Yes, and big booba. But thank you so very much for bringing your amazing community in, Precious Pocky. I really super duper appreciate you. I know for sure, for a fact, you've been streaming those long hours. That was a long stream, darling. But because of that, please make sure that you go take good care of yourself. If you gotta go to the bathroom, or if you gotta go eat, or if you gotta go drink, or if you gotta go shower, or if you gotta go to sleep, please go ahead. Was glad to have gotten a chat with you earlier too. Yes! Oh god, my voice. Sorry. Yes, Precious Pocky! Yay! I'm so glad. Yeah, no, I had a great time. I kept on calling out Pocky for, well, not calling her out in like the traditional sense, but like I kept on, she says these like one-liners out of nowhere and they're really fucking funny. And I'm like, ha! I would love it if it was girl and mech, and you know that mech is what I would be there for. Yeah, that's true, Strat. I definitely do know that about you for sure. But yes, you guys, please check out Precious Pocky. Also, definitely check her out for multiple reasons, the ones I've just mentioned, but also she and I might be working on a VA thing shortly together, which would be fucking sick. Thank you so much for the raid, you guys. I know that we've got some people who really love some gacha games. Please check out Precious Pocky. Is gonna be, she's all caught up on Nike. She's just gonna go through the latest Nike event story. With you guys at 3 p.m. on Mondays. So please go check her out. She's amazing. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in, Precious Pocky. Adorable owl VTuber. I actually, if there was room on our what to vote for today, I was gonna put like fan art of Pocky because I'm just like, I'm so obsessed with her design. It's so fucking cute. So but we didn't have room on the poll. We had all of the slots filled. I need Twitch to get on the same bandwagon as Discord as far as having like 180 different slots for, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but not by much. There's like 20 slots available when you're putting out poll options. I was having such a laugh listening to Pocket scream at cutscenes without any context. It was so much fun. I would just turn up the volume randomly to hear her react. She is very, very excitable. She's super excitable. Yeah, really, really excellent vibes. Please, please, please go check her out. And thank you so much once more, Precious Pocky. I really do appreciate the fantastic raid. You are so very sweet, and your amazing community is so very sweet as well. Like I said, go take care of yourself. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for 'em. And yeah, thank you so much for being here. Pocky's chat, feel free, if you just read the pinned message, to request music. It's only like 100 channel points. But yeah, you're welcome to do so. It is done. Planning complete. Turns out it was quite easy to reconcile multiple plans. I just need to make a potential map and grab some new music from Sirenskip, and we're done and ready. Let's go, gorgeous geeks. And then you need to get some sleep. Thank you for the yay tadpole. The Hershey's Chocolate Company makes millions of kisses every day, but with you, all I need is one. So that is a fairly wholesome pickup line, I must confess. Did we get a slash shout out for Pocky? Oh yeah, we did. Okay, cool. Just want to check. Just one check. Oh God. You know, session planning is good when I have a cool image in my head of planned events that could work as a movie poster. Oh, that sounds awesome. That sounds so cool. I can't wait. Oops. It's the wrong layer. Classic. Congrats again on finishing, but we can always do this. That's true. Yes, you guys, please check out Precious Pocky. I'm so fucking excited that you finished Persona 5. What's next on the docket? Do you have another thing that you've been working on for like 2 or 3 years, Pocky? No bonus points for this session for guessing what I lovingly stole. I mean, homage for this one. It's kind of obvious when you get to it. I'm excited to see it, or just geeks, or experience it, perhaps I should say. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Oh yeah, interested to know what's going to be the next obsession. The next obsession is so funny. It'll be doubly obvious when you hear the music. Oh, okay. Started Yakuza 0 also 2 years ago. Maybe I should finish that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Have you been playing it off and on since then? Or is that one kind of like I started it 2 years ago and that's where I left it? Assuming, of course, that you and the party are familiar with it. That's true. That would be the issue. It's funny that I start the stream and then have a breakfast and I end up having lunch before we get to the end. 8 hours is a lot. It is a lot. It is a lot. It's true. Yakuza 0 is my favorite of the franchise. I got like 90 hours in that game. Wow. Only 20 of which is the story. Pocket Circuit is my jam. Oh, there's even something called Pocket Circuit. Okay, Pocket, you definitely have to play it then. There's literally something called Pocket. Played some of it here and there since then. Probably not even halfway through though. Ooh, you should totally do it. Geeks, you should go follow Precious Pocky just in case she does return to it. Because then you can be like, oh, brilliant, good decision. Excellent decision. All right, I gotta get the, Whoa, hello? Oh, fuck.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hello, sweetest Silver. How are you? Sorry. Was the mic freaking out there for a second? There's something charming about a gruff, serious ex-Yakuza so earnestly competing with pocket and matchbox cars in a racing league for children. He's so proud of it. That's very funny. I thought I was following Pocket after the last raid, but just double checked and I wasn't. Have rectified that. Yes, as you all should. Rectify your mistake. Go follow Precious Pocky. Please, 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 please. Sweetest Silver, how are you? Hello, motherfucker. Yes, go give Pocket a follow. You will not regret it. You will not. It's true. Facts. Facts. Doing pretty good. Finished up D&D. That's awesome, hun. Very cool. Are you DMing or are you playing? I sent you the gif of Kiryu treating the Pocket Racing League so seriously. That gif always makes me laugh. Thank you. I will have a look in just a second after we say hello, Raiders. Welcome on in, Magnificent Mad Arts. How are you? It's good to see you. You guys, this is the lovely Mad Arts Treasures who hath graced us with their presence from the realm of board games. This jolly giant seeks to forge bonds and cultivate a community as warm as a dragon's embrace. They embark on grand adventures, be it battling zombies, or exploring the shadows of Brimstone. Their heart is as vast as their gaming repertoire. Welcome in, Magnificent Mad Arts. How are you? Also, TNT. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? You guys, this is TNT Tabletop, who have graced us with their presence, bringing forth a bounty of board game delights. Their realm is filled with the thrilling adventures of Shadows of Brimstone. Oh, you guys are playing together, double raid, alongside painting days and gaming escapades. Fear not the flashing lights, for their passion is truly explosive. Join their court and experience the majesty of tabletop gaming. Welcome on in. Me and TNT were both playing Shadows of Brimstones, and it's a tough boss fight. Hey, well done. Excellent, hun. Well, welcome in, Raiders. If you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. And if you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Mad Arts, TNT, would you like to let us know when your next stream is? Hello, everyone. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is such a pleasure to have you. Yeah, thank you so much. Just let us know when your next stream is, okay? Would absolutely love to know. We're working on art today. We're working on a commission. Don't mind my incredibly messy sketches. They are insane. I will acknowledge that for sure, for sure. I'm contemplating, like, I feel like this could be a very cool... Tomorrow we're going to try and finish the game. If not, I'll do a little something awesome. Well, you guys, please check out Magnificent Mad Arts, who will be streaming tomorrow. Potentially finishing the game. Potentially. see. I think we've gotta have, like, we have to have supports. I wish I were, like, an architect or something. I could figure this out better then. Maybe I need a lower... Oh, fuck, hello? That's a great time, but we couldn't take out the spawners, so we have constant enemies coming. Oh, wow, yikes! That would be rough. That would be very, very rough. Alright, is this the right? Yeah, that's the right layer. I would appreciate a warp. A warp would be good. Why is my warp not working? Oh, there we go. There we go. Having Twitch connection issues. So chat isn't showing up. Oh, that's okay. No worries. You're all good. Thank you so much for coming in though, lovely TNT. I do appreciate it. This opening is iconic. It's such a I have such a soft spot for Code Geass. Me too, lovely Lost. Me too. I have a lot of fond memories with that one. But thank you so much for the raid, lovely TNT. You guys, please do check out Fabulous TNT Tabletop and Magnificent Mad Arts. We got a wizard ambush us and summon tentacles from the void to ambush us. They are trying heavy numbers. Ooh, scary. That sounds rough. That sounds rough. Boy, oh boy. But I'm weak. Boy, oh boy. But that. Okay, let me see here. I could block everything if I do that. What I'm doing here, right? I'm experimenting with like maybe the idea of having like the staircase lined with books, with bookshelves, but it's gonna block everything if I do that, so I guess I won't. I guess I'll just keep this like a regular... I could have some books flying around in the animation phase. That might work. Plausibly. Need to go on that break soon. Oh yeah, we should. You guys, thank you so much for the raids. Precious Pocket, Magnificent Mad Arts, terrific TNT. Thank you guys so much. We're just gonna go on a very quick 3-minute break. We do this every hour so that you guys can, if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about missing content because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer. I set you guys up with a words on stream and a little boss battle over in stream avatars, both of which you can interact with without any integrations or anything. Just in the chat box, and then we come back in just 3 minutes. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Bit early for me, but it's gonna go feed the cat. I'm gonna go feed the cat mostly because I need to go to the bathroom, and if I leave my office, she will hear me then cry constantly until fed. So I guess she gets breakfast now. Sounds good, gorgeous geeks. Check DMs. Okay, sounds good. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Mwah. I would like a rousing applause in the form of fuck, shit, oh god. Third option, invent guns instead. Invent gun with bang bang magic. Want to test a few of Taz. So that's my save hat layer that I forgot to turn off on this screen. Okay. Thought it was intentional. You know what? In that case, it was intentional. No, it was not. I'm so sorry. Okay. If you guys are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. My
Teammates look out for each other.
Aw.
a team, right?
Oh. High five. Yay! Oh my god, look how tiny her hand is. Oh, so cute. Oh. I would like a rousing applause in the form of fuck shit. Oh god. Oh god, I should have ah, I should have done. Oh no, stop. I should have practiced with things. Ah! Don't mind me. I'm a great date. I forgot how to fucking oh my god, there's okay, some of these moves look really cool, but I can't. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Hopefully none of the locals got murdered in the midst of my fucking up. I'm not sure. Dude, I thought you were supposed to do I can finally actually show you guys what crossing my fingers looks like. I reckon domain expansion? But super satisfying. I'll take that. I'll take that. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me. Keep it up, good job. Keep it up, good job.
Yucky.
And buttons. Buttons. You're doing great. Thank you. Nom, nom, nom. That's okay. I'll finish it for you. Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts. In this game, it's really good. It's very tragic. Story of class change quest. That is what.
Good stream so far.
Thank you very much for the fucking ow. Oh my god. Sorry. The timing on both of those. Thank you very much for the very honest, fair report card, Nix. I appreciate that. I do. I love the music in this game. It's really good. Are we doing the story or class change quest? That is what you guys get to decide. Get to the first town, and then we can go extending stream by almost 2 hours to keep playing it. What is that? Oh, fuck you! Oh my god! Suck my... Sorry. Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me, dude! I hate jump scares! Fuck you! God. Ah! Jesus, explosions. Maze bot? Did I put an E at the end of his name or no? I forgot. Hi, sweet Asia. Welcome on in. Where is Eon? He was like,
You. Thanks for everything.
oh god, she's gonna be so cute and draw me a
So,
picture.
Do you like it?
It's
I love that she's
that cat
reaching
again.
for
Thank
the
you,
cat's
Niz.
butthole.
Don't mind me. I just had a mouthful of nuts. Yummy.
I'm giving
Um,
it to you.
Well done on your boss, and I'll let you guys finish your words, and then we'll head over to the art section again. Benji. Hi there, lovely Benji.
I'm convinced
How was your
No, wait,
stream?
no, I don't.
I was peeking in from time to time. Let me give you a shout out, sweetheart. You guys, check out lovely Benji. What an absolute darling. I don't think that there's a single person on this platform who is like branding themselves better than him as far as like matching with his personality. So tell me, when you hear golden retriever, what do you picture? Because it's Benji. That's who you picture. Hold on, I also just realized I owe you guys my real model. Hello. Yeah, Benji. What an absolute darling. This man is super, super sweet. Golden Retriever, Vtuber, just so very sweet. Lovely, lovely stream. Very, very interactive. Yeah. He's kind of like a male version of me. Gets very excited about things, very encouraging, very warm. Highly recommend you check him out. How was your stream? Nix, uppies for you. Hey, good, Nix. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Uppies for you. Hey, good, Aussie. Beautiful Bubbling, welcome back, my dear. Thank you, of course, hon. Of course, no worries. Lovely Noah, hi, how are you? Give me some of your awesomeness. I don't think I can give you some of mine. You already have all of yours. You know what I mean? How are you doing, lovely Noah? And Terrific Talon, yes, I saw you in Benji's chat earlier as well. Lovely uppies. Hey, good laugh. It wasn't good. I must do a rap about affirmation now. Let's fucking go. I love your freestyling. It's so much fun. But that's okay. I saw that you do need to go and lurk, so I won't keep you. But thank you for dropping in. I hope you're having a good one, and thank you for the lurk. Appreciate this support. Amazing Umbra gets uppies. Hey, good Umbra. I have none. I'm not as awesome as you. These are falsities, falsehoods. I don't know what false mirror you are looking in right now, but all are converging here. It's true. It's true. You are returned. Welcome back, gorgeous geeks. All right. What the fuck was I doing? I forgot. I forgot what I was doing. I was trying to figure out what the best way to make this like an actual structure while still being supported would be. I was Pragmata. Was it good? It was great. Had a really fun time with it. I mostly like the gameplay, but a lot of the pals were really, really moved by the story as well. Did you turn it down a bit? I turned it down during our intro video, but I thought I put it back up, but I'll put it back up a little more. Geek Solar Time. I am cripplingly arachnophobic, like near panic levels when I find a giant house spider. Last year, I sprayed the whole house to kill any insects and arachnids. I went down to feed Donut and found a big old spider, but it was fully dead. Princess Donut earns her keep. That's good, gorgeous geeks. That's very good. I'm really happy that she does. Congratulations on having a spider murderer. Before I lurk, I just gotta say it was emotional. It's true. Emotional damage indeed. Yeah, are you me, geeks? I'm just saying, I've never seen you two in the same room. No, I have actually. You are in the same room right now. Yeah, Pragmata was a really good time. Yeah, but beautiful Benji, enjoy your lurk. Thank you so much for dropping in. I do appreciate you, sweetheart. And yeah, we'll see you soon, hopefully. I hope your stream was excellent. Oh, you know what I can do here? You have these already established. No spoilers? I'm not done with it? No, no, no. No spoilers. No spoilers. We won't talk about spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. Australia's hardcore survival mode 24/7. Don't say that. If Mattis is lurking, she's gonna be like, I knew it, Tao. I knew I shouldn't come out there. It's too scary. There's so many things that want to kill me. Would happily trade my phobia with Tao. I am so far from a body of water, it would never affect me, but spiders are a constant threat. That's fair, geeks. That's fair. I don't really want a fear of spiders living in Australia. I'm glad I'm not arachnophobic. I was playing Last of Us last year, and my best friend spoiled both 1 and 2. Oh, that sucks. I'm so sorry. No, don't worry. We're not talking about spoilers. You're all good. No, that sucks. Oh my god, I would have been so upset if someone had spoiled Last of Us 2 for me. Well, or Last of Us 1, but yeah. Is it true y'all got huge spiders in Australia? Yeah, but we're not the only place in the world that has huge spiders. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Talking about survival, we had a huge snake pass by our house, and the kind neighbors living opposite us came to warn us. Mom was like, it's fine. Don't worry. It will go its way. Wow. I don't know if I would feel that way about something that actually, like, I think that, like, I wouldn't risk my life for it, and I wouldn't want Nath to risk his, obviously, but, like, if we lived in a place, like, if we found, like, a tiger snake, in our yard or something, I would not leave that there. You know what I mean? Like, there are certain types of spiders, even bugs, like jack jumpers in Tassie specifically. Snakes, spiders, or certain bugs that, like, I would not leave them alone. I would not be like, oh, it's fine, they'll be totally fine, you know? All of those are things that I would be like, we must execute option B, which is which is to call animal control, because I am not being murdered or letting my pets or my partner be murdered, you know? I love spiders. I have 3 pet spiders and I love them. Fair enough, to each their own, you know what I mean? I used to have a phobia of aliens for a bit. I think I mentioned this before. That does sound kind of familiar, Ren. If you want to avoid spiders, stay the fuck away from Darwin. True. My phobia is hospital-based. Oh, injections. Is it injections or is it needles in general? Like, injection means go into body. How do you handle, like, blood draw? Like something being taken from you. Oh, needles in general? Okay, yeah, not good then, not good. I hate when people spoil stuff. I had a friend spoil Thor Ragnarok, and it was a movie I worked on so hard. I was never as annoyed with someone as I was that day. When you were working on it, you never got spoiled for it? I don't know why, but I think those small jumping spiders are adorable. They are very cute. Jumping spiders are very cute. They are quite little babies. This is the most gigantic step I've ever seen.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Zelicillo. How are you? It's good to see you, darling. When I was a kid, I was terrified of the thought of a Black Widow after reading about it. Did you ever meet a Black Widow, Lovely Lost? Jumping spiders are the only ones I'm not shit scared afraid of. How do you feel about, like, daddy long legs, Saucy? Zeller, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. When I was younger, I was terrified of aliens, specifically both the xenomorph and greys. Now I actually wish they showed themselves. It'd have huge implications, and the fear has gone at this point. Geeks, I feel like you're gonna go and watch Steven Spielberg's new movie, Disclosure? Is that what it's called? Disclosure Day. Disclosure Day. No, because we get it in bits and pieces, so we don't know the order of stuff. Oh, that makes sense, Strat. Okay, that's a good point. Oh, that would have sucked. Yeah, that would have sucked. They can wave at you too. It's so freaking adorable. Yeah, they are pretty cute sometimes. Check personas in Discord? Sure, let me just catch up with chat real quick next. My best friend did the same to me for Avengers Endgame and Spider-Man No Way Home. That sucks. Come to think of it, he spoiled a lot of my favorite stuff. Oh my god, I think you need to have a serious talk with your friend and be like, do you realize that this is not as funny as you seem to think it is? Please don't tell me about this shit. I leave them be, but not get close. Oh, okay, fair enough, Ozzy. I tend to, like, we have quite a few little daddy long legs hanging around. Some of them are kind of big, and I like pick them up and I bring them places where I happen to know there are other animals that they might enjoy. Most of the time we get gaslit by the clips we work on. Can't tell if the stuff we work on will even make the final cut. Oh, that's a good point, Strat. That makes sense. No prob, Bob. I'm a name Bob. No, never. I'm much better with spiders now, though. As long as they aren't massive or something. Now I get the pleasure about worrying about fisher cats dropping on me. Do I want to know what a fisher cat is, Lost? That sounds... Oh god, what is a fisher cat? Okay, tell me. I'm ready. I'm ready. Anyone else actually terrified of the Greys design? The classic alien emoji is the best way I can describe them. The large black eyes, pale skin, actually like a genetic fear, because those are features were made to recognize of disease, so they were designed to mess with your head emotionally. Interesting, geeks. I am not afraid of them just because I generally need, like, some kind of a personal experience with something to like hate it. Like leeches, I never was bothered by those until one got on Coda's lip during a hike that we went on, and boom, just I saw it on his lip and I was like, oh my God, it won't come off. And then, you know, you try and grab it and he's not hurting or anything because they inject like an anesthetic, but I'm trying to take it off and then blood starts dripping and I'm like, ah, ew. So now I fucking hate leeches, even though I never did before. But I haven't had a bad experience with grays, at least not in my memory. You know, maybe the probing happened before the memory wipe. I don't know. Need to chat about it. I'll be driving. It'd be on driving me insane with Pragmata on the mind. Oh, Umbra! I can't wait until you finish it and then we can talk about it. The thing is, he's a good person and doesn't know social cues due to him being autistic. He's so kind. Yeah, well, I mean, something that should be pretty easy then is if he is very kind and autistic, for the record. Like, I would imagine that if you flat out said, I don't like it when you spoil things for me, please stop doing it. You know, like I have a bunch of autistic friends and they're some of the most like receptive people to like feedback like that. Mind you, you can't beat around the bush. You can't be like, oh, I mean, I enjoyed the game, but like, you know, it got a little bit spoiled, so I didn't like it as much. Like they wouldn't quite, you know, they'd be like, oh, well, anyway, did you hear about what happens in Spider-Man No Way Home, you know? But if you're like straightforward with them and you're like, hey, I really don't like that. Can you not do that, please? Then they like, I have friends that I told that to like years ago and they still like, oh, Tao, I don't say that anymore, that kind of stuff, because I know you didn't like it. I'm like, thanks, that's great. Think like a massive weasel that climbs trees and screams a lot. And I do mean massive. Fisher cat? Do you live in the Amazon? I'm gonna look this up. Hold on, I gotta see what a fisher cat looks like. Oh, wow. Holy shit. Okay, they look like little bears. Oh my God, is this an actual size? Is that how big they actually are? They're like cute, but in the same way that like a cougar is cute, you know? Like very cute. Also, maybe rabid. Wow, that's insane. I don't think I've ever seen one of these. Why are they so big? They're really cool looking, but man, those teeth would rip. Fisher cats are kind of adorable though. They're massive. Those sorts of markers elicit fear in a lot of people because we're genetically predisposed to fear of any markers we can link to disease because it would have been needed pre-society. That makes sense. That makes sense, geeks. Had to deal with maggots, but leeches weren't never seemed as bad, though I get why you had such a bad experience. Oh yeah, it's a minor thing, like in the long run, but now I'm just like eked out by them. Tao, do you believe in ghosts or have you ever experienced one IRL? It's been a while since I've mentioned my my tale of my grandmother. I don't believe in ghosts, but I had a very strange experience that I can tell you about if you want. That's, I don't really know any other way to describe it besides like paranormal, but I don't believe in this stuff. So I, and again, like just to clarify, that doesn't mean that I judge anyone who does. I just don't believe in it personally. But I'll tell you, once I catch up and look at the pals, I will tell you about my very strange experience about my grandmother. Zellar, thank you for the 35 stream streak. I so appreciate it. Thank you for your dedication and support, darling. Can you tell I've done deep dives into horror design for no specific reason? Definitely not because of writing in D&D. Not at all. No. I would never assume that. Oh, you live in New England. I didn't even know there was a... Didn't know that a fisher cat was a thing in anywhere in the US. That's crazy. Yeah, they're huge, adorable, but what? Wow. Call me crazy, but I firmly believe in ghosts and spirits. No, I won't call you crazy. Listen, I think that everyone has their own experiences, and it just so happens that my brain is not predisposed to, I'm always like, there's a rational, logical explanation, something rooted in, you know, reality for it. But I mean, you know, I don't necessarily disagree with people who are like, you know, Tao, like the paranormal is just, literally just what science has not discovered yet, in the same way that, you know, thousands of years ago, fire was paranormal, right? But now we know exactly what causes that. But I'm not there yet for for ghosts. I believe in ghosts. I can't prove it though. I do not believe in ghost spirits paranormal, if only because I would actually enjoy that. Any proof of something after death would be preferable. I wish for ghosts. I am more on your side there, geeks. Yeah. Yeah, I do agree. You completed your run. I wanted to wish you best on your run, Precious Politely. Felt rough and wasn't a great time despite feeling good at the start. Oh, 729 miles. Sweetie, that's still very good. I know you're trying to, like, you know, improve your time and stuff, but that's still an excellent time. I believe that ghosts and spirits are just people with unfinished business. That's fair. I have a bunch of spooky stories. Someday I shall share. Yes, please. All right, let me go look at the, let me go look at our Palsonas. Oh, cute. Nix is looking great. I love the upside down. That's very cute. Well done. Oh my God, he's so cute. Look at his little nosy. Oh, he's so cute. Great job, sweetie. Great job. Very, very cute. Super adorable. Yeah, now, Magnificent Mac, thank you for hanging out with us. Appreciate you. Okay, so the story with my Grammy was when so something you should know is that I really admire my grandmother. When people ask, hey, Tao, like, you know, hypothetically, if you could bring anyone back from the dead and have like one more conversation with them or something, a lot of people are like, oh, you know, Da Vinci, or like, you know, Abraham Lincoln, or like whatever, like a historical figure, or like a celebrity maybe. I would say my grandmother, because I didn't treat her very well, and I still regret it. So she's actually one of the main reasons that I wound up being who I am, as far as reminding you guys constantly how wonderful you are, how much I love you, stuff like that, because I didn't do that for her. And I didn't do that for her for so long that she died. So that was tragic. Anyway, what was particularly tragic is that I still remember this very vividly. I had fallen asleep, and I wasn't even thinking about my Grammy. Like, don't worry about it. Like, I'm like, yeah, whatever. She's just around, right? But welcome back, Noah. But I hadn't talked to her or about her or thought of her any time recently, and I mean in like weeks or months. But what was really strange is I fell asleep this night, and in the corner of my room, I woke up, quote, woke up, unquote, to this overpowering scent of like florals, which I'm not a big floral lover, so it wasn't any of my stuff. And it was like that. You guys you ever smell like roses when they are like rotting, like they're dead, but they're like decomposing? It's like this really sickly sweet kind of smell, but still very definitively rose flavored, right? Rose smelling, kind of smelled like that. And I quote unquote woke up, and in the corner of my room there was a woman, and she was like completely cloaked in darkness, old lady, and I just kind of knew that it was my grandmother. And for the record, my grandmother is like the kindest person ever. And there was never any ill will towards her from me. And she had never done a cruel or unjust thing in her entire life. She was an angel. So this was just very, very strange. And I had this really, really like overpowering feeling of like dread. And I knew it was her. And she didn't really move. She just kind of stood there. And I think she might have maybe like kind of looked up, you know? But I woke up from, I actually woke up from that to a phone call from my parents saying, Tao, your grandmother's just unexpectedly had an allergic reaction. She was very healthy before this. She just had an unexpected allergic reaction to a routine iodide treatment or injection. Like they were like looking, you know, just doing something that everyone, like people do often. And she died. And I was like, what? That's really fucking weird, because I just had this dream. And the floral smell, I didn't realize it at that time, but literally like a couple of years ago, when I went back home, thank you for the 6-7. I went home, and my mom has kept all of these scrapbooks, and my grandmother used to like keep these like pressed flowers And when we were flipping through the scrapbooks, I got this whiff of that smell. And it's been like a decade now. But like as soon as I smelled it, I was like, holy fuck. Like that's Grammy. And my mom goes, yeah, no, it is. And she also like, she used to spray her perfume on this stuff too. Before she would like press the flowers. So it was very weird. It was very, very weird. But that's my most like quote paranormal experience unquote. Which again, I don't necessarily believe in the paranormal, and I still am like, oh yeah, no, that's just because you know, that was a night terror. I have those a lot. But I do think it was very strange and very convenient that it happened the night, like within, you know, a couple of hours of her dying. It was just that part was the weirdest part. Yeah. All right, let me rewind and see what you guys have said here. Hold on. VX, thank you very much for the 5 biddies. Is this a Sonic racetrack? Why? We here in the US have fishers, stoats, wolverines, martins, minks, and weasels. I thought stoats were smaller. They can smell okay sometimes. She came to say goodbye, I think. But why the dread, you know? And why, like, that'd be nice. She wanted to say hi. Save! Hello there, sweetest. Save! How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome in. How are you? How was your stream? Let me see here. You guys, this is the fabulous Save File 17 who hath graced us with their presence fresh from the Hearthstone arena. A true connoisseur of the dual class format, they are known to slay the leaderboard with ease. Their streams are a delightful blend of card-slinging prowess and nerdy banter, fit for a monarch's court. Fear not, for even peasants may enjoy the spectacle. This is the arena way, fam. Oh, I love the arena way. This is the way, fam. This is the way. Save the raid. Thank you for lurking in mine/save stream strat and Umbra and politely and save. How was it? How was your stream? You guys, if you have not checked out the amazing, sweetest Save File 17, you are truly missing out. He is a dear friend. He is a wonderful streamer. He is a very kind man, and he is very fucking funny. He's also a total nerd, total geek nerd. Love it. If you like sci-fi, if you like Star Trek, if you like Firefly, if you like, I don't know why we're like gradually evolving into like New Jersey accent, but Star Wars as well, hence The Way. He recently had a The Way badge that you could have gotten, but if you didn't get it, you missed out. I'm just saying. He is also oh, hold on. Now time to close my other tab. Why do I have 2 Tau tabs? Hi, lovely Bethelina. Thank you for coming in. The middle was dire, but the start and end were fine to good. That's great, Sudasave. How many wins did you have? I debated using the Starways term for cantina music. Starways term. The Starways term. I thought your sci-fi franchise were gradually evolving, not your Jersey accent. I was getting ready to judge your rankings. Oh, no. I could never. But you guys, please check out Lovely Save. While he is indeed a god king, wizard king of Hearthstone, he is also an absolutely incredible gamer, just bar none. He does a lot of like fun sponsored content as well. So if you're not like a big like Hearthstone fan, like card game fanatic, you like smooth jazz. But using the Star Wars term. Oh, okay, I see. I think you can add a southern accent as well. I bet they will have those in space. I don't know if they will. I think that an English accent in space would be, I don't know what that would be. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh my god, sorry. Sorry, Sam, I'm sick. I got like no sleep and I'm sick. And I'm very tired. But what was I saying? Oh, I was also saying yes. But he does sponsored content, so he does a lot of like like a lot of like gacha games, as well as he was recently playing some Conan Exiles. He did some Angry Burbs, the next one, the 2, or how many Angry Burbs are there? I think there's a lot of Angry Burbs actually. Surely they're on like 28 or something. He's done some Neverness to Everness. What other stuff have you been playing, Save? Do you have any idea what your next sponsored thing will be? 6 wins, then 0 wins, then 7+ wins. Still in progress. Listen, that adds up to more than 12 total. So I think you get a perfect score actually, Save. I think you get a perfect score actually. Hope your arting is going well. I saw some perspective lines when I glanced in earlier. You did. My brain is not working properly right now. But I'm trying. I'm fucking trying. My brain is actually shockingly in more like animation mode. Like our little animation here of him leaning down is looking all right, but I'm like, fuck, I need to get the perspective and stuff a little bit better. You guys, please also check out Safe File Variety. That is his variety channel where he actually played all the way through like Dispatch and Resident Evil Requiem, because I don't remember the number. I think it's 9. But it was Requiem, and he's very funny. And despite the fact that he has like hundreds of people watching him, he makes you feel he gives you like very individual attention, and he actually remembers a lot of things about you. Like there was somebody I saw who came into his stream a few weeks ago and was like, oh yeah, I haven't been very well, or they had said that, and then they came in later, like another couple of days later, and he was like, oh hey, how are you feeling? And I'm like, holy shit, with all of the chatters you have, you remember this is so sweet. He's very thoughtful, and he is just a gem of a person, so please do follow him. He is also, by the way, that channel is my favorite one to like hang out in. I get great satisfaction and rechargeability from like witnessing his shenanigans and maybe contributing to them. Also the occasional oh my god, my throat, sorry. That's a Tim Allen reference. I'm so loopy, I'm so sorry. English accent in space either makes you the bad guy or the captain. There is no in between. Geese, are you only getting the captain because I'm the captain and I have a British accent? I love Star Wars. I like the part where Dark Helmet's ship gets jammed because Lone Star gives him the raspberry. That sounds like something I would hear from from Vetelina. I'm sorry. They have Cowboy Bebop. Of course they have a southern accent in space. That's Star Wars, right? Yeah, why wouldn't it be? Gacha games got that sponsor money. They sure do. Oh, Forza, I'm such an idiot. Forza was like literally recent. I'm so sorry. Yes, he was playing Forza. That was another one. That was another sponsored one. Animation, fascinating. No need for brains, just frames. Yes, we gotta give those bars to Benji. He'll do a freestyle rap. Excited to see your build in Forza. My brain is sleepy, no cells right now. That's okay, lovely time. You are welcome to just vibe. Tao too kind, even while health bar is low and flashing red. ASMR Tim Allen Tiger. Frame rate elo is low frame rate. Yeah, my thank you for the care package, Aussie, much appreciated. You and of course Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the USS Enterprise. Oh, of course, silly me. I'm so sorry. Well, I forgot Forza, so you better believe that any episodes I saw involving Captain Jean-Luc Picard would those are out the other ear too. Swedish Shadow, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you for being here. I don't know if I want to resend my message from just before the raid. It's up to you, hon. Maybe Valar should have had an English accent if the captain taught her language. Oh, there you go, politely. Oh my god, I want the English accent. Let's go. Thank you, Tao. The monster form of Sinner was very interesting to draw. My goal was to draw bigger than I am used to. You did a great job, Nix. It's on the topic of spiritual contact and stuff. Yeah, it's up to you, hon. It's up to you. No pressure. I'm not sure if I have a build, but I do have cars with Luna, Crystal, and some lewd shark girl whose name I don't know, painted on the side of some cars. Save. This is what you would expect from Save if Save had real world money of like millions of dollars. He would go get Flash on all of his cars with Luna, Crystal, and some lewd shark girl that he just saw and was like, ah, fuck it, cute shark girl. Had spiritual contact with my dad in 2014, and one night I felt my bed move, and a second later I felt a drop at the end of my bed. It's as if someone was sitting there, and I knew exactly who it was. So I even said out loud, Dad, I know you're watching over me, and I love you, but can you please let me sleep? And he left me alone soon after. I had white knuckles afterwards. Wow, Ozzy, that would be intense. I hope that it's evolved into a more pleasant memory since then, though. Geeks could judge both of us then. That's true. At the end of every session, Geeks, you have to give me a rating and you have to give Philately a rating on our British clips. I am so fucking out of it. Sorry, British accents. I read Strat's, the last part of Strat's message, and I said clips. I'm so fucking out of it. I'm sorry. We should have you dub some Star Wars clips. That'd be very funny. I sleepies. How do I get a cat? I'm on mobile. Oh, do you mean one of the pouch pals down there? If you just talk, you should be able to, or is it followers? I'm not actually sure. Hold on, let me open it up and see if you're down here. I think you get one by following. I'm not positive. And that sounds like I'm being like, yeah, why aren't you following? But that's not what I'm trying to do. I genuinely, I'm pretty sure you get one if there's, if you follow. I'm not positive, but you should see your little name pop up if so. Okay, thank you so much for the follow. Lovely time. Oh, no, do you know what wait, hold on. Do I have this one?
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, whether you like it or not. No. Tao's telling me no. Doesn't fit the vibe. Are you sure? Okay. Welcome on in, Uwu.
Welcome on in. Ooh, thank you for the follow, hun. I really do appreciate it. Our commands are not working today because Mix It Up, which I have had on my computer for like 8 months, has decided to just spontaneously uninstall itself from my PC. So I have, no one can use the rest of your, like any, pretty lady doesn't work. Meat doesn't work. Oh my God, meat. Anyway, neither does Yugi, neither does Buttons. None of them work because all of them are on that application and it just disappeared. I don't have any fucking clue where it is. It's not in my downloads folder. It's not in my programs. Like, it's just not there. So I have to go and rejig all that. But luckily, the save follow is actually integrated into my OBS separately. So because I have control of it. But let's see. Did you get a pal? Hold on. I gotta click on them. There you are. Look. Let me see if I can pin you. Ah. Wait, stop it. How do I pin? Oh, no, sorry. I'm trying to pin. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. No, that's Umbra. Wait, the purple one. Yeah. No, wait. Wait, where did... There's time. Okay. Wee. Here. You can be on my shoulder. Boop. Throwing the cats. It's a pouch pal! Look. Cute. Wee! Wee! Oh, it's okay. You'll come back in a second. Shark Girl. Now I'm curious and I want to do a scavenger hunt to identify her. What color are her scales? Ooh, red. Good question. Being a sleuth out there. I literally have more cars than there are furry characters. Please send me your cute Shark OC's billionaire save. Some people would buy the moon. Some people would donate to the forest. Save. He gets a bazillion cars with VTuber girls on them. No, don't apologize. You're all good. I heard Star Wars. Ah, Emma, yes. If you have not followed, lovely, save. You should definitely do that. You are governor of this city. That's a complete sentence. Good job. Gotta activate it via stream avatars. Should be an icon you can click if you click on the screen. If you like racing and or touring a rather pretty version of Japan, you might enjoy it. Forza, I assume, yeah. I've played about 30 hours. People like Ozzy could probably give you a better answer. Wow, 30 hours. Holy shit. The purple stream avatar is just below the video of Tao when you click on the stream of mobile. Yuki said no work. Wait, Yugi no work. And IB said, Yugi, people can't make me talk, even under duress. I feel like I'm in a spy movie. They run. Time, that's a cute emote. I like the little throw the Thylacine pouch pal. Can you throw pals around like Pikmin? Well, I can do some here. Do you wanna explode? I have bombs. Here you go. Have fun! Whee! Boom! 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 I go fly. You do. Stop Thylacine handling us. I almost got a concussion from that fall. Sorry, my bad. My bad. I remember someone here played Star Wars Online. Was that you, Save? Was that you? Who was that? I played 40-ish hours of Forza. Forza! Why am I saying I can't talk? I'm sorry. My mouth is not working. So much drifting. AE86 and Bendy Road. So zen. Oh my god. Neo Greg came in and I got to what was the insane one-seater that he had that sounded like it was gonna explode when he was driving it, and the fucking rubber banding of when he would run into a wall and it would bounce backward. What was that? The Peel P50. That's it. That was so funny. We watched that when Neo Greg rated in a couple of days ago, and like I just thought it was the funniest shit. It was so good. I'm not sleepy. Must stay. My sleep and health can wait. That is not true. Please prioritize your sleep and health, sweetie pie. Don't flip me for deleting my commands. I didn't delete them. Pin me to the top of your head. Hold on. I gotta figure out how to do that. Oh, shit. Sorry. I didn't mean to explode you guys again. I want... Okay. Avatar to grab. Click it again to pin it. Okay. Aussie. Oh, wait. Sorry. There you go. Anybody else? Anybody else? I've played a lot of both Star Wars Online Galaxies, which is dead, and the Old Republic, which is only sort of dead. Okay. You know what, Save? You like space so much. Here, hold on. Here, Save is up here. Ah, fuck! Okay. Wait, who said me? Let me see. Hold on. Lurking, I just hear I have bombs from Tau with little context. Spectacular. When will we have Tau drive the PAL bus? We need to have you take us on a trip. Ah, that'd be sick. Ever turn instead of scrolling. Oh, all good, sweetest Space Cat. I hope that you sleep well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for the lurk. You, Space Cat, you want to be pinned? Okay. Wait. Space Cat is... Wait, sorry, Umbra. Oh, no, you have been pinned in the wrong... Oh, shit. Wait, sorry. Wait, sorry. I need everyone to move. I'm trying to grab... Aha! Here. Ah, boop, boop. There you go. Bublin, you too? Oh, nope. Bublin. Boop, beep. Boop, boop, boop. Who else? I see. Adorable. Time, would you like to be pinned too? That's so many pins. You know what? Fuck it. What is happening? I guess you'll find out, won't you? Oh, sorry, Umbra, can I unpin you? Yeah. Everyone's gonna start like falling off. There you go. Hello, everyone. Look at them. Welcome back, Mogrim. You like space so much, pins you to the sky. Sleepy Tau becomes like accidentally villainous. Cool. Yeah, a little bit, just a little tiny bit. Harmlessly villainous, you know. The other two have hearts. Why not save? Wait, which ones have hearts? The hearts that like generate have to do with like your emotes and stuff, I think. Just want to say hey before Eeps. All good, Mogrim. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And no worries, sweetest Space Cat. Can I be pinned? And new clip. Thank you for the new clip. That's so many pins. So many pins. Go ahead and pin us all. Yes, look at my collection. I keep them like insects. That's crazy. Sorry. I've been unpinned and then repinned. Look, I'm flying. You're flying, lovely lost. Some aren't moving. Oh, they're starting to fall. Here they go. We're floating in Tau's artwork. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Decaf villainy. Decaf villainy is such a way to put it, Lost. That's funny. Shared more Riz. I will have a look momentarily, sweetie. Thank you very much. Gonna lurk for a while. Be back soon. All good, sweetest strat. You ran out of helium. Can my song be next before I go eeps? Yes. What is your song though? Thank you for the lurk, sweetest strat. Let me have a look at the artwork. Ooh. Oh my god, my voice. Common writer build. Oh, Nyx, nice, very cool, well done. All we need is some red string for this conspiracy board. Yeah, just Calio is definitely not my favorite. I liked Kira Carson, and I like Lana Benico and Theron Sean from later content. I float naturally, PAL version anyway, that's fair. Am I upside down? I think you guys kind of revolve a little bit. How can you keep up with all of us? I'm impressed. Oh, what can I say? It's all luck. More than anything. Okay, let me bring that up for you, Dolan. Sure. All right, that will play next, sweetheart. Thank you for the clip, lovely Nyx. I'm no longer floating. I'm sorry, all of you are falling down. Nyx, if you want to put that in the best of stream section, I will be very happy to watch it. It's raining pals, hallelujah, it's raining pals. Hey pals. But yes, Sweeta Safe, thank you so very much for the raid. I really do appreciate you. You are so incredibly sweet. Thank you very much for the awesome support. And you guys, please go support Safe. He's amazing. Whiny towel says please. The pal doesn't fall far from the Vtuber. That's true. That is true. I keep blowing up my fellow pals. I've fallen and I can't get up. It's okay. You'll get up. Just... Wait, Save! Did you tell us when your next stream is? If you already did, sorry, thanks for your patience and tell me again. It's like 19 hours from now or something, I think. 18? How far along? How long is it from here? From now? The shark girl is brown and tan with darker brown stripes. She also seems to have a pink visor, black and pink hair, and her arms are bound up in what appears to be a blue jacket. Wait, don't read that! Go back! Don't read that! I can Google her now. I am never in a position to read Tau. That's okay, precious, politely. I don't mind. You're so sweet for coming in here and hanging out with us. You're a freaking angel. Thank you for being here. Your voice sounds tired. You okay? I'm just sick and genuinely sleepy. I got 4 hours of sleep last night. I am not a person who functions well with like little sleep. Yeah, 4 hours of sleep and then I'm sickies. I'm glad that I'm not at the coughing phase of whatever illness I have, and I hope that I do hope that it just kind of like goes away, but your presence here matters the most. Exactly. Thank you, maid. That is far more succinct and eloquent than I am. Thank you. I hope you get good rest soon. Thank you, sweetest face. Awesome, Ozzy. Thank you for the care package, hon. Appreciate it. It's true. Sedu speaks the true. We asked her if she can skip today's stream so she can rest, but she said no. It's true. Next stream is 6 hours ago tomorrow. Ooh, that's a good way to do it. 6 hours ago tomorrow. Probably just cards, but the Forza and Inky Hades will be included this weekend. Oh, that's right. What's the Inky thing called? What's the Inky thing called? I think I saw Greg playing it, right? Or wait, no, that was Yerba Buena? Wait, is that what it is? Is Yerba Buena the one I'm thinking of? Oh, Realm of Ink. Okay, very different. Okay, fair enough. You guys, please check out Sweetest Save. He will be streaming for my Aussies, or those who are used to like interpreting Australians' time zones. He'll be live at like what 10:30ish, 10:30 a.m. or so tomorrow, our time. So please, please, please go check him out. He's awesome, and you will really enjoy your time with him, or else your money back. And he's gonna be doing some maybe some Forza and Realm of Ink as well. You've fussed us to take care of ourselves, but take care of yourself too. I am taking care of myself. You know what I would do if I wasn't streaming right now? I would be sad. I would just be sad. Actually, Tom, I made 2 clips. You missed one. Oh, that's okay, Nix. Both of them, please put them in the best stuff stream so I can watch them later on. Let's see. Her eyes are red and she has 3 ear studs. I forgot there's another view of her on the side of the car. Save's over here like, let's see. And she has 1 ring on her pinky finger. I'm interested in Forza because you get to race against a Gundam. Wait, really? That's crazy. I already did. It's first I do after I send them in. Oh, perfect. Awesome. Thank you, Nix. Must resist sleep. Don't resist sleep, Noah. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I love that song. It's very pretty. A reminder to unclench your jaw to those who that apply to. That's a good idea. Do not grind your teeth if you can help it. EP time. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Magnificent Mokren. Can't make me. Where are you? Where's Noah? Noah! Go to sleep! Go to sleep! Oh, hold on, stop. Go! Oh, fuck. Wait, okay, you stay there. I gotta, stop, hold on. I gotta, wait, okay. Up, fuck, shit, wait. No, stop it, no, fuck. Oh, man. Okay, wait. I'm just undoing this briefly so I can throw you to sleep. Go. Nope. Sorry, Seru. Wait. Uh-oh. Oh, there's Noah. Go to sleep. Whee! Come back now. Whee! I'm immortal. I shall stay until stream ends. Oh, I don't recommend that, sweetie. We're still live for like another 2.5, 3 hours. I thought it'd be better not to spoil the Gundam race, but the game itself spoils it in the very first cutscene. Honestly, a weird decision. That is a bit of a strange decision, but it would also be very tempting for people who are really into Gundam, I think. My neurons activate at the word Gundam. You can race against a Gundam. Tau doing that will make Noah's adrenaline high, therefore more energy and less sleep. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. No. Good. 2.5, 3 hours. God! Wow, hold on, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, my brain is not working. Oh my god, spatial awareness and like fucking visualization is what is that? What is that? What are you talking about? I've never heard of that before. Hold on. I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna do this the old-fashioned way. Experiment. Yeah, okay. There's something happening to these stairs. Hold on. Wayne. Lilith. Hi, lovely Lilith. How are you? It's good to see you. It's intended to hype it up. You don't unlock the race until you've gotten your first 2 gym badges or the Forza equivalent. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. How you doing, lovely Lilith? I forgot I have work in 2 hours. Aha! Ah, see, you gotta go to sleep. You gotta get a nap. Yoki is slightly more rested, still not in a great mood, I fear. But we shall change that ASAP. Tao-chan, gomenne for being a bit of a mess. Don't apologize, Yuki. Gomenne for me being a fucking mess today, to all of you. This is something that, like, if my brain was functioning right, I would know how to do this. This is, like, so basic fuck. I think this needs to be dragged out further here. Does that go down like that? Floating stairs. Floating stairs. Oh, floating stairs would be cool, actually. I wonder if Umbra would support my idea of floating stairs. That would be sick. Oh, I see. Wait, no, I understand what's happened here. Oh, I lost it. I'm doing quite well. And yourself, sweetheart? Oh, I'm all right. I'm having a good time with you guys. That's what matters. That's what matters. I take leave from music this time so you can sleep. Oh, that's okay, sweetest space cat. I will skip work for the stream. Whoa, don't do that. Don't do that. You gotta behave responsibly, Noah. Floating stairs? I would love that. Oh, amazing. I'm so glad. Okay, cool. Floating stairs it is. Floating stairs it is. That removes my issue from before about having having some kind of books or something. I can have floating stairs and floating books. Let's go. Okay. Take a break. Okay, yeah, let's do that. You guys, please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom and dogs. This is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. For those of you who have just come in with the raid, or who need the refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break here, and that is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't actually have to, and you still won't miss any content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer. I set you guys up with a boss battle on stream avatars and some words on stream, both of which can be done from the comfort of your chat box without any integrations whatsoever. And then we come back and we make more content, and I'll see you in 3 minutes, and I love you, and I'll miss you, and mwah! The real world, not the digital world. Digimon live there. That's true. That's true. Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. All right. Do we get to... I'm convinced. Tao needs help now. Wait, no, I don't. Wait, I got this. I fucking got this. Wait, there's, fuck. I'm not using her power just yet because these guys are weak sauce. You know what I'm saying? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 subs. Darling, thank you so very much.
Tao is a goofy goober. Yeah, Tao's a goofy goober. Yeah, you're a goofy goober. Yeah, we're all goofy goobers. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ow!
Is that where you came up with Tao? You know Tao is the 19th Greek letter. In fact, I think
Reincarnated as the last Tasmanian tiger who is an artist and a teacher who is collecting a family of pals.
Yeah, exactly. I love it, Nix. Hi, sweet Asia. Welcome on in. Where is Eon? He'll take that, please. No, anything but that. Actually, that's a very good point, Seti. What's this? What's this? Purple, purple. Ah! Third option, invent guns instead. Invent gun with bang bang magic. Want to test a few of Taz. The real world, not the digital world. Digimon live there. That's true. That's true. Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. All right. Do we get to... I hate this fucking game, dude. Oh my... What? Where did it...
Hello, lovely Nimith. How are you? It's so good to see you. I wave at you with my book. With my book. Fuck, shit, oh god.
Teammates look out for each other. We're a team, right?
Oh. I can finally actually show you guys what crossing my fingers looks like. I reckon. Domain expansion? I love the music in this game. It's really good. Are we doing the story or class change quest? That is what you guys get to decide. Get to the first town and then we can go. God, like my breakup with my ex, it just clicked. You know what I mean? Done. Okay. Absolutely phenomenal. It might be easier to turn it all around rather than doing it blind from this side. Oh. Yeah. Hold on. Please say it's free real estate. Hello, I am Nyx. I am Tau's boat. Thank you for bringing my boat, Nyx. Buttons, push them all. Wait, I gotta. Hi. How liking boxes showing
Don't mind me.
feline side.
Just casually
I
eating.
didn't know that.
Eating
this
some
game had a
chips.
box.
Yummy.
Yes, you have a shitty tail. Oh, you have a shitty
Good job,
tail.
keep it up. Good job, keep it up. I'm dead? Are you dead?
Oh no.
I'll let you go finish your words.
Owie, no. Owie, no.
Well done.
How to do this? Oh, no, I'm about to be eaten. Oh my god, I'm so fucking dead.
Excellent decision to participate in the words. You have gotten far smarter now. Sorry, I'm just grabbing my iPad. What chips are those? These are veggie chips. Veggie chips? Sweet potato nibbles. Yummy. Ah. Well, moments are buff. Also, welcome back, lovely uppies. Good. Sweet Save, welcome back. Sweet Strat, welcome back. No, I scared you. Fuck, sorry. Ozzy, welcome back. You beautiful being. Uppies. Good, Ozzy. Next, middle slice, jam slice. Uppies. Good, Nix. Welcome back, Sweet Said it. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki. Uppies. Yee. Good, Yuki. Welcome back, lovely Lost. Welcome back, lovely Lilith. Welcome back, Incredible Icy. Chips aren't normally veg. No, these are made of vegetables. This is the sweet potato nibbles. This is a salt and vinegar, authentic 75-gram net snack on the light side. Cooked in high oleic oil, less than 120 calories per 25 grams. Served plant-based, free from top allergens. Is this educational? Welcome back, beautiful Buplin. Aren't chips normally made from potatoes? Are potatoes not veggies anymore? Listen, I don't make the rules. What happened to Mazebot? How do you mean? The song name? That's a song name. Guess what time it is? Ooh, it's head pat time. It's not that I don't want to sleep. I literally can't. I have severe sleep insomnia. I typically have meds, but lost some. You need to get some more, hun. Also, thank you for the head pat, lovely love. Thank you, lovely. Hobbies for laugh. Whee! Welcome back, lovely laugh. Thought someone hacked it? No. When in doubt, you can look down there at the bottom of the screen and you can see what the song is as well. Okay, we're doing floating stairs. Literally floating stairs. Umbra, I feel like you would, with this being the world that you've made, I think you would enjoy Witch Hat Atelier. Have you been watching that at all? I've already asked you that. My memory's even worse when I'm sick, so who knows? I don't need them. Who needs sleep? Well, everybody. Everybody kind of needs sleep. One day you'll be doing mine. Head pats? Nom, 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 nom. Which dispatch character should I make into a pal next? What about Flambitch? What about Flambe? I'm a bitch, I'm a bitch, I'm such a little bitch. What are we nom nom? We are eating some sweet potato chippies. Yummy, and drinking water. I'm a bitch, my name's Robert. Dispatch pals, pals to be dispatched. I thought we were yeeted ourselves onto you. No, no. Sure, but he will have no eyebrows, as he should not. That is canon. He should not have eyebrows. He's not allowed. He'd be too powerful with eyebrows. Why are my stairs tilting? Artlian strikes again, but this time in real time. Terrifying stuff. Everyone watch out. Oh man. You have seen too much of MC Escher's son. That's true. It looks like it, huh? I hate this insomnia because when I do sleep, it's for minutes max. More like power naps. I don't get it. That's not ideal, Noah. I'm sorry. Apparently sweet potatoes are the only existing veggies out there. Potatoes have betrayed us. Potatoes are fake. Fake news. I don't think that did what I needed it to do. Wow, that's actually really bad. Oh, I see. This is exactly where this is where it began. The tilt. Tilt started here all along. Gonna get me noms? Yes! Oh, yeah! Yes! Yes! Yes, do that! Yes! Yes! Yes, do that. Do that. Get them consumables, yeah. Sweet potato chips are a thing, though, although I'm not a huge fan. I love yaki. Baked sweet potatoes? That sounds pretty good. You have tea still? Maybe. Hold on. I have a call from Maeve. Hold on, please. Okay, say hi to the pouch.
Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. I hope your weeks were wonderful. And if it's not quite Friday for you yet, I hope your Friday tomorrow was wonderful. And then your weekend is wonderful because it will be spent amongst the wonderful Pouch Pals.
Thank you very much, my love. Yummy! It's bringing me food. A wonderful little message. He does leave those. He leaves wonderful little messages. If I may be so bold as to suggest to anyone who is in a relationship or who may be getting into a relationship anytime soon, have a little, like, it would, like, you kind of have to live with the person probably, but have a little, like, notepad on, like, either your like hallway table or like on the kitchen counter or something, and leave like nice notes for each other each day, like, you know, I'm really grateful for this thing you did, or like thanks for doing the dishes, or like I love you so much, something like that. It's very, very sweet. People really, really like it, and it's one of my favorite things that Nathan and I do. Hold on, nothing's working. Okay, I'm back. Don't mind me. Was he fairly clear on the microphone there? On the microphone, from the speakerphone? Oh my god, I must rotate the fucking, oh my god, please, my staircase it's devolving. How sugary sweet. Delicious sugar, but it's 0 calorie, you see. Very cute idea. And yeah, we should just say thank you for little things a lot more. Exactly, right? It's just something that in the mess of everything else that that the world throws at you and how busy life is, it's nice to just be like, yep, love you. And here's me putting aside literally 12 seconds to write it. It's quite clear to hear? Okay, good. The princesses have decided to extend their stay again. No fucking way, Strat. You have to kick these people out. They plan to stick around until the first week of June? Strat. I hate to defer to this, but it might be the only way in this very traditional culture. You're the man of the house. You need to be like, get out. Get out. They won't listen to your mom. Stream is still going. Indeed, Suritsa. How are you doing, hun? It was very clear. If you had not said he was on the phone, I would have assumed he was wearing a gas mask to not be infected. He wouldn't do that. Oh my god, that's really funny. Steve is so out of pocket sometimes. It's so funny. I don't know why when I started to, you know, I'm tired and sickies because because I did not actually think that Sam was gonna make a joke there. I thought he was like, yeah, very clear. If you had not said he was on the phone, I would have assumed that he was in the room with you. But no, he says I would have assumed he was wearing a gas mask to not be infected by you. Valiant Vitalina, thank you for the ooh. Thank you. Ooh. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Almost a month, and I wish I could have my own way, but I don't own the house. Well, then you should go on strike. You should be like, I will not be leaving my room if these people are in my fucking house. I turned into a mouse with a giggle. I decided to cook last second, so I might take a little longer. That's okay. You don't need to apologize, Noah. You take all the time you need. Oh. Mmm. Mmm. Crunchy. If you watch the back rooms too long, they may watch you back. Ooh, ah! Why does my voice do that? It's never done that before when I'm sick, but like I think ever since I fucked my voice up with that screaming session I had when after losing my job, I think I've just like permanently done some kind of like minor damage that only really comes out when I'm sick, maybe, because I've never had that like squeaky thing happen before that. So it's just past midnight for me, and I have to be up at 5:30. I just wanted to pop in and say hi. Oh, that's okay, sweetest Sarita. Thank you ever so much for coming in. I do appreciate you. It's so sweet of you to just pop in and say hi. But I hope you also go get some rest. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And have a great day at work tomorrow, too. Why do you get sick every time we do a karaoke stream? I have no idea, Seru. I also noticed that. I was like, why is this fucking happening, huh? Nani? Nani kore? Nani kore? Nani kore? At least you can now get a super cool and definitely not lame damaged tattoo across your head like Sharon Leader's chair. Oh, good. I've always wanted one of those. My voice, dude. Oh my god. Lord. The fear of the karaoke. The ghost of Kushima. Oh no, Sarita, did the back rooms actually scare you enough to not let you sleep, hun? Why'd you go see it? You shouldn't watch stuff like that if it's so scary for you. I want to go see Hokum now. I just folded one of my fingernails back. Owie! What the fuckies? That sounds awful. Is today Friday the 13th or anything with a 4 in it? Or did I wake up in a mirror verse? Oh, damn. Am I on YouTube? Ironically, one of the only streams that we don't stream on YouTube. Thought it would be fun, but damn, A24 cooked. Maybe a little too hard. Ooh, I like that. I thought most of it would be about the furniture store. I thought it was a documentary on how stocking works in furniture stores. This isn't fair. What happened to my IKEA? Sad to say, I'm going to have to throw in the towel for my mystery shark search. I'm stumped. Closest I found was a robotic shark lady named Amethyst with short hair like you described, but purple eyes. Ooh. Save, I swear, there's got to be some way to find out who that is. Does it not say, like, surely it says, like, Luna Flash, Crystal Flash, Shark Girl Flash, or something. IKEA backrooms are way more scary than any movie can ever be. They are endless, aren't they? The backrooms were an interesting concept until people ran it to the ground. I am excited to see the movie, though. That's good. If I hear enough good stuff from my precious pals, I might go watch it. Well, I'll try. I don't know. Nath doesn't like horror movies, so it's hard for me to go and do that. But maybe I will. All right, I gotta think about how this rotates. Okay, this actually maybe I'll, oh, I know what I'll do. Okay, I want these to spin around in like a floating spiral. So let's see, that means we'll move this more. That's probably too much. Does that work? Hold on. Revolve around. And then this comes back over here. No. Oh my god, this is such a basic thing. I'm having so much trouble. My brain is broken. I don't think you and horror is a good mix. I'm pretty good with horror, but that movie had me in cold sweats genuinely. You might be surprised. I actually I don't mind anything horror except for games. I cannot play horror games to save my life. No, zero, not interested. But I regularly consume like true crime. I love reading like horror stories. I love like creepypastas. I love horror movies. My favorite movie is classified as horror. Even though I really see it, it's more like, that's more like a thriller. But my comfort movie is a horror movie. My comfort movie is It. I really love that fucking movie. You are correct, Tao. It does say Sasha on the shark car skin, but since Red said they wanted to go on a scavenger hunt, I withheld this information. Do you appreciate that, Red? So much stuff has been made already. God, I love it. Ooh, are you excited? Wait, what's been made, Umbra? I can only handle horror when other people are around. Interesting. I actually really enjoy watching horror by myself. That's probably you. You are personally activating the horror elements as my guess, just like in a game you are personally doing the shooting or something. That's also true. The idea of being in a like of having agency over the situation is very disturbing to me, I think. Ironically, I just finished Welcome to Derry season 1. What did you think of that? I actually finished it. I thought it was I liked the Easter eggs, and I liked the like, yeah, there's a lot of like Easter eggs. There's a lot of oh my god, my brain. Like backstory information and arcs and stuff that make more sense because you've transited back, right? Back into the past. But overall, I didn't think it was great. I thought it was kind of Again, I liked the implications of what happened. I just thought that what happened was kind of It is your comfort movie? What? The creepy clown? Why? I don't know. I just find it really funny. These are gazebos. It's my favorite line. Have you seen Exit 8? I have not. What is that? The art piece. Oh, so much has been done from scratch today. Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm so glad that you're not disappointed. I was like, oh, fuck. I think that Umbra's gonna be like, oh, no. Like, I knew you would never say that you were disappointed, but to hear you not be disappointed and instead to, like, verbalize that you're excited without prompting makes me really happy. I just gotta remember how to revolve this around is all, because there's a way to do this. It's very easy. And it literally involves one line on each one of these, but I am not, my brain is not comprehending how to, that needs to start. Maybe that's it? Actually, I think that does need to go further out. All of the foreshortening shit, dude. Okay, so if we're walking up here, we go up here like so, and then I lose it right there. Does this make sense up to that point? Not really. I'm gonna look up a picture. I'm gonna look up a fucking picture. I love the small build up to finally have Bill Skarsgård as It, and a lot of the It stuff in general. I did not enjoy the Shining connection so much, and that the military was so stupid, but I look forward to season 2. That's fair, Yuki, that's fair. Yeah, I liked the build up. Yeah, the backstory stuff was very interesting. Really, really interesting. And I like that we got to see a lot of the events that occurred from like the newspaper articles and stuff. From It Chapter 1. But yeah. Exit 8 is a psychological horror about a subway station with anomalies. I watched it with my idol buddies and we loved it. Where did you watch it? Is it in English? I saw a trailer for Exit 8 and it looked really good. Oh, is it recent? Interestingly, while there is a Sasha the Shark furry out there with a lot of art that looks pretty similar, she does not quite match up with the one on the car. She might have done some, a lot of furries will like, over time, they'll like add or subtract pieces of their design. Exit 8 type games can be pretty fun. Wait, is it a game? Oh, it's in Japanese, but our theater had subtitles. Oh, that's cool, Soritsa. That sounds really interesting. So it must be fairly recent. I would like to watch that. That sounds very interesting. I tend to really enjoy horror that either it does one of two things. Either there is an intelligent character who is actually trapped or like has thought of literally everything that they possibly can to get out of their situation. So I'm talking, you know, tried to call the cops, tried to leave the place, tried to like did not go, we should split up and we should not turn on the lights and we should, you know, like stupid shit like that. I do not enjoy stuff like that, which happens a lot in like slashers, which I think is why I've outgrown slasher movies. People are just stupid so that they can be gutted. But I like thriller, I like horror thriller, or I like comedy horror, which is what I would call It Chapter 1. I would say that's a comedy horror. I cannot tell you how many times I laughed during that movie. It's very dark, but it's also quite funny. Exit 8 and its follow-ups are Japanese. They are games first, and then the movie just came out last year. Oh, that's cool. It was a game first. Oh, I need to watch it. I'm so excited to have cool movies in Japan first and not have to wait half a year for the US release. Hell yeah. They moved on it pretty quick, though. The game came out in 2023 and the movie in 2025. Yeah, that's a lot faster than, like, Backrooms. Backrooms has been around for, what, half a decade? Mega 2 was supposed to be horror, but I was able to enjoy it. I think because I've seen enough horror in Final Fantasy. Interesting. Mega 2. Like, is that different from the Megalodon? Good old slasher movies. In slasher movies, the victims are so dumb, it becomes frustrating how dumb they are. Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons that I don't enjoy them and like nearly as much as I used to. Yeah, I was talking to a friend a little while ago, and we were discussing like why certain types of horror appeal to us and why certain types don't. And they had mentioned that they don't like, quote, torture porn. And like, that's exactly, yeah, I don't like that either. Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Because that is what slashers tend to be, really. It's just like 2 hours of watching people have their, like, be disemboweled. Like, not interested. Not really, not smart. I hate when characters are stupid for convenience sake. I love when horror or thrillers think about the what if the characters are actually savvy and yet still have a fight through it. Yeah, I like that too, Yuki. I like that too. We should watch Scary Movie with the 5th one. Oh, the Meg. That's it. The Meg. The Megalodon. Yeah. I have to agree with your take on horror. The only thing that breaks that is Scream, because God, do I love Scream. Do you love Scream because of the content, Umbra, or is it because you have like a nostalgia hit from it, or what is it about it? You trying to traumatize us with this song? I'm sure Strap wouldn't dream of it. Oh, Megan 2.0. Oh, Megan 2.0. Oh, right. AI robot was given to a child to protect her, and it had identified that one of the men in the story was being creepy towards the female teen, so it set about removing the problem. I did see the first one. I didn't see the second. Same like you, Tata. With slasher movies, I mean, I watched the classics, but I am much more interested in the supernatural. Yeah, I like the supernatural, and I also just really like, what was it called? I quite enjoyed the first half of, what was it called? Heretic. First half of Heretic, extraordinarily creepy, very, very good, like really good. Has anyone seen Heretic? And then it dumps itself. It just takes a shit all over how good it was. in like the latter half, which sucks. I hate a very specific genre of thriller that can best be described as defenseless and helpless woman is physically and mentally tortured for 90 minutes until she snaps and fights back in the final 5 minutes. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Red. Exactly. I totally agree. I do hate that too. Remember when slasher movies weren't torture porn? Like pre-Saw? The OG Evil Dead gets the tone right. It had the fun with the B-movie budget. Yeah, that is a good point, actually. Heretic was so good, and then it wasn't. Hell! Sorry, I'm saying your name, but hell yeah, it's all, that's exactly right, Reaper. Absolutely, I totally agree. It was really, really good. Like, I really loved the first, like, it might have been closer to 3/4 of the movie. Like, I'm gonna say, like, fucking, yeah, I'm gonna say, like, 2/3 of the movie was really, really, really good. Like, I was like, how have I not watched this before? Why hasn't this been blowing up? Why don't more people talk about this? And then I saw why. Are you a horror fan, Hell Reaper? Scream was pretty good, but it unintentionally revived slasher movies after they had been pretty much dead at that point, such as same as Shakushinari, one last call by Takeshi Miike-san. Did for Japanese ghost movies. I don't think I've seen that one. I actually haven't seen a lot of Japanese horror movies. I've just seen Ringu and The Grudge, I think. And I actually don't even know if I've seen the Japanese versions. Maybe they can make a parody film that's a torture porn like Saw, but the villain is really bad at it. A pair of scissors descending towards an eye, but it's those rounded off safety kid scissors. It was all they had at the store. The sharp ones were sold out. I love that save. Yes, I would watch the fuck out of that, actually. Agreed about Heretic. The end was super weird and didn't really fit the tone. I did want some kind of supernatural thing happening, but not that. I actually wouldn't have minded if there was no supernatural thing. I just thought that like, even before the ending, there's like a segment there where I'm just like, what the fuck, man? Apparently also obsession is where a woman becomes a yandere under the control of a male protag, and they are aware of how they are turning this woman into a yandere, and it is out of this woman's ability to stop being so obsessed with the guy, and he does it because he is lonely. I have heard that Obsession is a good movie, and I do want to see it, but I have heard that as well. But I think I think it's just one of those classic, like, be careful what you wish for stories. Big horror fan. The guy made a ton of sense, kept his actions in line with his beliefs, and then womp womp. Exactly. That was so frustrating, Reaper. I was so annoyed. I'm so glad. That's exactly where it turns for me. Yeah, that's actually exactly where it is, where it's like, yep, makes sense. You're a fucking crazy person. And then it's like, oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah. Yugi, where is the slasher movie? What do we do? Joey, don't worry. We're the smart ones that get to live. I think that Yugi might be the smart one that gets to live. Joey, probably not. Welcome back, Noah. Thank you for returning to us. Reaper, what is your favorite horror movie? Oh yeah, I said I was gonna look at a... reference, wasn't I? Fuck. Rah! I think it's doing the spin. I think it's doing it. Wait, should it be like that? Holy shit. Hold on, I think this has to go out there. I'm getting a stronger visual. Horror movies are empowering me. The irony of that. The guy I saw who does movies described it as he let it go because his rooster was cold. Yikes. Yuki is gonna protect Joey out of obligation. Will he? Will he though? Gorgeous Gundam, welcome in. How are you, Len? It's good to see you. Ringu and Juon from The Grudge is about the best anyway. For The Ring, the American version, it's largely fine, but misses the original twist, and I think the acting is better in Ringu. Juon by Takeshi Shimizu-san had the advantage that all instances are connected, even the American versions, and all are made by Shimizu-san. However, they also get overdone after a while and become pretty much not more than horror vignettes, and sometimes even end sadistically, since you know how it will end. Yeah, that's all. Those are fair points, Yuki. Don't really have an all-time fave, but recently, Talk to Me. Oh my god, I'm so happy that you brought up Talk to Me. I loved Talk to Me. I've been showing it to people who don't even like horror because I'm just like, this is such a fascinating look into like peer pressure and youth culture. Honestly, it's so good. Okay, all right. I'm trusting recommendations from you now, Reaper. for horror movies. You have proven your metal. Your metal. Sorry, I can't prove I can talk though. I generally don't watch horrors because I am a big chicken. That's okay. Not everybody needs to watch horror. I don't think that anyone needs to watch anything. May I show you what I made? I'm so proud of how I did. Did you make some food, Noah? You're welcome to share it in the Discord in the recipes and food pics channel. Enjoying my after work breakfast. What are you having for brekkie, gorgeous Gundam? Sunny's eye snort runner dust. It's on Netflix. You know, I actually forgot. I forgot where it is. Where did I watch it? Was it on Netflix? I think it might have been. I think you might have to use a VPN, but I think it is because I live in Australia, right? So like it's an Australian movie. And so I think it was on Netflix. My favorite horror series is Boardwalk Empire. The makeup on the lead monster was incredible. That's just how Steve Buscemi looks. Tickler! Hello, Tickler. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. And what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Coward gang, rise up. You made pasta. Please do share with us. Toasted ham, cheese, and sandwich spread. That sounds delicious. Plus your cappuccino. Very nice. Talk to Me is pretty good. The best I have seen recently may just be We Bury the Dead, the Tasmanian-based one I told you before. I still need to watch that, actually. I need to get a VPN sub. Save's improvs are funnier. Save is extremely funny. Save is hilarious, in fact. Oh, wait, I think... Hold on. I might have just figured out... Okay, wait, move that back. Okay, this has to spin around. Damn it. Oh, guard the computer from the puppy. Hi, baby dog. Just posted it? Let me have a look. Oh, hold on. I'm just trying to make sure that my dog doesn't rub up against the power button. Hi, Coda. Hello, puppy. I'm your mod. Give me just a second. Okay, I am back. Hello. My love. The pals say hello. He says hello. I actually just saw a man with a mission perform the song live. That's so cool, Saritza. Other than that, I've been busy this week with my jailbroken Switch. I got it for, to work as a second screen on my PC, so now I can play Steam games on it. and use it as a dual screen for my DS/3DS and Wii U games. Oh, very cool. What did you think? Oh, I haven't gotten a look. Sorry, I was talking to my partner. Let's go see recipes. Oops. Ooh, that looks good. Oh, ground turkey pasta, homemade tomato sauce. That looks so tasty. Yummy. That looks really good. Ooh, thanks, my love. Ooh, burrito. Nate brought me a burrito. I'm gonna talk to you guys. Oopsies. I'm gonna talk to you guys while I eat it. Buddy, go hang out with Daddy. Homemade tomato sauce. Yummo. Yummo. Actually, you know what I just realized? I think we have to go on a quick break, so let's do that. And I'll eat some of my food while we're on break. How about that? And then we'll be back. We'll be right back. Let's see here. Let's see. Reaper and Tickler. If you guys haven't been here before for very long, just so you know, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't actually have to worry about it, because I walk away from the computer for 3 minutes, and I let you guys play some stream avatars boss battle and also some words on stream while I'm gone. Yeah. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom as long as this is also meds reminder in case you need to take any medications for 5 minutes. I love you lots, miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Mwah!
Hello, everyone. I return with wet nuts.
In this game, it's really good.
It's very tragic.
Story or class change quest. That is what. Actually, that's a very good point, Seti.
What's this? What's this? Purple! Purple! Ah! No! Fuck you! You creepy red dick! I'm convinced. Town needs help now. Wait, no, I don't. Wait, I got this. I fucking got this. Wait, there's fuck. Hello, I am Nyx. I am Tao's boat. Thank you for bringing my boat, Nyx. Activated. Tao is the General Lieutenant Admiral to the 10th Power Cadet Recruit Captain Commander Sergeant Master Chief of the Safe House 17 Army, possessing fire, wind, and water, and earth, and light, and dark elements, time and space manipulation. Woo! Yeah. Dude, it was huge! There you go. Go feed that to Safe. I love that she's reaching for the cat's butthole.
I drew lots. This one turned out the best.
Oh,
So, I'm giving it to you.
Hey, it's actually pretty good. Shows you're a real cat lover.
That's so cute. Oh. May I borrow your fucking babies? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. I'll take that. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me. Buttons, push them all. Wait, I gotta touch the ball. Oh, there's another ball. There's ball. Master. Hold on. We'll go. Goof wants some. Nom nom nom. Nom 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 nom. That's okay. I'll finish it for you. Okay. I thought that was not intentional.
I'm not using her power just yet because these guys are weak sus. You know what I'm saying? I'm terrified that the final boss is actually like not final. Oh God!
Keep it up, good job. Keep it up, good job.
Yucky.
And buttons. Buttons. You're doing great. Third option, invent guns instead. Invent gun with bang bang magic. Want to test a few of Taz was feeling. Umba!
Umbra, I'm shocked! Umbra, you win! You win! Congratulations, Precious Umbra! I can finally actually show you guys what crossing my fingers looks like. I reckon. Domain expansion? Just Hello, lovely Nimith. How are you? It's so good to see you. I wave at you with my book. With my book. Ow! Can't hear me, but okay, I'm gonna try and gesture. Okay, here we go. You go Tower Ranger! Thank you, Nate. This is Sorry, I'm just choking myself. It's okay.
Digimon lives there.
That's true.
Oh,
That's
Jesus.
true.
Digimon, Digimon,
This is what I get
Digimon are the
for
champions.
eating burrito with one hand and trying to equip
all right.
my hand cam with the other. I'll let you finish your words. There you go. And then we will go back to the other screen, but I'm gonna eat.
I should have practiced with things.
Well done.
Don't mind me. I have a great day. I forgot how to fucking oh my god. There's
Okay, some of these moves look really cool, but I can't. Yummy. Yummy. Yummy, yummy. Welcome back, Trauma Team needing Tao Shard. Yeah, it's true. Some bees for welcome back, sweetest star. Welcome back, amazing Umbra. Welcome back, Yummy Yuki. Welcome back, awesome Ozzy. A you treasured being, Ubbies. Hey, good Ozzy. Nick's Metal Slice Gem Slice Ubbies. Hey, good Nick's lovely laugh. Uppies. Hey, good laugh. Yummy Yuki. Uppies. Hey, good Yuki. How many songs on the list? I will have a look. You gotta head out. Oh yeah, enjoy the movies, Umbra. Are you going to see Backrooms? Did you already tell us what you're gonna see? I see uppies. Hey, good. I see. I hope you have a great time, sweetie. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Amazing Umbra gets uppies. Hey, good Umbra. Your Gundam song has played. I shall go eat. All good, sweetheart. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Is it time to go back to my Amma fanboy phase? That is up to you, sweetheart. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 songs left in the queue at the moment. Oh, that's right. You did say Backroom. Sorry. 15 minutes left till you head to the theater. Okay. All good. The place I go for schnitties is open till 8. Ooh. We'll let people know. If it's good later, please do. Please do. Sorry, I'm just gonna be munching away on this. Isn't it interesting how our tastes in movies and media evolve over time? I remember when I was like a teenager, I was always like, oh yeah, I don't care about, yeah, slashers, yeah. You know, slaughter them. And now I'm like, I actually do want a story and people to be smart. Sorry, I'm just, I've caved in. Go to get some dinner. Yes, good idea, sweetie. Enjoy your food. I don't think we'll be taking the next break. No, we will not. I hope my tastes won't be the reverse of what they are now, if Tao-chan is any indication. Do you have any new... Okay. I'll get to the others, not 1 a.m. Fair enough. Fair enough. Honestly, the benefit of having a burrito is I can probably draw in between bites. I'm gonna try that. I think I've spent 2 hours on these stairs because I refused to look up a reference. They look fine. They have to look better than fine. They have to look better than fine. I have genuine hope that people don't hire me because my art looks fine. Daily reminder to watch the Tao, hug the Tao, love the Tao, head pat the Tao, and donate to the karaoke stream to sing the Tao. Well, you can do all those except the last one. You're an artist, not an architect, but that's what makes an artist good. That's like being like, you don't have to draw wolves very well. You're not a biologist. But thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Oh, Yuki! I may have disturbed some of my neighbors last night. In search of sleep, I at one point went outside, walking up and down the stairs of my apartment building, mostly in darkness. Is it really creaky? The last one is the most important one. The last step? My usual 3 a.m. wall is hitting me. Absolutely lovely, Red. No worries. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thanks for hanging out with us for so long. I will slip away for a last-minute snack and see you all another evening. Sounds good, sweetheart. Thank you so much for joining us. This artist is an amazing architect of fantasy design. Oh, I dig you. I'm just gonna, hold on, floating stairs. I'll finally look up a reference now. There it is. All right. I need, ooh, that's the closest thing. Kind of like this. Kind of like this is what I'm looking for, except like without anything holding it, obviously. But I need it to do something more tight, like, I need, like, probably more like, maybe it's more like this, actually. Or like that. But again, without, without railing or anything. But I'm having trouble seeing what the floating, like, marble, sheets will look like. Surely someone's made some kind of a sculpture of this, even if it's not, like, actually workable. Oh, this is a cool, look at these weird fucked up steps. Stairs are cool. Not that creaky, but literally outside the building. So from the apartments closest to the stairs, you can see people walking up and down them. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure that you were quiet and respectful, so probably no one noticed. No one was disrupted. My parents used to tell me, you will be a great architect. My structural integrity is that of a twig. That's pretty funny. The last step of Lith's Tau statements. Donating to sing stream. Most important. False, 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 false. I am starving. I hope lunch is ready soon. Share some with me, Tau. Sure, I will. Here, let me just take a quick bite of Here you go. You can make them floaty stairs, but I want them to go around to the top. Hi, Zelazonin. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Helen, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Give me a bite. You are such a meanie. Tried to be, but you know how it is when you are sleepy. Sometimes you think you see something out of the corner of your eye, and I was sure I saw a pair of eyes or two watching me after a while. But that is when I went back inside. That's so scary. Enjoy the movie. Amazing Umbra. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Thank you for the contribution to the karaoke stream. Beautiful Bublin. I shall get my revenge. I will send pics of delicious food late at night. I can't wait to see. You ever start falling asleep and you feel something crawling under the covers, only to look and see it's nothing? No. If I felt something definitely crawling under the covers, I would not look. I would get out of bed and I would leave. Yakko, no worries, sweetie. Thank you for hanging out with us for so long. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Cutie Chris, hello. Locked in today? More or less, more or less. I'm very sleepies, but I'm happy to see you. How are you doing? Like them floaty stairs, you know, magical floaty stairs. Yeah, I want them to be floaty stairs, but I want them to do a spiral. What if it was just Bear? Bear doesn't go under the covers. Lock in, girly. Make sure to get plenty of rest later. Thank you, Cutie Crest. I will try. I'm eating a burrito right now. Emma, that is so scary. I once felt something crawling in my hair. I was awake enough to swat at it. My fingers made contact with a small shape that I later thought I was like, that felt like a German roach. And then snapped my eyes open and, well, couldn't go back to sleep. Understandable. Ugh. That sounds awful. Okay, I'm done eating. I am yours for the next hour and a half. Hour 15. Oops. I got sauce on my... I managed to get sauce on my iPad. Uh-oh. That was quick. Yummy. I eat quickly. It was just a burrito. True Life writes the best horror stories. True. True. Art. Scary, VX. Nice job. That was spooky. All right. Why doesn't anyone ever take a photo of the stairs from the side? Okay, wait, I think I found something. I think I found something. You're done eating and my lunch has arrived in time. Yes, go enjoy. Thank you for the lurk. All right. You don't need to apologize, Noah. You're all good. Welcome back. Fuck. He's like stacked in the middle. Maybe I should just do that part offline. This is 3 hours on floating stairs is not very entertaining, so I think I might let's work on some other party here. Let's see. We have these pillars. Let's look at those here. Oh, wait, and I also forgot to do this part of the Hatan, can I put you on my throne? I mean, you are my queen anyway, but like, commissions from you, can I put that on throne? Probably have to use the crowdfunding option, but I can't link anything to a specific commission, so I'd just link your VGen as the goal. Yeah, if you want to, Yuki, go for it. That's that's so sweet that you like my art so much that you're like, I wish to have others contribute to it. Thank you so much, Yuki. Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. Arigato ne. We'll set that up then. Thank you, Yuki. That's so sweet of you. This song is catchy. Benji! Hello, beautiful Benji. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Good to meet you. Welcome on in. What brings you in, lovely Benji, may I ask? Were we in your recommended? Were you scrolling through art? Too bad Red left. I gotta tell him that I really like this song. It's such a banger. Now, thank you for welcoming our new friend Benji. All right. There's those. Okay, pillar time, pillar time. I was lurking for a while and I joined the Discord, but need verification. Oh, fair enough, Benji. All good. Did you come in with a raid? As for the verification, just make sure that you carefully read the rules. Because there's a Benji! Thank you so much for the follow, darling. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow on. Benji, carefully read the rules because we have a secret code word that you must put into the verification channel. When you have finished reading them, if that is okie dokie. We just want to make sure that the community stays nice and secure and warm and cozy, so we want to make sure everyone has read the rules. Your theme, Nix, it's true. I have had my team read the rules and they had some suggestions. So they all, just kidding. Oh, nice. I love it, Benji. Perfect. Well done, sweetheart. Boop. Welcome aboard, darling. It's good to have you. Just like that. You got it, hun. Thank you so much. Welcome to the pouch. Oh, oops, I just did this in the wrong spot. So nice. Do you like the vibes, darling? I'm so glad. It's a very cozy, chaotic, but cozy community. Very happy to have you.
Guess who's back?
Lovely
back
Lily.
again. Civic_Lily's back. Tell a friend.
Thank you so much, lovely Lily. Thank you ever so much for 3 months. You are amazing. Thank you so much for your generosity and support, darling. It really does mean the world. Thank you ever so much, sweetheart. Back again. Tell a friend. Thank you so very much, darling. Oh, did I already contribute to the goals? Next thing you know, I will sleep, Twitter something embarrassing. Sleep is important, pals. That is true. That is true. Don't sleep tweet. Don't sleep tweet. Before I go farther, what are your thoughts on AI art or AI anything? Well, let me tell you. You fucking hate it. Please don't use any of it. just for like full disclosure, I will tell you that we do have this function, which let me use. I'll use you as an example here. I don't know if you stream, but let me show you something. This is the only use I have for any AI stuff. This generates a what someone is up to, and that way we can hopefully get more eyes on people without having them have to be like, when I say, oh, tell me about yourself, you know, they've just rated it, well, tell me about yourself. And then they're like, I don't know what to say about that. Well, what have you played recently, you know? And this way, I figure this does a lot more harm. I mean, sorry, a lot more good than harm, unlike basically all other AI. So this is literally the sole thing that I accept specifically generative AI for. But yeah, we fucking hate Gen AI. It's literally a, it is literally a, like the bane of artistic existence. Feet. Hello, Feet. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. But no, AI music is not allowed to be played. If you look at our pinned comment there, about like how to request music on this channel, it specifically has in line number 5, no AI songs allowed. We do not generate any fucking no pictures, no quote art unquote, no I don't even want you guys using AI to like edit your writing. We have we do occasionally have a let me show you. We have a writing, here we go. So if you go to the writing channel here in the pouch, and then you go to threads and you go to storytime stream, I actually let you guys, I'm a professional like narrator and VA. So if you are a writer and you like to you would like to hear someone read your stuff out loud or voice act it, literally the top one. No AI generated content. I even say here, please self-edit or ask for help. If I struggle to read it, we may pass it over, but this is another thing. Do not, there's a reason it says friends, family, or the community. If I see anybody using AI to edit their stuff, you're also getting ousted from the community. Yeah. Not thrilled with that. We don't tolerate Gen AI. That is what you call a Freudian slip, but yeah, generally AI does more harm than good. Some applications are in useful fields like medicine, science are acceptable, but that is not, that is usually not consult AI anyway. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. No, we, there was a time where we used, well, where I just like let Tangia do its thing. And at the time I hadn't banned the like, AI generated voice stuff, but I also didn't quite understand it as well back then. We haven't had that for over a year though, because I again, I'm a voice actor, right? So I'm like, oh, actually, probably not a great idea to have AI generated voices in the stream either. So that's also banned here. I hate AI to my core. Perfect, Benji. That's great. We love that. This is the right place for you then, hun. We fucking hate it. I request that even when people are like commissioning me for something, if they need to send, I would rather have them send me 20 pages of handwritten description and 30 pictures and say, on this one, I like the right fingertip. On this one, I like how the shoulder looks. On this one, rather than tell AI to generate something else. Like I would rather spend an hour or two going through it with my human eyes, knowing that you, with your human fingers, wrote this human writing and went to human Google. Google's not human, but and you specifically looked for things that are not AI so that I could look at human-made stuff or human photographed stuff or human sketched stuff. I would rather look at that for hours and decipher that than see one AI-generated image that you were like, isn't this more helpful if I do this though? No, it's not. Please just write it. Just write it out instead. But yes, Benji, I'm so glad you hate AI to your core. We do too. The only exception is actually like maybe Neurosama-san. Always confusing when people use honorifics in their name. Yeah, well, so as we've spoken about before on this channel, because we talk about this pretty often, there is a difference between generative AI and classic AI. Classic AI is the stuff that, you know, back in the 90s caused like the enemies in Tomb Raider to patrol, right? That's AI. That's something that programmers implemented, coded by hand, and told the character where to go, what to do, etc. That's fine, because not only is that not devastating for the environment, it is also it's something that we've been doing for forever as human beings, because it's still human work, right? It's human programming. However, generative AI is the stuff that literally kicked me out of my job like 2 months ago. So, yeah, I can't really hate AI any more than saying like I literally got kicked out of my job because of it. Like that was the thing that happened. If you can write out an AI prompt, then you can write a description for the artist instead. Damn straight, Lith. I love that. That's exactly right. 100%. So there you go, Benji. I hope that clarifies the stance there. There are things that are completely agree with Lithonita. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And also, like Yuki said, there are very critical things that truly only Gen AI can do, like sequence a human genome to get them, you know, specific, like individually tailored medication or something like that. People aren't going to do that. They literally cannot do that, right? That's a use. That is a use. But the problem is that generative AI is so often used, like literally 99% of the fucking use is to, I hate even like conflating to make art, but because it's not, but like to generate things that enable people to not have jobs that fucking feed my incinerator with Gen AI. Exactly. Okay, wait, I was looking at the screen and I think I might have just figured something out. Let me see. Okay, I need to, sorry, gotta focus on this real quick because I've been working on these stupid stairs for so long. Hold on. Okay, this spins, oh, shit. Hold on. Just saw the dish that one dude made. It looks so good. Right. As a programmer, it annoys me to no end, the naming conventions, yet I also am guilty of it. My catchphrase at every job has been, naming is hard, but every time something across history has been called AI, absolutely none of it is AI. Game is pathfinding and behavior. Gen AI is LLMs. The next AI will also likely be incorrect too. I'm just a pedant. A pedant! Hold on, I gotta plug this in. One moment, please. Second. There. I just saw that dish, the one dude made. Are you talking about, was that Noah? You're talking about, yeah, it was Noah. This one? Here? Yeah, looks really good. Yeah, Noah might have gone to bed, possibly. Precious Pocky, thank you so very much for the 100 biddies, darling. I so appreciate it. Ooh, piece of candy. Thanks for continuing to be your best self in spite of that happening. Never would have guessed you went through that. You have an indomitable spirit. Oh, Pocky. Thank you. That's really sweet. Thank you so much. Oh, you're so lovely, Precious Pucky. Thank you, gorgeous. Yeah, that was pretty rough, but I must confess, this community really helped through it, and continue to, because I now only have, like, before I had, like, 5 jobs. Now I have 4. But, one of those jobs. I only have one job, or sorry, I only had one job that was like consistent and enabled me to pay for my mortgage. And that's the one I lost. Everything else is self-employed. So I'm an English as a second language teacher. I'm a voice actor. I am a freelance illustrator and I stream, right? So now I've got those 4 jobs. But I previously had 5 when I did all those, and I had this part-time job that like helped cover those expenses. So now the rest of these 4 jobs are helping me support myself. And I am eternally grateful for you guys, because that is you. It is because of you guys largely that I am able to support myself. So thank you. Someone said they call AI art computer rendered artificial pictures. You know, crap. Oh, I think I saw that one, Talent. I love that. Computer rendered artificial pictures is so accurate. The technology of generative AI in and of itself is as neutral as any other technology, but the problem is that the purpose of its entire existence has an agenda that specifically targets creators. Yeah, that's the... I'm so sorry, Madalena. That was actually very well phrased. It's just I'm so used to seeing you talk in like English to Mandarin to English translations of Star Wars quotes. So that kind of threw me off. I was like, is that Save saying that? No, Save's above you. Oh, that was Madalena. We finished the Human Genome Project in 2003 on Pentiums. That's true. I know you mentioned tailored medicines. Yes, that's true. That is true. These days, it's sadly everywhere, whether you want it or not. Every browser, every search engine, every OS, unless you actively opt out, know that AI integrated is so grating. And it's actually harmful. We already can see the negative effects it has on critical thinking ability and creativity among users. Not to mention the fact that the environment is suffering tremendously from it. Like these absolutely garbage insane like AI, the fucking, oh my God, sorry, I'm sick. Not that this would really change anything if I weren't sick, but like my brain not working, not working. Data centers, there we go, that's it, data centers. Thrifty, hi, terrific Thrifty, 5 jobs. I also joined the Lost My Job to AI whilst I was on vacation club. I don't like the nature of the club, but I guess I'm in good company. Thank you for joining me, gorgeous geeks. I give you the biggest noogie on the head. Beep, 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 beep. I choose not to let AI live in my head without paying for rent. Well, that's a problem, right? Like as a creator, it is constantly in your head. Kauton is such a strong tiger. She can claw her way back from anything. I believe in that with my whole heart. And your other jobs are really taking off. I see you have waitlists for most commissions on VGen now, and your VA is so great always. I got cast in something really cool, and I can't tell you guys about it yet, but I'm really excited. But thank you so much, Yuki. I appreciate it. But yes, I do have waitlists, and I'm so grateful to you guys for like enabling me to have waitlists. You guys showed so much incredible support for my art when during that first like month and a half after I lost my job, and I could not be more grateful because I had a bunch of bills right around then too. And you guys helped me through that, so thank you ever so much. Seeing the amount of people develop psychosis because of LLMs is truly depressing. It tragically is very depressing. Yeah, it's a huge bummer. I have so much respect for your endurance. Oh, precious Pocky, thank you. So sweet. I have so much respect for you in general. I admire you a lot. You're on with Foods. Welcome back with Foods, Ozzy. LLM's sycophantic nature can really harm people mentally, 100%. We are all happy to support you, Tao, in all our own ways. Thank you so much, you guys. Your brain will be a great addition to my collection. I wasn't sleeping, I was cleaning my dishes. Oh, that's okay, Noah. I just want to let you know that our new friend Benji is a fan of your yummy food. The water use and the electricity, as well as the place needed by the data centers, is immense. Also, it has significant negative effects on the economy, as we see with the RAM shortage and everything that it touches. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's really, really sad. It's really sad. I think I told you guys about this too, but like, I previously lost one of my clients that had been working with me for years to Gen AI well before I lost this most recent job to it, where they had started feeding mine and other artists' work into their ChatGPT or journey or whatever the fuck, I don't even care. And they're like, and I had reached out to them because for, like I said, years, they had made up a portion of my income because they commissioned me like every 2 months or so, 2 or 3 months, and I contacted them. I'm like, hey, everything good? And they were like, oh, yeah, no, just I just wanted to like let you know I don't really need you anymore. I have enough of your art, and I've commissioned enough of this stuff that you know, with some of this great new tech, I can get the art that I would normally get from you, for, you know, insert dollar figure here, for like, you know, a literal fraction of that, $5-10, and it happens like that. So I don't need you anymore. And I'm like, wow, that's really cool. Welcome back, sweetest strap. Let me see. There's a website that just is AI profitable, and it's just, no, that's, yeah, no, it's not. He DM'd me about it, and I need to talk to you about that? Oh, okay, no, everything okay? I am back. What did I miss? We're just talking about AI stuff. People have some great comments and thoughts here on AI. While maybe a little overly negative, I can understand people being passionate against such decisive topics. These comments aren't just important, they're vital. This AI-style comment was written entirely manually by someone who has to use Google and M- to copy and paste it. That's so funny, Sam. I was like, this doesn't sound like Save. You're heading to bed? Good night, Benji. Thank you for dropping in. I hope you sleep well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you for being here. Oh, wow, that cheesecake looks amazing, Lost. Holy shit. Lemon and almond cheesecake. Oh, that sounds exactly like the Save I know. Uh-oh. That's scary. Okay, hold on. I'm figuring this out. 1 second. Okay, that's wait, okay, focus. I'm seeing the pattern. I'm seeing the pattern. Okay, and then, okay, that disappears like that. And then, man, I thought my voice was clearing up after my spicy burrito, but that's not the case. It's still raspy and gross. I don't want to talk about this in front of anyone. I don't want to put them out there. Noah, do you want to DM me? Are you okay? Yeah, just DM me. Conversely, I almost wish the writers of Forza Horizon 6 had used Gen AI. Whatever human wrote the story is either in the wrong job or was so hamstrung by corporate that it sounds like it was written by AI. I looked it up. Apparently, it was not written by AI. Yikes. Real users of the M- sound develop a love for the normal way by reading 2000s visual novels like Tsukihime. See, that's the thing. I actually am an M- user because I don't know, I learned to use it when I was a lot younger, but now when I'm trying to help my ESL students, they're like, oh no, we can't use that. Our teachers say that that's a sign of AI, and I'm like, sorry, that's punctuation. Like, tragic. I do. I am Japanese, but of course there may be local preferences I'm not aware of, as maybe younger kids prefer other terms, but I don't think they'd even know the medical terms yet. Yeah. Yeah. That's fair. Okay, Nelson, that's I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna ban you. Inappropriate, no matter where you are. Yeah, by gross. Already down the schnitzel, which is in the food section. It looks really good, Ozzy. It looks crispy. In good news, now that I'm off work, I came out as Therian to my friends. When I explained what that was, one of them said, wait, that's me too. So now I'm sort of designing an animal sonnet. That's so cool, Talon. I'm so excited to see it. I hope you'll consider sharing it with us. You can tell nothing I write as AI because it's riddled with spelling and grammar issues. Thank you, Strat. Ear wiggle. What's a Therian again? Therian is someone who... No, wait, sorry. That's otherkin. Therian is the soul of an animal in a human's body. Is that right? Please correct me if I'm wrong. It's been a really long time since I've spoken to someone who identifies as Therian, Talon. Please educate us if I'm wrong about that. Sheesh, people are weird. They are. Very fucking weird. I've been told that I write like an AI, but in reality, it's because my first language is Elvish and I'm using a translator. I like that very much, Fatalina. Therian is identifying more with animals than with humans. Oh, okay. It's not a soul thing. Identifies as non-human animal or an involuntary spiritual or psychological level. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. While they know they have a human body, they internally perceive themselves as an animal, such as a wolf or a cat, which they refer to as their stereotype. That's it. That's it. Does elf count? What do you mean? Yugi, we should overthrow the Jedi AI Lord. Absolutely. Sweetie Spider, hello. How are you? Anime Japanese is quite a bit different from everyday speak, and I wouldn't be surprised if that crossed over with esports players, kind of a similar fandom. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I could see that. I could see that. Super late here on the other side of the world, so I'm off to bed. Thanks for the chill stream. My pleasure, Lovely Lost. Thank you so much for coming in. I always appreciate seeing you. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Hopefully we'll see you later, okay? Ciao for now. The chirps are the worst. You finish a major race and the NPC friends are just like, now that was a race! Yeah, no duh, that's a game. I'm a bat Therian because I'm nocturnal and like the idea of flight. Ah, yes, that makes sense, Talon. That makes sense. Daniel, thank you for contributing to thank you for contributing the 12,000 to the movie night. Been lurking a while. Thank you so much, sweetest spider. I appreciate it. You're so sweet. Okay, 1 second. We're gonna have to squish these stairs. Thank you for the care package, sweetest spider. Ooh, Noah, I am so sorry, hun. Well, that behavior is completely inappropriate. I'll I think that's fairly bannable, to be honest. I'll send them a message and then I'll get them out of the pouch, okay? I'm really sorry about that. That's obviously not the vibe of this community, so consider that handled, darling. I'm really sorry about that. Just someone being really, really rude. Whoa, hello? Ah! Wait, I have to figure out. Oh, you'll deal with it? Okay, thank you, Strat. Here. Okay. Ah! Thank you for the googly woogly eyes. Okay, for some reason my this thing just decided to stop sharing the screen. 1 second. Let me fix. Let me fix. Oh, Icy, thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Nom. Thank you for feeding me, sweetest. Oh, yeah? All right. Oops, that's not the right spot for that. Whee! Okay, we're set. There we go. Is this the right size? Not quite. Not quite. Aha! There we go. Dearest Deader, welcome in. Thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Always gonna be a poisonous potato. Bad potato, bad potato. Thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, hon. I appreciate it. And thank you for contributing to the movie night. Look at you, you're so productive. Thank you. People act like that, but luckily Tau and mods act quickly. That is true. That is true. Which is definitely what we want to drive home to the community. All right. You've been here for a minute. Oh, sorry, Deader. Sorry, sweetheart. I'm so I always say thank you when people like interact because I like, you know, see the name pop up, but I really appreciate when you're lurking too. I hope me being like, "Oh, it's so good to see you," does not come off as being like, "Wow, how dare you just lurk." No, please know I greatly appreciate your lurk. I can't keep an eye on all of the lurkers. So, I must acknowledge only when people say things. And you know, we also have our little you know, if you don't want me to acknowledge you, there's like a do not acknowledge cozy token as well. Sorry, my dog's freaking out. It's fine. I thought it was funny. Okay, cool. Sorry, oopsie. All right. So let's see. So we got feet that go up this way, and then wait, yeah, and then this starts to twist around, and they're up the other side, and then over here. It's this turnaround that keeps getting me. Coda, yeah, the puppy dog. My little puppy doggy. Anybody banned and ruin their new time at the community? I just want to report it. Oh no, that's unacceptable behavior, hun. If someone comes in and that's the first thing that they say, then I have no use in because like this is like a 3-strike community, right? But like that goes down substantially if what you're doing is like making an active effort to harm or harass someone else in the community. You know what I mean? Like it's a 3 strikes and you're out if you're like I don't know, fucking like let's say you're self-promoting 3 times or whatever, then we'll ban you. But like, if someone comes in and they say that, then I'm just like, nah, I have no use for you. Get the fuck out. I'll be right back. I'm back. Exactly. If anybody bothers anybody else in this community, you don't have to be silent to take it. No, in fact, I'd rather you not. Welcome back, lovely Nicks. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. It's similar to how most batters will be ejected from a game if they run after the pitcher with their bats, rather than counting as a single strike. It doesn't come up super often. That is out of left field. That's pretty funny, but that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Welcome back, Yuki. Most batters will be ejected from a game if they run after the pitcher with their bat, rather than counting it as a single strike. It doesn't come off super often. Why is that where you went to first baseball humor? Love it. I feel bad. You know, I didn't want anyone banned, but it is what it is. He seemed like a kind person if he wasn't so mean. Yeah, well, see, that's the problem, right? Is like some of the most nefarious people, like they disguise themselves as being lovely, and as soon as you tell them, like, without doxing anybody, one of my friends is in a community, and he runs the community. He's not a streamer or anything, but he runs the community. And there's this person who was like making fairly mean-spirited jokes, but they were jokes, man. They're just a joke. And he reached out to them privately and was like, hey, this is not on, you know, he's Australian, so this is not on. And this person comes back and goes, dude, it's just a fucking joke. It's just a fucking joke, man. And my friend goes, yeah, well, it's not appropriate for this community. Can you like not do that? And he goes, fuck you, dude, fuck you. And I'm like, oh, wow, I hope you banned him. And he's like, yeah, of course I banned him. I'm like, yeah. So yeah, there are people who just don't get it, you know? And to be honest, no, I'm kind of acting on this because I have made the mistake of like giving people too many chances where I say, you know, oh, they didn't directly violate this rule, so I guess it doesn't count as a warning. And then we give them way too many opportunities, and it hurts the community at large. So I would rather just get rid of someone like that. That's all. Yeah, unfortunate. Yeah. I'm actually secretly a super villainess. Please don't ban me, even if I hold the world hostage with a super laser. Well, you have been here long enough and have proven yourself well enough that I don't think that I would do that to you without talking to you first to be like, yo, is something going on? Like you're, you know, casually taking over the world? Like, like what's up with that? No, please, you don't need to apologize, darling. You don't, like, actually don't apologize. It's not even that you don't need to. Like, you don't, like, there is no apology prerequisite at all. Like, there's no reason for it. So don't worry. Your brain rotting is the real villain. Some jokes are only for close friends because some jokes can really hurt people. That is true. That is true. what Lith said. No, you're right, Lith. Sorry, I grabbed that. I'm like, oh, yes, no, that's true. Never apologize for calling out assholes. 100%. Speaking of jokes, here I am. Hi, lovely loner. How are you? And it's so good to see you. Welcome on in. How are you doing? How is the European life? I think I'm up to like 35 strikes for violating the 95% English in chat rule, amigo. Woohoo, this message is safe. Oh my god, Vetalina might be up there. I'm just kidding. Because even when they type in English, I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. What does this mean? This is the big, for the big. Also, hello, palsters. Hi, lovely loner. Every stream automod, every freaking stream, and yet, Lith, you enjoy our company enough to put up with our really annoying cousin, automod. 10 a.m., made pancakes and started working. You made pancakes and started working? How do you have that kind of time? I wish I could make, I don't even have time to make pancakes when I'm not working. Actually, that's because I don't think I don't work. I don't think that's something I do. I don't really know what it is to not work. Thank you, Strat. I know that a lot of people don't like Jesus Christ Superstar, but despite the fact that I am like the least religious person you have ever met, I actually think it's got some bangers. Like, I like the music, shit. The magic of waking up early. Oh, yuck. Oh, no. It's the wrong one. Okay. This has to go backward, I think. Does it come up from behind here? Done and cleared, both on Discord and Twitch. We don't leave any stone unturned. This is true. This is true. Tune! Yes. Banger. Guys, look at me go. In 4 hours, I have completed my floating stairs. I don't even know if they're right, but I'm gonna I'm hoping they're kind of right. Whichever legend requested this song just took me back to the hours and hours I spent in college playing Stepmania. Let's go, gorgeous geeks. This is from Nyx. Wiped from existence. Wow, brutal, but probably deserved. Yeah. They are floating stairs. They have to look right, though. Also, a ban here is permanent, so once you are out, don't expect to be let back in. In 3 years, we haven't had a single unban. We are pretty sure when we ban people, right? Yes, that is true. We have, I think, 1 or 2 bans that I was fairly certain were one was a maturity issue, even though they claimed that they were over 18, which is a requirement for being here, by the way. If you're not over 18, please depart until you are. Yeah, and so that person, I was like, if you want to come back in a year's time and write an actual apology and mean it, then we'll consider letting you back in with 1 strike left. And as soon as that's done, you're gone forever. And then the other one was someone who kept coming back in, and they're like, I'm 16. I'm like, you can't be in here, man. And we did that like 3 times before I was like, all right, that's it, you're banned. You can request to be unbanned once, like in like 2 or 3 years, right? When you are over 18. So those are the 2, I think, that in all of the time that we've been doing this, I've been like, check back with us. But most of the time, like 99% of the time, it's been like, yeah, no shot. And it is true that we have not unbanned anybody in all this time. Anyone else a total fiend for DDR? I loved DDR on my Xbox. Xbox on my, with my little weird plastic mat that I had to like slam my foot into to get it to like function. Yeah. Did I miss a ban? A rare occurrence. It is a rare occurrence. That's true. That's gonna be, we tend to give people a lot of leeway, and we're like, hey, listen, that was not an appropriate thing to say. Please consider modifying your behavior unless you want to be got. And then we got them. Took me 5 hours to figure out gun POV. I hate the plastic mats. If I could afford one, I'd get a legit machine. Need the heavy metal ones for stability. It's why I'm always on them at the arcade. That makes sense, geeks. That makes sense. I doubt anyone who comes to any 18 plus stream and claims to be under 18, like it's in the title, the first thing in the title, in the rules too. Yeah, it's everywhere. It is everywhere. I'm in my 30s, but got the mental age of 12. Oh my gosh. It's not true, Ozzy. You do not have the mental age of 12. Too expensive these days. DDR RAM, I mean. Bottom-tus. Very good. Why the drawing reminds me of the inside of Doctor Strange's palace. Oh, let's go. I appreciate that very much. In a lot of ways, this is very Doctor Strange-esque. This is the archives. It's like this fantastical world where everything is like all of history, every story, like everything is magically written down. So I appreciate that. Oh, you are lurking here. Mewy, thank you for the lurk, hon. I'm sorry. I love Doctor Strange. Me too. I think Doctor Strange is my favorite Marvel character. I reckon. Okay, I gotta do something with these stupid stairs. I must. Okay, how does this work? So we go around, and then that means that over there, and then over there. Okay, this this one needs to be erased a little bit. Okay. Who has done what? Ozzy! Thank you for contributing that sub to Pee Pee Poo Poo, our valued member. Thank you so much, Ozzy, for the gifted sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so about that, like, 12-year-old mental age. Thank you so much, hon. Thank you so very much for your generosity and support. Let me see. I guess because the doors have to have been safe, we are using the hammer to ban people instead. Yeah, that's it, Strat. Still Penny Parker-chan for me, but Squirrel Girl-chan is a close second. Very fair. That's not even close to what it... Oh, what happened? What did it pick up? Whoa. Sorry, I just looked. For those of you who didn't see it, Nyx requested Total Insecurity by Rocket Music. What came up is Damn Come See Me by Bondi. I don't know how that... Anyway, I'll I have queued that up for you, hun. Sorry, I don't know why that is probably the farthest it's ever gotten from something. Tao, it's almost 1 in the morning, which means it's now my birthday. Happy birthday, beautiful Brandon. Thank you for coming back in. What are you gonna do for your birthday? According to this, according to this wiki, I was 16 in 1998, which means now you and I are... Hush! Quiet. We have to appeal to the youth. Listen, it's working out. Appealing to the youth is happening. Oh, wonderful Whitechapel. Hi, sweetie. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for the care package. Thank you, Tao. I don't know what happened. That's okay. It's not your fault. That's yeah, that's really weird. That's definitely a how did we get here moment. Agreed. Oh, thank you, Strat. I have turned off the raids. We'll be finishing up in about 20 minutes. Glad to stay up till this morning before I can get some sleep. Got bags on my eyes. Oh no, Brennan! Please get some sleep. You need to get like some actual rest. Okay, I've got to squish our. I mean, do we? Maybe I'll do a version where we don't squish it and a version where we do squish it. Here's the squishy version, and you guys can tell me which one you like. Squishy. Okay, here's the squished version of my floating stairs. Here is the non-squished version. Mind you, the second floor is here. Sorry, the second floor is here. So we've gone way past it, but I can move it up, and it might look more dynamic with like more headroom above it, maybe? Into the abyss for me. Lurk time. All good, dearest Dada. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We are the sleepy ones. Be afraid, for when we wake up, we will be woke. Now that I have time to start this, oh my god, this will turn out fire. Oh, are you excited, Whitechapel? Speaking of amazing artists, could I get a shout out for the wonderful Whitechapel? Whitechapel, do you have any incredible artwork to share with us? I reckon you do, but I'm just asking. How's the arting going? It's going well. I've just spent 4 hours on these stupid floating stairs that I decided to do. Oh, what the heck? Thank you guys for the hype train. I don't know where that came from. Thank you. Whoever secretly did things, thank you. Thank you, thank you. You can look more dynamic now. Yeah. Worked on some emote for myself. Not much, in my opinion. Would you like to share it in the disco and then I can show it on stream? Yee, Def Can, please do, you guys. If you haven't checked out Wonderful Whitechapel, you are missing out. He's a really genuinely incredible artist. If you have even the remotest interest in like learning how to do pixel art or sprite art, or just getting a really fascinating breakdown via, wait, sorry, I just saw something and I have to fix it. Okay, this is what's happening. Oh my god, I think I'm kind of getting the fuck. No, wait, I lost it. I've lost it. Okay, I gotta zoom back out until I see it again. Wait, no, yes, nope, that does make sense. Damn it. Oh, sorry. Anyway, you will absorb a lot of artistic knowledge simply by watching Whitechapel's stream. Really, really incredible compositional artist, animator, pixel artist, really awesome art, which I will show you right now. Check this out. These are just emotes, and they're so pretty, dude. Oh, I like the little... These are so pretty. Thank you for the 6-7 biddies! This is gorgeous, darling. I love it. Whitechapel is working on their very own game with art that they have made and Unreal Engine smarts. Wait, is it Unreal or is it Unity? I'm so sorry, I don't know the difference. You can tell that I've never done game design in my life. Yeah, and Whitechapel told me that I could play when they're looking for testers. I'm so excited. Yeah, they're really beautiful. And I mean, like, this is stunning, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Let me show you. Can I look at, like, is there a way to, I don't know how this works. How do I search for art from Chapel? Aha, wait, I'm figuring it out. Wait. Here you go. Check this out. Look at this animation. Insane. Look at the way that she like pads down her clothes. again. Whoa, sorry. It's just how my voice is when I'm sick, I guess. Unreal Engine, that's it. Also, same for other engines I don't use. Okay, fair, fair. Yeah, like I said, all designed, all illustrated, all animated by hand by the absolutely incredible Whitechapel. Here's another. Here's a running animation. I love the swing of the lantern. The yeah, that yeah. Whitechapel's probably the best pixel artist I have ever had the pleasure of knowing. It's just so amazing to see this stuff. Like the smear. So cool. Anyway, there you go. Please do check him out. And what a sweetheart, by the way. Very, very sweet. Gets that locked in and then talks to you. Very, very sweet. Very sweet. Just love to see the awesome work. So fluid. I know, it's gorgeous. Once I learn pixel art animation, I'll make Calcula V3. Let's go. Okay. Let me see here. Wonder if it will be better to... Although that looks like there's more depth, I think. I'ma cry. Don't cry! I mean, unless you want to show us more of them emotes like that. That's a cute emote! Calculus-on is already hard to beat. V3 will be invincible. That's true. I mean, will be title card. Thank you for the hype train, cuties. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. God, I need to do some cable management. My my computer is all the wires are getting stuck on my feet. You deserve the praise. Agreed. Agreed. Okay. Did I already write down? Hold on. I gotta make sure that I book to desk and flip. Flippy? Why did I put 2 P's on here and then not finish the... I assume I must have meant flippy. Flippy? Have you finished eating all the Kit Kats? Lie to me. Tell me yes. Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, no, I haven't finished them. I don't think you understand. I'm not really much of a sweet tooth, so it takes me like I only crave something sweet like once a week, maybe? So, yeah. I need to do some browser maintenance. I have way too many tabs open. Oh, yeah, that's fair, Yuki. You liar. You told me to lie! Also, have you saved? Oh, wait, it has autosave. Yes, that's one of the wonderful things about... I don't know how I would handle going back to, like, a more traditional art program, because I never save with Procreate. I think it might be the squished version, maybe. That might be preferable. Wait, why did I put 2? Oops. Ah! You better finish it before your birthday. I'll try. I'll try. What's this for? Wonderful Whitechapel. This is a commission for a for Umbra. Same person who commissioned this one. For their stream starting soon, BRB and ending screens. Whitechapel, help me. I'm having trouble with my spinny stairs. They're playing tricks on my eyes. I want this to go around and then do like a it's like a spiral, right? Like that. I'm getting confused by my stupid bricks and where to put my lines to exemplify that it's spiraling. I'm struggling. Help me. Will you also do the same style with the white environment and only have a few colored assets because it looks dope? I'll show you, let me show you what the, because I've got that flat version up there because it makes it easier for me to color drop, but the final version will look a lot more a lot closer to, one second. Here you go, okay. Whoops. Please, okay. The final version will look a lot closer to this because this is my full style, like with all of the shadow and stuff. Felt is it just me? I feel like I'm a beginner artist whenever I'm like basic shape, 3-dimensional shape, think about it, and then I'm like, I don't know, actually. I don't know how this goes together. Pow! Hello, Zelazarl. Praise! Hello, precious praise. How are you? Good to see you. Welcome on in. Praise Lamp? Wait, are you related to a certain Lampy? A certain lovely Lampy? Oh, you're Noggin. Okay. I was like, I clicked on your name and I'm like, that's a moth. Are you related to Lampy Moth? But it's Noggin. Okay, hello. Hello. Put some temporary shadows to help you with the 3D. Actually, that's a really good idea, Leonard. I should do that. That's sick as fuck. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. This one took forever, and it's probably gonna take this other one. We're actually gonna be doing animations. Like I've got this one where he's gonna be like he starts here. I'll see if I can like give you a visual. So he's here. And he'll have books on the desk, and then he'll flip through them, and then he puts them down, and then he'll come back up and sit back at the desk and keep on reading a different book. File names: Spiral Stairs Fix, Spiral Stairs Redo, Spiral Stairs Redo Fix, Spiral. Damn, Sam, are you sure you're not an artist? That's exactly how we title shit. Spiral Stairs Redo Fix, Spiral Stairs Redo Fix Final, Spiral Stairs Redo Fix Final. It's a damn ramp now, okay? It's true, honestly. I love the composition tile. It reminds me of Adventure Quest. Oh my god, I loved Adventure Quest. That's awesome. That looks so cool. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Thank you. Noggin evolved into Lamp Moth. It's true. So it would seem. All right, my darlings. Well, now that I have spent... Can you believe we've done this in 8 hours? That is to say... We've done a really, really garbage sketch just to, like, block really rough blocking. And then we've done this much only because the stairs... I think I went through 4 breaks with the stairs, so that's 4 hours of stairs. Oh yeah, that's true, actually, Whitechapel. No, you're absolutely right. You did catch Save in being a fake artist. He forgot the Spiral Stairs Fix A, and then Spiral Stairs Fix B, and then Spiral Stairs Fix B 1.0, and then you forgot which one you were on, so you just go Spiral Stairs Fix 1, and then you go, oh shit, okay, sorry, no, it's actually 2, and then you're like, oh, this one's pretty close, so 2.1. Good work. Thanks, hon. I'm glad you like it. Thank you so much. Do you need like a drawing reference of my character, like the front, sides, and back of my OC, and then environment or place where my character is going to be at when I commission the drawing you're doing now? Yeah, that would be good, I see. That'd be very helpful if you don't mind. If you can provide me with that, that'd be very useful. All right, cutie pies. Let's go over here. Oh my god. Ow. Sorry. Ow. Remind me to never see the layers in your projects. I will have the urge to fix it. Oh yeah, no, as a compositor, oh, you would hate everything that I do, Strat. You would hate everything I do. All of my 3D artist and compositor friends from back in the States, whenever they used to see my like illustration stuff, they were like, I can't look at this. I cannot look at this. This is disgusting. Thank you so much for joining me, sweetie pies. Hopefully I will have the privilege of your company on Sunday to do some Persona 5-ing. Also, real quick, let's get that shout out for our lovely raiders. Massive thank yous to Magnificent Mad Arts Treasures, terrific TNT Tabletop for that double raid, and then to Precious Pucky for that earlier raid. Thank you so much, Precious Pucky, for coming in from Persona 5 as well. Keeping in mind, you guys, you should definitely check out Pucky if you haven't. What an absolute darling. Also, she did finish Persona 5 today. And I'm very excited about us finishing it as well. Sorry, dog is giving me the signal. And her next game may actually be Yakuza 0, I think is what she said. Which I know nothing about, but I guarantee you if it's with Pocky, it will be a good time. Also, of course, the sweetest save, the darling save, the wonderful friend save, File 17, please do check him out. He is incredible. And he will actually be live literally tomorrow. Like in what is this math? 15 hours? 15 or 14 hours? And he may actually wind up doing some Forza after his Hearthstone game, or possibly Ink Hades. Ink Hades. What is it called? What is it called? Save. Hello, Coda. We can hear. Yes, I know. We are not deaf. Not yet, anyway. Lots of games. Yes. But please check all these people out. They're absolutely extraordinary streamers. They are sweethearts. I am privileged and honored and blessed to know them and to spend time in their streams. Please go check them out. Ink Hades. Realm of Ink, I think. I haven't played it yet. Yeah, there you go. Realm of Ink. But again, these are all people that you should definitely be checking out. Particularly Pucky and Save. I specifically spend time in their streams. Okay. Sorry, I should have been looking for people to raid while I was talking. But I didn't do that. I did not do that. Let me see. I think we might go and see. We go see Coldy. Coldy is doing some artwork. You played that game, I think? We tried the demo. Wait, did we? Nani? Did we really? I just realized we can't do our usual spam of voice commands at the end. I know, I'm so sorry. I promise I will do my best to rectify that tomorrow. Yeah, I will definitely do my best. Some uppies for the precious pals. Yay, good uppies for precious pals. Coldy is doing some really beautiful, looks like a live 2D model actually. So let's go see her. Oh my god, hands. Why are my hands on my face? Sweetie pies, as I said, we are going to be streaming in 2 days. We'll be doing some Persona 5 Royal. If you want someone to keep you occupied until then, go check out Save, because he will be live tomorrow. Pocky won't be live for another three days. But Save is live tomorrow. So go check him out. You might see me there. Who knows? And bye-bye, Yugi. I do not know how to say pretty lid. Bye-bye. Okay. My voice. Okay, my darlings, please make sure you take the best care of yourselves, because you know I would take the best care of you. I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, but I will see you soon. Literally in 2 days. Drink water? Don't mind if I do. Oh god, sorry, the dog's almost gonna turn off the computer. Just wait like 5 minutes, got up. All right. Love you lots. Mwah!